Nothing wrong with being gay. I just ungayed myself. You know, personal choice. Think we already reacted to Frank Tufano on Kick. I saw his insane, rambling, retarded video. Oh yeah, that's a funny one.
First.
Yeah. First at something. Thanks for the donation, jackass. Yeah, we already... Oh, he's got a new short, looks like.
Start a GoFundMe, bro. You deserve some support. We tried to. They take...
No, it wasn't copyright. It was something far more retarded. I didn't realize this, but YouTube has a policy where if you even, like, just show somebody holding a firearm in any context while you're streaming, that violates their community guideline policy. It's bizarre. Wait, what the fuck? Please use a keyframe frequency of 4 seconds or less. What the fuck? Keyframe frequency? Weird. Okay. Had a little panic there, but that's just nothing. Yeah, so YouTube has like this bizarre policy where if you show a video, photo, whatever of somebody just holding a firearm, doesn't even have to be in any kind of context where they're committing an illegal act, terrorism. If it's on a live stream, that violates community guidelines. If it's in a video, it's fine, but they have special rules for live streams, which is just fucking insane. But apparently they say it doesn't apply to video games. It doesn't make sense. They even know the rule is stupid. This seems to be one of those things where they negotiated with advertisers or something. And they didn't even want to do it themselves because they, like, in the email and notification they sent me, they literally admit it. It's such like a stupid and obscure rule that nobody would ever fucking rationally think they might be violating community guidelines. They didn't even bother giving me a strike or a warning on my channel. They just stopped me from live streaming for 24 hours. I was a bit worried that... Because in the guidelines, it literally says you may be permanently banned from live streaming, and they didn't tell me it was just a 24-hour period. So, is anybody having a problem with the live stream? Like, there's nothing weird going on with the stream, right? Anyway. 21st Century Tellers is Destiny on Discord. No, he is not. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st. Yeah, YouTube's saying there's like some stupid error in it. It's saying keyframe interval is wrong, and I adjusted it to what they wanted me to, and it's still giving me that weird error. I've never even seen that before. It's really weird.
Very fine felines.
These are very good felines.
Oh my god, those are good felines.
Very good felines.
Oh my god, he's orange like an orange. And he's very sentient, like a person.
That is also a very good feline right there.
That's the funny poop cat.
So I've got these two felines that are very good felines.
Aw, they're friends.
And I have this one who's a very good feline, for a total of 3 very good felines.
Wow, 3 good kitties? You're so lucky. I've got one hungry, troublesome kitty.
This is such an unbelievable...
But he's still good, though. Thanks for the donation, Even Now. 21st Only Tellers is the During Your Rider Interview Collab live stream set up yet. He said he's down to do it. I told him I was having the weird live stream ban thing. I told him last night that it got lifted. So I asked him what time zone he's in. He hasn't gotten back to me yet, but he said he's down to do it. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st. When will you use the thumbnail I made you, the one with your head on Scarface's body? Can you at least use it when you're streaming a shooting game? I don't remember that one. I'm not sure if I saved it. I can't remember. Yeah, maybe I'll look later with my thumbnail stash, but I can't even remember that one.
Take it down after a few hours. All of these websites are owned by the same people.
Yeah, so Frank violated GoFundMe's rules. You're not allowed to start GoFundMe campaigns that have completely nonsensical funding goals. So if you said, like, I need surgery for my dog, it's $5,000, and then your funding goal is $1 million, they're going to take it down because it violates their policy. That's basically what Frank did. He said that he needed money for plastic surgery, which would cost $30,000, and then he had a $400,000 funding goal. And what's interesting, he's getting sued by American Express because apparently he has $350,000 worth of credit card debt or lines of credit racked up through American Express. So it's kind of interesting that he was asking for an amount of money that very closely aligns with the amount of money that he's indebted to with American Express. So yeah, that's why his GoFundMe campaign got taken down. He violated their TOS. And then he's like saying, oh, they're run by the Illuminati, which is a Jewish cult, and they're satanic, and they're all out to get me because they hate me because I'm so special and amazing, and the world is just against me. Like this is like schizophrenic beyond, like, you know, more common sort of delusion where it's like, I'm the most beautiful person in existence. Like, if anybody disagrees, they're wrong. Like, this is actually crazy, like, paranoid schizophrenia shit. Yes, everyone can say Durian Rider now. 21st, only $2. Why does he call himself Frankie in the third person? He wrote, Frankie has been scammed many times. Why doesn't he just write Frank? It's a bit weird. I don't know, man. It's just what he does. He's kind of a dumbass, so he does a lot of things that don't make any sense. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
people who want me out of business. And the only people that are allowed to use these donation websites are in the club. So anytime you see someone successfully use
Dude, so when he says in the club, he means they're part of the Jewish secret society Illuminati. Just go on GoFundMe. There's tons of fucking people from all races, religions, cultural backgrounds that are asking money for a wide variety of things. You'll see people ask for money for veterinary bills, hospital bills to save their kids' lives, religious stuff like where they want to fund money to build a church or a mosque or a synagogue, like any fucking number of things. And then this guy's like, yeah, the only people who are allowed to use it and get money on the website are like part of the secret Jewish society that's trying to destroy my life. Like, just he literally thinks like millions and millions of people are part of some Illuminati Jewish cult.
using a donation website, you should think twice, which is why I had to make the website savefrankies.com. And I'm getting deja vu because the day I made this website was a few months ago when we were having trouble, and then my TikTok account suddenly disappeared. So hopefully I don't get deja vu a second or third time, and we do get some traction. But I mean, I'm just completely over it at this point. You know, they want to destroy my business, and they will shadow ban and censor any attempts of me trying to get help, which is why I've been unable to do so.
I feel like if he had not committed criminal libel, well, I guess he's getting sued civilly, but probably would be criminal. He, if he didn't accuse Paul Saladino of being like a child rapist, if he hadn't gotten that stupid cross-eye surgery that he got, and if he didn't rack up like $350,000 worth of credit card debt somehow, everything would be fine. He brought in like $5 million in gross revenue in 2024. I don't know how this guy found a way to even manage to go broke. It's nuts. How do you have a business that gets $5 million in revenue and then you go broke? Like, only an idiot like him could figure out how to do that.
I can't believe they banned you for that VG. React to this, watch the trailer, it looks good.
Man in Saudi Arabia was caught on camera attempting to choke his sick father inside the Prophet Mosque at Medina, one of Islam's holy sites. He believed killing him there would guarantee paradise. Yep. There was some crazy woman who also shot her son dead at a shooting range because she thought if she killed him before he could do anything bad, he'd go to heaven. So, yeah, people do that. And I mean, assuming some of these premises are true, where if you die before you sin or whatever, you go to heaven, it makes perfect rational sense that you do that. Like, I think that shows that a lot of these religious people don't really have much faith in their own beliefs, their own belief system, because if they did, you'd think they'd be a little more okay with things like abortion, because according to them, every one of those kids gets eternal paradise in heaven, right? So what's the problem?
I don't want to say this, but I have to. I said, Pete and General Raisin Cane, I think this thing's going to be settled very soon. Here they go. Oh, that's too bad. I don't want to say this, but I have to. I said, Pete and General Raisin Cane, I think this thing's going to be settled very soon. Here they go. Oh, that's too bad.
They're clutching their pearls over that. Dude. These commies, like, why is everyone just so comfortable with turning into a fucking beta male? Like, I'm dead serious when I say, like, the vast, vast majority of men, like, I mean, like, 99.9%. Like, possibly you could make an argument for some people where there may be some kind of health problem that they have where going on testosterone wouldn't be a good idea. Like, who fucking knows? But almost everyone, almost all men should be on testosterone. And when you see this kind of just beta male bitch behavior, and it's coming from both the left and right wing, this like anti-interventionalist, like, oh, let's not start any wars, like, even though somebody's doing something bad and they're threatening us and it's destabilizing the world order, like, let's just do the safe thing, not risk it, just mind your own business. Like, all this shit is just so pussy. And again, it's coinciding with like this gradual decrease in testosterone among men. You're also seeing, less and less people having sex. I don't think that's entirely a coincidence. And apparently, not only are people having less sex, they're actually also watching less porn. Like, they're not even jerking off as much. So it's not like porn is just taking up people's sex lives. It is to some extent, but the entire pie of sexual activity is shrinking. And again, this is coinciding with like a drop in testosterone. Like, so yeah, like there should be like a mandate to put everybody on fucking testosterone.
I travel so much that I see it. There's not a single Western city that's thriving. And they're all degrading in exactly the same way.
Is a lot of it just a moral decay? Or is it actually true from everything?
It's a lot of things, but it's self-hatred. Every city.
Crazy.
Every European city, every American city. It's just what people lose their will to live, their will to pass on their culture, their values, their religion to their children, their will to have children. It's all gone. I mean, it's not gone with everybody, but I mean, in the cities, you really see it. It's like the people who built this are long gone, and their descendants have fled, and they don't care enough to keep it going. There's just a lack of self-respect that is disgusting to me, and I have contempt for it. It doesn't bother me to be hated. What really bothers me is when people hate themselves. If you hate if you hate yourself,
doesn't bother him to be hated because he gets paid either way.
Yeah.
How are you going to treat me?
That's correct.
Oh man, I don't like it. So I notice it because I travel outside the Western world, the white world. I'll just be honest, the white world.
Right.
I travel a lot in the Middle East. It's amazing.
Yeah,
amazing.
Qatar.
I'm not Muslim, obviously. In fact, I'm like a Christian, flat out Christian, and my ancestors are from Europe, and so I have nothing in common on that level with the Gulf. But you go to the Gulf, and it's incredible to be in a place that has.
Gulf states are having a decline in birth rates, just like here. They've had to increase their rates of immigration because they're also having issues with replacing their workforce, just like here. That's also why they've created all those travel restrictions with other Muslim nations, because they realized certain places like Syria, Afghanistan, Pakistan to some extent. What are some other shitholes? Yemen, definitely Palestine, West Bank, Gaza. There's a lot of crazy fucking whack job Wahhabist Muslims that want to commit terror attacks and shit. So that's why they've also come out publicly talking about how they're anti like open borders, and Europe is just fucking insane for letting all these Muslims in. So what the fuck is he talking about? He's talking about how like people don't want to have kids because of some like demoralization. People are having less kids everywhere, including the fucking places you're talking about.
pride in itself, that believes
Correct.
in its religion and culture, that thinks we're onto something. This is great. Look at what we're doing. We're really proud of this. Those people are happy. They're welcoming of others. They're tolerant of diversity. Like we always talk about tolerant of diversity. There's none of that here.
They're not.
Are you kidding? All the whites, oh, we love black people.
No,
Then they run and
no,
move
they
to Bozeman because there are no black people.
Absolutely. Send their kid to the...
They hate diversity.
They hate it.
And our version of it isn't working at all.
No,
like, at all.
Yeah, go to Qatar. Tell me how much ethnic diversity you see. Sure. Okay, Tucker Carlson's just a fucktard. This is just like Qatar propaganda. And watch the trailer, it looks good.
I know apart from
Kind of doesn't.
The story has just begun, and the ocean shows of death.
God of the wind and sea.
Yeah, this fucking pussy found out that he had a blockage in his left anterior descending artery. And he went off steroids and lost a bunch of weight. So he has to wear this big stupid fucking bodysuit with his little skinny fucking pencil neck. This is, it's just a fucking joke.
Maui, demigod of the wind and sea.
Hero of men.
Huh?
So it goes like this. Maui, shapeshifter, demigod of the wind and sea, hero of men. I'm not going on a mission with some mortal.
Yeah, I ain't watching that. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Is this game Durian Rider? 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 I'm going to miss spamming that and making you angry while you're playing a game that's already enraging you.
No, you're gonna have to find some other way to annoy me. Thanks for the donation, 21st. You're pretty clever, so I'm sure you'll find a way.
If someone sends you a video of a police interaction, crime scene, war history video, or any other video that has guns in it, are you going to have to immediately click off it to avoid another ban?
Yeah. It's great. So yeah, it's wonderful that I got to do that now. That's YouTube at the moment. Just fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation though, Sleepy.
VG, you're back.
I am back from Pee Pee Poo Poo Bum Bum. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Are you aware that Wahhabism is not practiced outside of Saudi Arabia? Basically zero. And within Saudi Arabia it's very little. Also, did you realize that Shia Muslims don't believe that Aisha was 9 when Muhammad consummated the marriage?
I'm pretty sure you made up that nonsense. The hadiths that mention her age are considered the most reliable hadiths in all of Islam, so... I seriously doubt that. I literally don't even know of any Muslims that even deny the age thing. All they fucking ever do is just cope for it and say, oh, but they did that in the West, or it was okay back then, or whatever. Like, I never encounter that. Like, you'll find the odd Muslim who will say they're not sure about her age or something, but I've never seen any difference between Shia or Sunni with regards to her age. And usually the Muslims that are saying they either deny that she was 9 or they're not sure what her age is. They just don't know. They're usually just bullshitting so that they don't look like crazy fucking psychos. Thanks for that donation, stupid.
Also, maybe one of the reasons people are having less sex is to avoid risking having kids. VG ever thought of that?
That is possible. But there are ways around that. You could just get your dick sucked. Put your pee-pee in the poo-poo. Hand jobs. Jerk off onto a girl's face or tits or something. Get pegged. So, I don't know. I figure it's not exactly related to that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
No, low testosterone is not the problem. The problem is capitalism restricting essential needs to desperately need them, while pedophile billionaires, corruptive corporations and genocidal governments thriving off of others' suffering.
Yeah, that sounds gay as shit. I think you need to be on test. Thanks for the donation, Ton.
You think that's bad? Just look at what he says at the 1.10 mark.
Hero of men. Ah, women. Women too. Men and women.
Yeah, I'm not watching this. That is cringe as fuck. Yeah. You know that's a Disney movie. I love how this motherfucker's wearing a fucking fake muscle suit when he says that. Oh, fuck The Rock. I've never liked him. And, yeah. He's just a fucking weirdo lying jackass. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I just saw a video on Pornhub of an Italian girl named Ada Parasida getting fucked in the ass, and I can't stop thinking about it because it was so fucking hot. Where do I find girls like that who love anal? LLLLLLLU. Hurrah. Jurian Rider 77,777.
The trick isn't to find girls that love anal. The trick is to find girls that'll do it anyway. That's the important thing. Ada Parasita. Ada Wong. Ada Cam. Ada Abyss. I don't see anybody named Ada Parasita. Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody under that name. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy. Soul don't need to tell her Shia Muslims don't believe in those hadiths. Read the discussion here. I'm not gonna bother. Whatever. Does this basically have something to do with like just some ideological thing based on the Sunni Shia split? Like there's not actually any basis for like distrusting those hadiths? I don't know. Nothing really looks like it's relevant. Thanks for the donation. Nice try wasting my time. Let's see. We got some Pierce Morgan retardation. Some long video of... Oh, wait, yeah. There's some long video with Chris Williamson about the lack of fucking in today's society. Destiny reveals truth about the Finkelstein debate. Let's watch the Hassan Cuba
Unbelievable thing to be watching. You're an American streamer inside of a...
Lamau, it's a kid's movie, nigga. Don't act like you would have watched it if The Rock weren't wearing a bodysuit. You wouldn't have watched it regardless.
Yeah, but I mean, it just makes it that much more gay. And, like, just because something's technically a kid's movie, that doesn't make it bad or unfit for adults. Like, Zootopia is a kid's movie, technically. But there's plenty in it that is fun and enjoyable for adults.
Seriously, is Disney too stupid to realize that man simply refers to humanity as a whole and not just men alone?
Mankind kind of has a bias of referring to men in particular. It does implicitly also include women, but it does put sort of a bias on men because men run society. If men weren't around, nobody would take out the trash. Nobody would be digging up oil. Nobody would keep the cars running. Nobody would be building buildings. So men keep society running, and when people make that, you know, that statement, mankind, they are kind of talking more in a bias towards men specifically. But it's not like there's anything wrong with that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Sorry, I meant Ada Paradiso, and here's the link to the video.
Dude, this thumbnail. I wish I could show it. Like, she's not that hot. Wouldn't even really say she's hot. She's, like, kind of cute, but not that great. Wasn't that great of a video. The thumbnail was hilarious, though. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
A hotel with an internet connection that was guaranteed and provided to you by an enemy of our country right now. Somebody clean up my U.S. politics. Dude, I can't. My brain is falling out of my head. Please. Trump! Okay, somebody linked something, but this absolutely cannot be accurate.
I am on my way to Cuba. By this time tomorrow, I will be live in Cuba. I will be doing a regular broadcast in Cuba as well. We are going to get to the island and interview a bunch of people. I'm going to be doing my regular news coverage when I'm out there. I have established a place where I'll hopefully be able to have internet access and energy, even though the grid is on shaky grounds. I'm very excited to go to Cuba and see...
No, it's because Shias don't believe in those two hadiths that suggest she's 9. So they calculate based on the age of her sister. If Asma was 27 or 28 years old at the time of Hijrah, Aisha should have been 17 or 18 years old at that time. alislam.org.
I don't know. Whatever. Who cares? Given the propensity of evidence, like, there's a lot of references to her playing with dolls. Like, she was acting like a kid who was, you know, prepubescent. How many girls by the time they're in their teens, especially mid to late teens, are playing with dolls like a little kid? So there's a lot of other references talking about her behavior, and she does not behave like somebody who's 17 or 18. So I think it's just bullshit cope. Thanks for the donation, though, Soul. Sega donated $2. Can you admit your view changed on men and women? You were debating Andrew on this and acting like a mad cuck. You named one woman soldier something saying the can do everything men can. I never said women can do everything men can. Just admit you changed your view, VG, not the end of the world. Well, yeah, I mean, I've gotten a lot more, like, black-pilled, sort of, on the topic. Like, I did not realize the extent to which there were crazy, insane, incompetent women. So, yeah, that's what fundamentally changed. But I never claimed women can do everything men can do. The only thing that I like said with regards to like women going to war and stuff like that, there certainly are women who've committed acts of bravery in the battlefield. Many. You can find many examples, especially during World War II, where Russian women, most of them were like snipers or like, what is it, dedicated marksmen or something like that. But there were some female tankers. I referenced the one example of Fighting Girlfriend, which is a really cool story. And when it comes to the modern military, there's that whole thing about how women should never serve and they shouldn't be, like, you know, put on the draft. The issue is obesity is such a fucking problem, and mental health issues are becoming a way bigger problem. The recruitment and draft pool is ever shrinking, and if we end up having like some huge major war where we are going to have to bring up recruitment numbers or enact a draft, we already have an issue right now with like recruiting enough manpower, quote unquote. So if there is a situation where we need more soldiers, it's just entirely pragmatic to force women into the draft or try to get more female recruits coming in. Because as incompetent as women are compared to men physically, they can still hold a gun, they can still carry equipment, and they can still shoot. So you can either have a situation where you have like a deficit of manpower, quote unquote, where, I don't know, just using some like random numbers, you could either have 60 or 70 or 80% of the forces you need, or you could have 100% of the forces you need, only some of those forces are less competent compared to, you know, your ideal male recruit. So what's the better option? Have ideal male recruits, but only have like, you know, 50, 60, 70, 80% of the total manpower you need? Or have 100%, only you're filling up some of that deficit with women. So the answer to me is pretty obvious. You probably do want to increase female recruitment, but yeah, that's the only thing that's really changed is, yeah, I did not realize the extent of female insanity. There's definitely a societal problem with women. Thanks for the donation, though. Who donated that? Sego?
You don't know this because only 10 to 15% of all Muslims are Shia Muslims. So you assume all of them believe that because majority of them are Sunni. The ironic thing is Iran are Shia Muslims, the more moderate ones, and we are waging war against them.
Yeah, they're clearly not more moderate. So thanks for the donation, jackass.
Also, just because it's for kids does not give it an excuse to be crap. Toy Story 3 is a kids movie, and mind you, this is a scene from the very film.
Buddy, look! I can see daylight! We're gonna be okay!
Toy Story 3 was hilarious. I actually really liked that movie. The villain they had in the movie was such an irredeemable jackass, and I loved how even when they showed him mercy, He still tried to fuck everyone over. It was just hilarious. I really like that movie. A lot of people were complaining about it, but it was great. It was fun. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Soul $22 at that time in the world where there's nothing else to do besides sit around and stare at sand or play with dolls. I don't think it's unreasonable for a Shia Muslim today to postulate that she was 17 or 18 despite her playing with dolls. It's just not a behavior that I've ever seen referenced in any other contemporary texts at the time. Show me evidence that, like, I don't know, like some of these more infantile behaviors persisted into adulthood because nobody had anything better to do. I've never seen anything like that. Like, you can definitely see people deliberately did things that wasted more time. Like, if you look at old, like really old cookbooks, they would like boil things for 8 hours or knead dough for like 3 or 4 hours by hand. Like, just shit that made no fucking sense. And, like, it's obvious they just didn't have anything to fucking do. So they just spend more time doing some random shit to stay occupied. But, like, I've never seen any kind of, you know, literature or ancient text from any time period mentioning, you know, kids in their mid to late teens doing things that you'd expect, like, you know, a 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old to do. So I don't buy that explanation. Thanks for the donation, though, Soul.
To see the Cuban folks, which is a beacon of hope and resilience. Yeah, I will also try to do IRL streams as well. I will try to do a roaming backpack stream as well, but that is going to be much more limited, of course. We are not going to be transmitting through the flight or the flotilla either. Initially, we set it up so that I could stream it, but I'm not going to be streaming that process either for safety concerns. But I will be live when I get. Initially, we set it up so that I could stream it. Not going to be transmitting through the flight or the flotilla either.
Does he think a flotilla is taking a flight there? Well, what happened to the flotilla?
Do you think he misspoke?
No, he's not gonna.
So he was taking the plane, and he was supposed to be on a flotilla, I think.
Agreed. Screw your movie sucks for calling it a rip-off of Toy Story 2.
It was.
Wait a second.
It was a lot different than Toy Story 2. A lot different. Your movie sucks is a fucking crazy jackass. I used to find him funny, but I think something's happened to his fucking brain where he's like, I don't know, gone to too many gay fucking parties and like done ecstasy too much or something. This guy has gotten more and more like deranged and unhinged as time has gone on. He did a fucking stream fairly recently where he was talking about how infecting people with HIV or AIDS isn't that big of a deal. He was complaining about the restrictions on gay, sexually active gay men from donating blood. And he was saying, well, who cares if you infect the blood supply with HIV? It's a really easy disease to treat now. Like, I'm not even making that up. He literally defended the idea of infecting the fucking blood supply with HIV because getting infected with HIV AIDS isn't that big of a deal anymore. His movie preferences are also like he's gay. He's an openly gay dude, and he's one of those fucking people who are like hoity-toity, and he thinks he's sophisticated, and his fucking movie preferences are so fucking stupid. He likes these boring as shit, fucking stupid movies that are made for like gay retards or dumb, boring women. And he gives like the shit movies that nobody fucking likes these great reviews that are just completely unwatchable fucking Oscar bait trash. And then anything that's even halfway decent, This is stupid. The story's like straightforward, and there's a guy that did stuff in it, and I wouldn't do that because it's dangerous, so I'm giving it a 3 out of 17. I can't stand this guy. What did he say about Zootopia? I'm actually gonna watch that one. He's a furry too, so you know the guy's... I'm kind of understanding now why the furry community gets such a bad rap. A lot of these people are actually fucking insane freaks. Like, I know not all of them are, but like enough are where I can understand why that entire community is just like, everyone has a fucking problem with them. Not only is some of the porn and shit they watch just fucking deranged. Like if you look up furry porn online, most of it's gay, like 80% of it, so that would like turn a lot of people off to begin with. But like it's not even like anthropomorphic kind of animals that you'd find like sort of sexy. Like, you know, there's Lola Bunny from Space Jam and Space Jam 2, where, you know, she's like kind of hot and shit. Like, you know, whatever. Every, like, fucking kid who watched Space Jam on VHS fucking whacked it to Lola Bunny. Like, fuck right off. You're lying. Like, there's also, like, the, anime cat girls and, you know, whatever from different anime series. Like, this is the more soft stuff that people can get into, where, it's a person, it's just that they have cute cat ears and they have a tail. So this is the softer stuff that people get into. Then there's like the more like animal like Lola Bunny kind of thing. Furries, like, they literally just whack it to fucking horses. Like, I'm not even kidding. Look up furry porn. It's literally just a fucking horse. Or a cat or a dog or anything. They even draw their dicks like a dog dick. And then they, like, fantasize about getting fucked by dog dicks. It's fucking weird. And like, no shit, there's a huge amount of crossover in the furry community and fucking zoophiles. And, not only that, like, if you just interact with any of these furries, they're the most, like, toxic, fucking annoying, like, dickheads you will ever fucking come across. They just want to fucking shitpost and annoy you for no fucking reason. So yeah, like, here's the fucking like, and yeah, sure enough, he checks all those boxes. I don't know if he actually wants to like fuck dog dicks or something. I don't know how far that goes, but I know he's an annoying fucking dickhead. I know he's fucking crazy and he's fine with infecting people with HIV. And I know he has like the shittiest fucking taste in movies imaginable. Where the fuck were we? $2 Had a dream last night. I met a guy who got yellow tattoos on both of his entire legs to make the look like SpongeBob legs. His kneecaps were even tattooed to look like SpongeBob's.
When I was 8, I go, can I get a cat? And they got me a cat. I named him Tommy. And they wouldn't put him in the house. And then one day, a couple of months later, I go to the garage. He's completely gone. I go, Mom, Dad. And they came in the garage. I go, where's Tom? And my dad goes, Mommy, she allergic. Tom gone. And he goes, stop crying. And then he just left the garage. I mean, how would you approach that?
Bobby Lee admits to just making up stories and lying, so I don't really fucking care about anything he has to say. He's just a fucking attention-seeking dickhead. Thanks for the donation, too.
Do you remember before these Cody Pink communists even said they would do a flotilla carrying so-called aid to Cuba? I predicted that would happen. I donated to you saying they Greta and other communists will do a flotilla to Cuba once Trump did the embargo. I was right.
You were right, Dodo. You are very smart. That's my Dodo. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Spring break. Students, no idea what's going on. Biggest issue in America is what bikini I'm wearing tomorrow. You know, I think One Piece swimsuits are way fucking sexier. Way fucking hotter than bikinis. There's definitely some bikinis that I've gotten turned on by, but generally speaking, I think One Piece swimsuits are way sexier.
What college you guys go to?
UTC. FAU.
Sacred Heart University.
Ohio State.
Spring break 2020. And not come back with an STD.
Wake out with one person each night. That's it.
Dude, is it actually spring break right now? Holy fuck. Buddy, like, it's still fucking winter here. We just had a snowstorm a few days ago. Oh, fuck. Like, fuck Canada.
That's it.
So how many guys have you made out with this week?
I've been here for about 10 days. So 10.
What were their names?
I don't remember.
Name one.
Who cares? Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god, the Kitterverse. They're French. I like how they say hello. That's nice. I gotta see that again. Wow. Kitties are so cool. Breaking, the U.S. has developed a 15-point plan to end the Iran war and claims the Iran has agreed to many of the key points. Details include... proposal includes many of the same demands the U.S. made during the last round of the nuclear talks. Geneva, U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff has told Trump that Iran has agreed on giving up their stockpile of highly enriched uranium. Document calls for zero uranium enrichment in Iran. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is concerned Trump might strike a deal that falls well short of Israel's objectives. Iran continues to deny that talks are taking place. I think some of the shit going on here where Iran's denying that talks are taking place, they're all hiding. A lot of their key leadership is dead. Nobody really knows who's fucking in charge, and nobody wants to take responsibility for anything. Like, nobody's gonna come and say, I'm the supreme ruler now, because they're fucking dead. Even Trump made a joke about that, saying, yeah, nobody wants to... I can't even tell you who I'm talking to, because if I do, they're probably going to die. So I think that's why you're seeing some of the weird communication where Iran's saying, everything's fine, we're not having peace talks, because, yeah, they're not having peace talks, somebody else is. Read the tweet first. Trump turns to Patel after Stephen Miller praises him for 5 minutes and says, so Cash, see if you can top that. That's a tough one, Cash. That is tough, Patel replies. Then he starts praising him too.
So Cash, see if you can top that. I don't know. That's a tough one, Cash.
That is tough. You know, Mr. President, as I look around this venue, I see, and I'm reminded again, why we have the greatest warriors on God's green earth, the men and women serving in uniform, the men and women serving and wearing the badge, and law enforcement, our police, our sheriffs around the state of Tennessee. I'm reminded that Americans exist to protect this country day in and day out, and they've done it like we've done it here. But what we didn't have was you. We didn't have a commander-in-chief who backed the blue, who resourced the blue, who funded the military, who did whatever it takes to safeguard every single life. And here in Memphis, Tennessee, you have put on a show for the world. You have allowed us to become the 9th director.
Yeah, this is why they got the job. They're really good at kissing ass. Oh. More Mr. Kidders? Oh my goodness, look at these cats doing cat stuff. Cats are so cool, oh my god. I fucking love cats. Just look at them doing cat stuff. I love how he just climbs on the ceiling. Oh, they just like climbing up stuff and looking around. Look at him. Oh my goodness. Thanks for the donation, Dota. Thanks for the membership, Chris. Appreciate it. Can I play Stray again? We'll probably play it again. It's a really good game.
Also, why is there such a huge crossover between people who are LGBT and people who like furry porn? It's just weird. If you like gay sex and getting cummed on by dudes, then that's fine, but why do you also want to dress in a puppy suit, be an animal, you? Hurrah!
I don't know. I really have no idea. I know when it comes to some of the zoophilia stuff, there's been some people who've mentioned it might have something to do with them being like massive size queens where they just get turned on by like ridiculously huge dicks. And there's a lot of animals that have bigger dicks than human beings, like horses, so that might have something to do with it. And apparently gay men have a preference for like ridiculously huge dicks. Women seem to have a preference for big dicks, but not overly huge. Like there's going to be a range where like maybe between 6 and 8 inches like women prefer. But like gay dudes, bigger the better. Oh, 13 inches, that's great. Oh, 18 inches, even better. So that might be why you see some of that trend, but I have no idea. It's weird. Thanks for the donation though, Ben Boy.
Why are you always complaining about Canada weather? Nigga, at least you don't have to deal with giant ass huntsman spiders and venomous spiders here in Australia. Wanna trade places, nigga?
I would take that trade-off if Australia also wasn't just a gay-ass retarded country as a whole. Like the gun bans, the lack of free speech, shit like that. The whole political situation there where everything's just corrupt and retarded. That's why I prefer Canada still over Australia, but if I could trade, the cold weather for warm weather, but like freaky ass spiders, I would take the freaky ass spiders because like that's just easier to fucking deal with. I just like fill my house with like fucking poison or something. I don't even care if it gives me cancer. Just fuck having insects all over the place. But thanks for the donation, Ryan.
Let's not forget bronies who draw and jerk off to torture porn of disabled underage horses.
Yeah, that's also a thing. The brony community is just... I think it's a form of mental illness, honestly. I'm not even being hyperbolic. I thought like maybe My Little Pony was kind of like like a good cartoon show like Fairly Odd Parents or something, or SpongeBob. It's not, it's just terrible. I think they just have some like weird fucking fetish for underage horse people. So yeah, I don't get the My Little Pony thing. It's just fucking baffling. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
So I just saw Zootopia 2, and it was good. This is the sequel to a furry movie that was, fine. It was passable, it was safe, it was formulaic, it was predictable, it was good. It was a cultural milestone showing that if you pander to furries, you get free marketing. People will be posting.
Links donated $2. My wife was formerly promiscuous. I was a virgin. Let me see this guy's face. Oh yeah, beta male. She was then radically born again, committed to church, evangelized constantly, Puritan books in bedroom, prayer journals, grief over past sexual sin, etc. Dude, this is just fucking hilarious. They act like he actually convinced himself. Buddy. If you were Muslim, she would have become Muslim. If you were Jewish, she would have become Jewish. If you were atheist, she would have become atheist. Or said she was. It's just what women do. Like, He actually believes this horse shit. It's all an act. We got to know each other well for over a year, dated for 4 months, engaged for 2.5, and didn't sin sexually with one another. She has no respect for this dude whatsoever. She's using him for money. Bro, like, women are not interested in these, like, fucking cuck-ass beta males who are like, if we have sex, it'll make God angry, though. Let's keep our chastity intact. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Our first kiss with each other was at the altar on our wedding day. She's in it for the money. We've been married for over 5 years now, and she's been the most wonderful and godly wife, mother to our 3 children, homemaker, you can imagine. I wonder if he got a maternity or paternity test. Who the fuck knows if those kids are even his? She's more pure than most virgins, as biblical purity has less to with past sins, though they certainly matter. More to do with one's current posture of the heart and daily decisions to honor the Lord. We're far too quick to forget the story of the woman labeled as known sinner, likely prostitute, who was washing Jesus' feet with her tears while kissing them too. Yeah, that's weird. The Pharisees were shocked that Jesus let a public sinner do this. Jesus responded with a parable about doubts being forgiven and ended with this powerful conclusion. Her many sins have been forgiven. That's why she loved much, blah, blah, blah. Everyone seems to highlight the benefits of virginity. It certainly is a blessing, but blah, 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 benefits something, depths Jesus, something or other. A woman or a man's past sexual sin matters. What matters far more? Blah, God choosing, foolish, something. Yeah, so she's with this guy for much. She has a fucking amazing nose. Holy fucking shit, that is a crazy schnoz. That is one of the biggest, thickest fucking noses I've ever seen. That is amazing. Yeah, so she's with this dude for money. Nobody is going to be interested in this, like, beta male fucking cuck dork. Yeah, I don't know, I don't know what the fuck this guy does, but that's the only explanation for some of this horse shit. He must come from, like... He's either rich, like, made it rich, or he comes from a wealthy family. There's just no way a chick would bother with, like, such a fucking dork like that. Thanks for the donation, though. Links.
VG, would you still like me if I was Palestinian? I live in Gaza, but I still watch your streams. And I'm not anti-Semitic. I love hot Jewish bitches. You are Hitler, 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 Jurian Rider, Hitler, Hitler. You are Hitler, 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 777,777,777,777. You are.
Well, you know, as long as we ideologically align. Don't really care where you're born or where you live. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
Don't open on stream. Is it weird to be attracted to this? I am on roids hetero guy. I am into normal women, but thick anthropomorphic women just turn me so much.
Some of these are pretty weird. Yeah, these are fucking weird. Some of these are fine, but some of these are just, like, fucking weird. Like, the first one... Second one, like, I don't know, that's a little weird. Third one, yeah, whatever. Fourth one, that's pretty weird. Fifth one, that's pretty weird. Cow one, that's weird. The other cow one is really weird. Some of these are weird. Hit and miss. Thanks for the donation, Blake.
your movie sucks. Also, said that the villain of Toy Story 3, Lotso, was just a rip-off of Stinky Pete from Toy Story 2 because they're both old of canes, and are fat.
He doesn't seem to have any kind of critical thinking skills. What a fucking dumbass. Yeah. Just complete dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. You believe philosophically that life has no meaning, then what do you live for? For my own interest. If life is pointless, why continue living it? Because I have an interest in doing so.
About it, there will be a lot of free art, a lot of free fan fictions. It is a viable market strategy, and so furries are consulted about these things. They already make up like half of the animation industry anyway, but now for this film they put even more species. So now scalies will feel represented, and also people with hooves. Finally, some proper hoof representation. We got the zebras. We got Mayor Wind Dancer, and if they were a female they would be called Mayor Wind Dancer. At first all we saw was just a promotional image of this character, and I thought, okay, who's this fucking dingus? What is this, some kind of Fabio hunk character that's just obsessed with his looks, just full of himself? Like, I don't want to see that. Adam's gonna like the horse. No, I'm not. He looks stupid. And you know what? After watching the film, yeah, he was a great character. I was pleasantly surprised. They didn't take him too seriously. There were a lot of funny comedic moments with him. Patrick Warburton did a great job voice acting. He was well cast for the role. He did a great job. The character worked. So yeah, I liked the horsey. Okay, fine. But
so when do you believe the American empire will no longer exist? I predict by 2028 the country will split into civil war and collapse. All that chaos just support take attention away from the Epstein files, and for Zionist regime's plan for greater is no trail.
All the, like, boomers are, like, getting way too old to wage war, and the, like, the people who are at, like, fighting age at this point are all, like, lazy, fat dorks. So, like, the idea that the country is going to experience a civil war is just fucking retarded. People are just way too fucking lazy for that. They're just going to rage on Twitter at each other, and that's it. And the Epstein files just seem like a complete fucking joke. It's just, like, all it is a bunch of made-up accusations so that a bunch of, like, teenage prostitutes could get money off a rich guy in some sort of civil lawsuit. And they won. They did it. That's exactly what happened. So, yeah. You're an idiot. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
you know who else liked the horsey? Fucking China. Or at least in about a month from now, because that's when the Chinese zodiac calendar changes to the year of the horse. It's actually very convenient timing for it to be released right as we're going into the year of the horse, because it'll still be in theaters in China at around that time. That's sure to boost its numbers. I wonder what year we're currently in. Let me see. Oh my god. Okay, so the other prominent character that's on the poster even, yeah, okay. Two very new prominent characters whose species were not really represented in the previous film.
Suspicious.
It's kind of funny. Movies are made for China. They're a huge market. It is currently breaking records there. It only took 5 days for it to be the highest grossing non-local animated film of all time in China. So yeah, they made some good business decisions, and they're good characters too, honestly. They were a fun addition to the story, and they weren't annoying, which seems like it should be the bar.
His reviews are just so fucking retarded. What does any of this have to do with the movie being good or not? Nothing.
But
I seriously can't understand how anyone can take these YouTube critics seriously. Especially since a load of them don't know what they're talking about.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're 2 minutes into a 9-minute review, and he's like talking about how the film is doing well in China. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with the movie? It's just retarded. Like, this guy is just a dumbass. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Most kids' movies, most animated movies, you can't even get that.
Hey! What are they saying?
Anyway, I felt as though this film was a refreshing step in the right direction. I very much preferred the feeling of an actual adventure as opposed to a police procedural film like the first one. The first film put a bit more emphasis on the mystery.
Nig, we're about to be overrun by Muslims within our lifetime. Put those roids to use and preserve Canada, my Nigerian.
Will do. It's mostly Indians that are coming into Canada, and the Liberals may have their time in the sun right now, but just wait. Just wait. Everyone's about to get fed up with them pretty damn quick, I can guarantee you. We had 10 years of fucking horseshit, and people voted for more horseshit just because of Trump. It made no sense. Just absolutely fucking retarded. So, yeah, like, again, people will figure it out sooner or later, and then, you know. But, thanks for the donation, Pooh.
And the whole, oh no, something's making some of the predator animals turn feral. Who's doing this? What do we do? It wasn't all that interesting to me, and parts of it felt like it was taking itself a bit too seriously for what it was doing. Lots of cliches, lots of paint by numbers, didn't care about the twist. And although this
is Jurian Ryder into conspiracies?
I don't know. I don't think he's terribly politically minded. Thanks for the donation, info was.
The sequel is definitely not some subversive art house film or anything. The overall experience was one where it felt as though there was much more consideration towards how things flowed. Sure, there are some cliches and there are some obvious familiar beats, but the narrative experience of this film actually builds and progresses with a healthy sense of momentum. It always feels as though it's actually going somewhere and that things are actually developing. Again, this should be the standard, but it's unfortunately kind of an exception. The relationship drama between Judy and Nick was a fun addition to the story. Judy, you're toxic as fuck. What the hell's wrong with you? But I guess all the furries want Pawbert Linksley now, so who cares? Oh, he's so dreamy. Shut up. He's stupid. Lynxes don't even have a proper tail. They're too small. They're fake. They're phony. They're stupid. This message was brought to you by the official fan club for Chief Bogo. To be honest, Pawbert's facial expression animation was particularly great. Lots of great faces, super expressive. Also, tons of great character animation for both Mayor Winddancer and the Snake. What's that character's name again? Oh, it's just the Snake. Gay da Snake. It's great to see an animated movie with animal characters where they're actually thinking about the different ways in which they can animate each character according to their species. They don't all just move like the same character. It is not uninspired in the slightest.
Would you recommend 210 milligrams test E for a 27-year-old? My total test 623. I feel okay. I am on dutasteride 1 pill a day. I am worried about hair loss. I got lost ground back on dutasteride. I am hyperresponder. Is 210 milligrams anabolic enough for Toji Fushiguro physique?
When I first hopped on roids, I did 210 milligrams testosterone per week, and in 2 months I gained 20 pounds of muscle. So that is 2 months apart. And that was all just 210 milligrams test after 2 months. So if you're a good responder to anabolic steroids, then yeah, even small doses like that, you'll make pretty substantial gains.
Frank has a new final vid.
Did he just upload it? Because we already reacted to the big one that he made where he said he may be going out of business in a couple weeks. We were streaming on Kick because I was banned from streaming on YouTube for a day. But I'll take a look in a second. Thanks for the donation, James. As far as hair loss is concerned, who the fuck cares about your hair? It's all about making gains, dude. So, if you ask me, just go fucking bald. If the choice is Lose your hair, get jacked, or stay small, have hair. The choice is pretty obvious. Men go bald. It's not a big fucking deal. It's just what happens. Like, it's like if women were to complain, like, oh no, my boobs are growing. Like, it's what happens. If you're female and you're old enough, your boobs grow. If you're a man and you're old enough, you lose hair. Doesn't fucking matter. If you're on dutasteride, I don't think increasing your testosterone by going on test is actually going to do anything. Dutasteride is extremely potent. What is it? What's the term? You know, DHT blocker. But yeah, that's my opinion anyway. Thanks for the donation, Spoderman.
You should watch YMS's review of Toy Story 3, it's laughably bad.
Maybe I will. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You can tell that these new species additions to the franchise were actually used as ways to be creative and have fun environments in this, color choices here. It was a really pleasant surprise to have such nice, beautiful looking scenery. Tons of eye candy in this film for everybody. On an unrelated note, the dancing tigers are back. At the beginning of the movie, they were doing a dance, but they had their shirts on this time, and I thought, what has the woke left done to this franchise? But then at the end of the movie, they did another dance and their shirts were off, and I thought, all is well with the world. Thank you, China, for officially agreeing that this is in fact not gay. Because if it were gay, then it wouldn't be in the movie. So this officially proven not gay. Thank you. Doing it in a reckless way, like, oh, you're being reprimanded maybe. And then there's the whole, this MacGuffin's really important. No one can explain anything to anybody. But that's apparently the only way the plot can happen, and there's no other way to do it. Okay. There's the whole slow motion projectile trope and character jumping in front of it. I'll save you in slow motion. And that's certainly not the end of it, but thankfully this film had so much going for it that it didn't really ruin the experience for me, because
the things he complains about.
Oh, I forget the link.
It's really weird. Like, he'll complain about action tropes in a movie, but then, like, all the movies he's interested in, he's fine with all the same dumb, stupid, gay, melodramatic tropes. Like, this guy was... I remember this guy was talking about a movie where a director showed, like, a baby falling from the window, and he was like, oh my god, I felt so bad for the baby, it was so horrific. Like, all these melodramatic fucking tropes that people do, he's fine with, but then he'll complain about, like, action movie tropes where, like, somebody blocks a bullet and saves somebody in slow motion. Like, he's just like a fucking lame dork. Let me see, Dodo.
wait a second, I'll talk about Toy Story 3 in a second, okay?
Okay, maybe we'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Because even though there are a few narrative justifications that feel phony and forced and honestly just lazy, the bulk of the writing for this film is very good at what it does. I've already mentioned how great it is when it comes to the honestly pretty worried that they would fall into the implement the emotion. And so he goes,
yeah, and then he gives us a 7 out of 10. Yeah, he's so annoying.
Jurian Rider.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation info, was.
Okay, if you watched my last review, then you're probably wondering who won my copy of me because I didn't. Shay, position. Toy Story 3 is grossly overrated. Should it have won Best Animated Feature? Well, maybe. It was up against How to Train Your Dragon, and The Illusionist wasn't great.
I can't even listen to this.
Wish they had included this scene in the movie. NSFW warning. Like Judy Hopps has a nice cute petite bunny ass and deserves a thick cock right up her booty. I wish bunnies like Judy Hopps were real you ooh. Hurrah.
Oh, God. Yeah, I don't think they'd put that in the movie. It would make the movie better, but, you know, they're not going to put that in the movie. I don't know how a buffalo would have sex with a rabbit. That'd probably be a bit of a mismatch. Yeah. That's a little too explicit. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
To do it. I said it because you can't stream it. Actually, he could.
I liked Zombieland 1 and 2. I think I preferred the second movie, actually.
Stream it, but maybe he doesn't think you can do a 12-hour stream just on a boat doing it. He just set up a room in the boat or something, no?
Actually, we set it up so that I could stream it, but I'm not going to be streaming that process either for safety concerns.
There's a third one in the
I will be
works?
live
That's
when I get to Cuba tomorrow, like I said.
What does he think? Is he just like taking a cruise or taking a boat or a ship? Can you sail to Cuba?
I will be live from Havana.
So he's just catching a flight to Cuba to stream for a few days? Great. Base flotilla. Nice.
Problem?
From flotilla to flytilla. Wait, I thought that there was a flotilla that Hassan said he would be on, and then he pussied out because he's a loser. Are you telling me that there was never a flotilla and all these people were just flying? Now we're on our way to Cuba. Our Code Pink delegation to the Nuestra America convoy is carrying 1,000 pounds of urgently needed humanitarian aid. Maybe these people are flying to Florida and then they'll get on a flotilla?
We are on our way to Cuba! Cuba sí, bloqueo no! Cuba sí, bloqueo no! Cuba sí, bloqueo no! Cuba sí, bloqueo.
What? This girl's not happy.
Cuba sí, bloqueo no!
It's all the usual suspects. It's mostly women and then like gay pencil neck fucking dork dudes.
It says on the bottom of the page to change from flotilla to convoy to allow for more aid. What is a convoy? You mean from boats to planes?
Do you watch Osmond Gould? I think you mean Asmongold. No, he's a dumbass.
What is the convoy to Cuba? Coalition of individuals and organizations dedicated to delivering critical humanitarian aid to the Cuban people. This doesn't make any sense to me. Can't boats hold more people and more supplies? Like, when they say thousands of pounds of aid, do they just mean they like pack stuff in their luggage? Our charter flight, oh my God, with thousands of pounds of aid, it's ready to depart Miami to Havana. Loader box! There he is! I'm just kidding. Where's Hassan? I thought Hassan said they couldn't broadcast this because it was OPSEC and it would lead to horrible things. Are these guys crazy? If they had thousands of pounds of aid, wouldn't you have like a picture of this or video of this? What is the aid they're bringing?
12 seconds later.
Wait, he's live! Oh my God. My king! Oh! Oh my God, he's in Cuba! You can tell because he's got the hat on. And the shirt. This is freaking epic! You called the flotilla thing.
As far as the boat situation goes, we were originally going to do a boat. We were originally going to do a flotilla. But then the situation is fluid. The reason why we didn't do the flotilla is...
Yeah, well, they should block them from returning. They should keep them in Cuba. I hope they do that. Like, I hope Trump finds some way to keep them in Cuba.
Is this Natty?
Let me see.
I only fuck from the back, she got hella ass. Got my nut, then I cuss.
Is there a fucking way to mute that? Holy fuck. He could be natty. He might just be on, like, low doses. Who the fuck knows, but... I've seen natties have a physique like that. You also tend to look bigger when you're leaner, so I don't know how big he actually is. Kind of biased to thinking he's probably on something, but I have no idea how much this guy's actually lifting. Whose channel is this? Does he have any actual lifting videos where he picks something up? What is that? Just 100? It's like that's not particularly heavy or anything. Incline press. Usually, like, really strong incline presses, more than anything, will kind of give away whether or not somebody's a fake natty. Like, the gold standard is if somebody's repping 405 in the incline, you know for sure they're on fucking gear. Like, no doubt about it. Just 225, so... yeah, I don't think he's... who knows? Some people are lazy and they just aren't that strong, but... yeah, the guy's struggling with 225. Like, again, for comparison, I'm on, 437 milligrams a test and about 105 milligrams Boldnone right now. The last session I did 315 on the incline for a set of 7. And he did basically the same thing with 225, almost 100 pounds less. Like, I had more impressive lifts than that when I was natty, so who the fuck knows? Like, anybody could be on gear, but he's clearly not that big and strong. He has a good physique. I think he might just be, like, you know, lean, natty, good physique, but who knows? Could be on TRT. Thanks for the donation, Blockard.
Because from America, it's much more difficult to pull off a flotilla, and we could bring more aid this way. So we pack.
I don't understand that saying. You guys are saying, well, they switch to a convoy because more people. How do you bring more aid via plane than boat? Why aren't we just flying all of the oil out of over the Strait of Hormuz then? Why don't we just fly everything? In what way does this make sense? Also, why do you have to leave from the United States? Aren't there a few other countries around here that you could theoretically leave from?
The fucking cargo plane filled to the brim.
Wait,
flotilla. But then
you flew in a cargo plane? What does that mean?
The situation is fluid.
That wasn't
the
a
reason why we
cargo
didn't do the flotilla
plane.
is because from America, it's much more difficult to pull off a flotilla, and we could bring more aid this way. So we packed a fucking cargo plane filled to the brim with aid.
That did not look like a cargo plane.
And we flew it.
That just looked like a normal commercial airliner. Why did you get banned midstream? Unbeknownst to me, YouTube has a policy where if you show anybody even holding a firearm during a live stream, that violates their community guidelines. So I had no idea that was a rule. But apparently there's specific policies when it comes to firearms and live streaming where even if somebody is just holding a gun, not even using it, that violates their TOS if you're reacting to it during a live stream. I'm assuming that might have something to do with the response to, like, some mass shootings where people live streamed a mass shooting or something. But it's fucking bizarre and weird. So you can obviously have firearms content on YouTube. There's plenty of videos, but for whatever reason, you can't have live streams where people are even holding a gun, let alone using a gun. So YouTube took down my stream midstream for that. And then they banned me from live streaming for 24 hours. They didn't give me a strike or even a warning on my channel, which is nice, but yeah. Now I know. Little retarded, wouldn't you say?
we flew in instead. The reason why...
What? Where are the pictures? I feel like if there were people involved, just think about the people. Like, your activists tend to be younger. They're very online. Like, I feel like they would be super excited to share this, unless there's some big upset reason why they can't. Why would you not have pictures of people? Are there? Maybe there are. There was that one picture he posted with a woman, and I didn't know that. Are there pictures of this somewhere? I feel like he'd be posting pictures everywhere. Here's us packing in the aid. This is what the Cuban people have asked for. This is the... Okay.
The reason why I was a little bit evasive about like how we were going to go, I'll tell you now that I'm here, and there's not, like, I can't reveal everything to you all the time. I know that you guys are like very, you're very used to me being like super forthcoming and super transparent with everything. But the reason why I didn't want to reveal what we were doing exactly was for OPSEC. Nothing that we're doing is illegal, obviously, but it doesn't matter because like people, when they find out exactly what the plans are, might try to like fuck it up.
OPSEC? Bro, you have transponders on anything that's in the air, in the sea. What is he talking about? Does he think is he doing like a fucking, what were they called, Halo jumps or whatever from planes? Is this like the Dark Knight where they're paratroopering into, what the, why is this retard talking like he's in the CIA? It was a fluid situation. We needed OPSEC, so we can't tell people we're flying on our civilian airliners. What?
Do you understand? Because like, in order to do this, like, and this took long ass planning, okay? This took a long ass time.
To fly planes to Havana? What do you mean?
To put together, shouts out to Progressive International, shouts out to COPAN, Cancer Coalition. Like, they've been working on this nonstop, and I've been trying to help out to the best of my ability. But like, you know, like we had to keep certain things under wraps. Like you can't just like deliver humanitarian aid to Cuba without getting approval clearance from.
As we speak, I'm literally setting up bespoke video and streaming on my site so I don't have to get cucked by YouTube's retarded rules. Yeah. And you can stream all the gay, furry porn, hentai, and whatever other bullshit you want. That'd be great if there was like a platform where you could just stream whatever the fuck you want. That'd be really cool.
The American government, mind you, because you could go to Cuba right now. Remember, you come to Cuba right now. You can fly to Cuba right now and have a wonderful time. It's just that obviously there's limitations to what you can and can't do, born out of the American government's ridiculous restrictions. But if we were out talking about what we're, you know, our plans, I'm worried that someone might like
true Cuban internet.
You know, someone might actually interfere.
Wait, is he just in the hotel?
Does that make sense? Do you understand?
But he said he's going to be doing normal streams, so I imagine all of them are going to be hotel streams.
But I have a beautiful time.
Well, then who gives a fuck?
It is one of the most beautiful places.
Oh, hold on, we have some picture. 1 second, or video.
Entender a las personas de Europa lo que pasaba en Cuba, porque ellos no tenían una percepción real de lo que estaba pasando.
Carrie Donny Tillers, AVG, I remember you said Demon Slayer sucked one time. Not a fan myself, but just curious as to why you don't like the series. Also, I'm starting my own Berserk figurine collection. It's basically Berserk for gay retards. It has a lot of similar story beats. But yeah, the story is just stupid from top to bottom. I remember I watched the first episode and I was like, oh, this is a stupid, shitty anime. So basically the demons are kind of like vampires in the Demon Slayer universe. So like if you get bitten by a demon, you become a demon. And this guy's sister, gets bitten by a demon. And then he comes across a demon slayer. And then the demon slayer doesn't kill his sister. She's like the one person in all of fucking history who is somehow resistant to the demon bite thing and only becomes like half demon or some shit. Like, why wouldn't the demon slayer just kill his sister? I was like, that's retarded. That has never happened ever in the history of this entire universe. The Demon Slayer has come across probably thousands of cases of somebody getting bitten by a demon, then just turning into a demon, killing and attacking other people. Why would he let his sister live? So from the very first episode, I was like, oh, this is a stupid fucking anime for idiots. So they just have so many fucking plot contrivances that make no fucking sense. There's also the like dumb, incompetent dork who somehow becomes like this master skill swordsman when he's like asleep or something. There's just so much gay shit. A lot of the demons are also like fucking gay and lame. They're just not intimidating, threatening characters. Like if you look at the villains in Berserk, like they're truly frightening characters. Like the main bad villain Griffith, like when when he performs the sacrifice, you really get a sense like, wow, this guy is fucked beyond belief. He just completely fucking fucked over all of his friends and family in the worst imaginable way fucking possible. And then when he builds like Falconia and everything, it's like the only reason this guy is doing anything that could be perceived as good, it's for the interest in enacting a greater evil. Like, that is a terrifying fucking villain. And all the other smaller villains, like the Snake Count, they're truly despicable, disgusting fucking people that are like just vicious, horrible fucking people that are like genuinely scary characters. Demon Slayer, they're just gay and fucking lame retards. They're just not good villains. And like, I could also talk about the animation in the series. Basically, everyone's drawn as if they're a baby. They have these like big baby heads. Everyone looks like a baby. They have these round circle fucking heads that look like they're too big for their body. Everyone looks like they're 3 feet tall. I just really don't like the fucking art style. Again, it's like made for like dumb babies. They basically got the idea, oh, Berserk is like too adult and too cool and too good for like anybody to appreciate it. So let's make Berserk for like dumb fuckwit retards. Let's make all the characters look like fucking like unintimidating gay dumb babies. Let's make all the villains not that bad and just like gay dorks. Let's make all the characters fucking stupid and do stupid shit. And I mean, it's funny too. Like, you can see kind of some of the inspiration from Berserk. Was it Slan? Like you can see where some of the shit comes from. There's clearly Berserk inspiration from some of the shit. So I can't remember this fucking character's name, like whatever this dumb bitch is, but it's kind of weird how you see these similarities, but you can see, oh, this is for adults, this is for like dumb babies. You know what I mean? So that's why I hate Demon Slayer. It's a shit. It's just fucking dog shit, god-awful trash for dumb fucking children who don't actually know what like good literature and good entertainment is. That's who it's for. Thanks for the donation, though, Carrie. Mike donated $2. Remember when Trump said he was going to make everything more affordable? Restricted photo. Can't view it in my country. Well, he said that, but hasn't happened yet. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
I hate Iran, however I think they are absolutely based for attacking Dubai. Fuck those influencer scumbags that don't care about the slave work there. Those fuckers influencers are bonded their pets. I hope drones hit their houses, especially Mike Thurston. Fuck him.
I wouldn't say they're based for attacking Dubai. Dubai sucks. I think you have to be an idiot to go there. I can understand for some practical reasons, like, you know, they don't have to pay any tax, but yeah, like, Dubai is just fucking trash. Thanks for the donation, Blake.
What?
Oh, here's, there we go. We got videos of some things. Hold on, these guys have a boat they're loading up. Flotilla prepares to take 30 tons of aid to Cuba.
Mexico on our way.
So they didn't take a flotilla?
Well, this must be loading a boat. That's a boat, I think, right? Yeah.
Where's this on?
You had to fly, bro.
Oh, makes sense.
What is what are these things?
Then why was it getting good reviews? Then if it's such shit, why do all these shitty things get good reviews these days?
Well, it's because most people are shit and they have shit for brains, so they think shit's good. That's why. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
in Mexico on our
TVs, big screens. I'm just kidding.
way to Cuba. We're loading this boat behind me with tons of aid in the
Demon Slayer was made for women. Well, when you look at the fucking anime that girls are into, yeah, a lot of chicks are... It's weird. Women don't, like, get into things. Like, you'll find a lot of women who, like, say, oh, I like playing video games, but they'll literally play, like, one video game. And it's usually some, like, weird, old, dumb game or something. Or if they say they like anime, they literally only ever watched one anime, you know. So I've noticed there's a lot of chicks who aren't actually into anime, and they only like Demon Slayer. So I think that speaks volumes that it's garbage. It's trash for people who don't actually like good shit. And yeah, it's appealing to like women who don't actually appreciate any kind of good content. And there's something about it. I haven't cracked the code for why like anybody who's like got this dumb broken fucking brain would like it, but yeah, like the anime tourists, yeah, like I don't know why it's appealing to anime tourists, particularly women who aren't into anime, but for whatever reason they only like that one anime. I have no idea, but like I think that speaks volumes. The fact that that particular audience likes Demon Slayer, like that just tells you it's fucking trash.
the form of solar panels, medical supplies, and food.
Oh.
This is part of the Nostra America convoy where hundreds of thousands of people have donated, have mobilized.
Do solar panels, if everything is, why do I feel like I remember Puerto Ricans complaining about solar panel shit? That like they don't have, I feel like I remember this, I don't remember. It should be in a good solar zone, right? That boat left from the Yucatan yesterday. If you have nothing, I feel like solar panels are probably better than nothing. They probably don't have batteries. Well, I think just having power is probably good, right?
Many of whom are going to be in Havana meeting us when we get off the boat. Whether they're bombs that drop or things
I don't think you can use solar without a battery. Doesn't it need a battery?
that go on. We need the fight
Yeah, you'd have to have a battery.
for climate justice.
I know we're clowning on us on for this, but flotilla/money donated from Americans to Cubans in theory is a good thing in order to flip the Cuban populace to our side, right? Not so. My historical understanding of these things, and by that I just mean a lot of them having to do with. Oh no, actually, I think it happened with Bolivia as well as with Gaza a ton. Is usually the flotillas are activist missions that are sometimes used to. They're generally these are seen as like activist things. Like it's not. I don't think it's generally seen as like actually helpful aid. Now you can argue that it brings awareness or something to the issue with us. Embargoing stuff going into Cuba. The only problem, the thing that sucks is that all these people just hate the West and hate America. So they're not, like, there's no real, like, policy change or anything that these types of people can effect because they're kind of disconnected. I can't speak to Code Pink, but for people like us, they're disconnected from our political system anyway. Unfortunately, yeah. This is March 20th. Code Pink delegation departs for Cuba carrying over 6,000 pounds of humanitarian aid. So 3 tons. Well, it's kind of like 30 tons. Huh. More than $400,000 of humanitarian supplies on a charter flight, including medical equipment, medicines, staple foods, infant nutrition products, and hygiene supplies. $500K worth of solar panels and generators to support hospitals. 2,000 pounds of medical supplies from Europe, cancer medicines, around 1,100 pounds of medical supplies from Brazil, solar-powered equipment for Colombia, menstrual health kits for 1,300 women, 100,000 in aid for maternity centers.
Why don't we send them a flotilla full of guns so they can, you know?
Yeah, we'll even tell them that we'll go help them.
Yeah, we'll help them out.
We should try that once. Well, the problem is who are the guns for? The issue is technically, I think the American government here, not. It's not like the Cuban government.
Why do we have an embargo with Cuba right now? Is it really back from the
I don't know.
Cold War?
Trump just hates Cuba. I don't know why. It's retarded. I have no idea why. It's just stupid as f. But there's no salience for Americans. Americans don't think at all about Cuba, except for Cubans who hate Cuba, so. The 3 tons is exactly the amount that can be flown on a flight with passengers. Without passengers, it's 30 tons that can be hauled. The planes that are used for this are Type 733 and B734 on flight radar, and then he's pointing out 3 flights. Okay, so they basically chartered a commercial, you wouldn't say residential, right? You would just say chartered a commercial flight to Cuba and then put as much as they could in storage, basically?
Later that same evening.
Do we have an America to send them to? Is there a place that we...
Like, dude,
Are Canadian women hot? How would you rate them compared to American women? Between European, Australian, Canadian and American women, who is hotter in your opinion? I am into cute faces and curvy bodies, not fat but hourglass figure and cute face.
There's a lot of hot women in Canada. Toronto is probably the best looking city. It may be the best looking city on the planet. The good thing about Toronto is like it's so multicultural. Like there's Asian bitches, there's African bitches, there's like white Russian bitches, Ukrainian bitches, British bitches, like all the bitches you can imagine, like they're in Toronto. And like there's a lot of hot girls from like every kind of background. So Toronto, a lot of fucking sexy ass girls. I've only been in Ottawa a little bit. I have seen a decent amount of good looking girls in Ottawa. I haven't really gone around Ottawa that much though, but Toronto for sure I've been to like a lot. A lot of fucking hot women in Toronto. So I would say Toronto is probably number one for hot ass girls. Seen a lot of hot girls in Australia. My girlfriend is from Australia. Kind of depends on what European country you're talking about when it comes to European women. There's a lot of hot-ass Italian women. Kind of just depends. But thanks for the donation, Strieger Return.
Can't. My brain is falling out of my head. You're an American streamer covering American politics inside of a hotel with an internet connection that was guaranteed and provided to you by an enemy of our country right now. It's just not to take sides on anything. I've said it a million times. I don't think the U.S. should be embargoing Cuba. I think the U.S. being hostile towards Cuba is cringe as right? I'm not supportive of any of that.
I don't know why you'd say that. They're a communist nation and their government's fascist. Every fucking Cuban wants the Cuban government to be overthrown.
That Obama was starting to thaw tensions. I think it's stupid. But this is just like, this is such an...
That is just bizarre for Destiny to say. So there's a hostile nation that was working with the Soviets in China during the Cold War. And they're a horrible, horrendous fucking dictatorship that's brutal to their own people. And Destiny's saying the US shouldn't try to do something to cause a government collapse and regime change. Like, how stupid does that sound?
Unbelievable thing to be watching. I'm just saying Putin would never, okay? Putin would never allow for this type of stuff. I'm just saying. Jesus. Oh, did you see Hassan is using Starlink?
I did see that, yeah. Is he super anti-Elon? Is that what the contradiction is?
Well, I don't have the video, but I'm 100% positive that I saw him say he was not going to use Starlink and he laughed it off.
Are you using Starlink? No, I will not be using Starlink.
No way, man. He lied?
I know, right?
No way, dude. Just how he wasn't paid by China at all.
He's 100% using Starlink. He just knows he'll be called a hypocrite for admitting it. The blurry 2-second stints every 30 to 90 seconds when the satellite is hopping is hard to hide on a live stream and perfectly lines up when you watch the satellites live on Starlink.sx. Oh, well.
He's just going to say
Oh my god, this is such autistic shit. I love how people track fucking Starlink satellites and line it up with Hassan's live stream cutting out. Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious.
Oh, they're all saying this is fake news. He's going to pull the Trump.
Oh my god.
Hold on.
Cubans,
Oh, yeah, stream?
best people.
That's
Okay,
so funny.
kind.
God, he's so cringe. He's so performatively cringe. So I went to this country that's an enemy of America, and let me just tell you, best food, best music, best culture, best people, everything about them is just the best. They're just the best. It's just the best thing ever. It's literally just the best.
Make him answer China or Cuba?
How should I respond to people when they bring up the War Powers Act violation for the Iran war? I'm not sure how to counter it. Yeah, tell them they're making it up and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. There's nothing illegal with the Iran war right now. You do not have to inform Congress when you do shit like that. The Trump administration did, in fact, inform members of Congress that they were going to strike Iran. So just because it's politically poignant, but yeah, it's all made up bullshit. That is communist propaganda coming from China. Basically, what the Chinese government is trying to do is they're trying to put it into people's heads that, like, war is bad no matter what. The U.S. should not interfere in foreign issues. anytime they do, it's illegal, it's breaking the law, it's white colonialism, it's racist, Islamophobic, whatever, or it's helping the Jews. All that shit's just coming from China, and it's made up horseshit. So just tell them they're fucking gay retards and they're just listening to fucking Chinese propaganda.
Right now I'm talking about Cuba. But then I went to this other country that were friends of the West. Those people, the worst. Greedy, selfish, rude, loud, obnoxious, bad dancers.
Just the absolute best people. Oh my Lord. Okay? Not in Miami. Oh, dude, it's the reversal. Actually, literally like the exact opposite. Like all the good Cubans stayed here. And most of the ones that are crazy just like flew up there. I swear to God. So March and I were about to discuss. We get into Uber last night. March and I were about to discuss that we're gonna be in Cuba, like talking about plans, right? And
No, he's about to say, and then this guy turned around and he said, yo, soy Cuba. I am Cuba. You bad American. I am Cuba. No shot. Hold on. He's about to say the dumbest thing ever.
We're gonna be in Cuba, like talking about plans, right? And I was like, March, don't say anything, because I noticed that the dude in the car was a Miami Cuban. I was like, don't. Like, I literally went, don't say.
Wait, how did he know?
Pre-watch.
Wait, that's even dumber. Wait, does he have his... What? Wait, what?
Anything. And then I just asked him. I was like, where are you from? And he's like, oh, Cuba. And I was like, okay. And I just asked him about, like, you know, what his feelings are.
Yeah, why do you think he ain't in Cuba anymore?
Sorry about what's going on. March actually spat some Spanish at him, okay? And let me tell you, okay? He said, Donald Trump needs to finish the job. That's what he said. That was
nah. Sorry. I'm sorry. This, of all the things that never happened, no shot. He just happens, the one Uber that he gets in Miami, he just happens to get in. It happens to be a Cuban guy, and it
Yeah, as if there aren't a lot of Cubans in Miami that do Uber. Give me a break.
happens to be a person who wants to fully support Trump. Okay, of course. Actually,
Why is this story unbelievable? There's a lot of Cubans in Miami. You'd expect a lot of these people to do jobs like Uber. And on top of that, because these people come from communist countries, what you'll often find is people who come from communism, they tend to be like very, very fucking conservative and pro-capitalist.
Nigga, doesn't Miami have hottest women on planet? Why would it be Toronto? Isn't Toronto like 90% Indian? Not to sound racist, but most Indian women have rectangular shitty bodies and weird faces. With African chicks, at least their body is hot.
It's not like, it kind of depends what area of the city you're in. If you just go downtown, there's a lot of diversity. A lot of the Indians aren't in Toronto. They're usually in cheaper areas because they've kind of been priced out of Toronto. It's just gotten too expensive. I don't think Miami has the hottest girls. Like, there are a lot of good looking girls in Miami, but like, it kind of also depends on what kind of girls you're into. Cause, like, especially a rich area like Miami in the States, you see a lot of fucking plastic surgery, a lot of lip fillers, a lot of fake boobs. You kind of have more natural beauties in Toronto. Whereas Miami or like LA, you're going to get a lot of like fake plastic surgery done up type chicks. So kind of depends on what you're into. Thanks for the donation though, 31st. Yeah, so there's a lot of Cubans in Miami. You would expect a lot of these people to do these sorts of jobs like Uber. And ask any fucking Cuban or anybody who's fled from a communist country. Most of these people are very right-wing, pro-capitalist conservatives who are like more Republican, and to like a bizarre degree. These people don't want to see like socialized healthcare or maternity or child care benefits. Like, they're literally against any government benefits, like including welfare and stuff and food stamps, because they're so fucking paranoid about communism and like they've been through it that anything that is socialized, like, they're paranoid over. So yeah, I don't think Hassan's lying about the story that he got into fucking Uber ride in Miami and talked to like a pro-Trump Cuban. Ton of fucking Cubans are pro-Trump.
I totally believe this happened, 100%.
Donald Trump needs to finish the job. That's what he said. That was the first guy. And this is like, I guess this was March's first real interaction with like a Miami Cuban. You know what I mean? This was his first ever interaction with a real Miami Cuban, like a real ass Miami Cuban, right? So he was like kind of shocked. So March had not experienced that at all. So there was that.
This is like just racism. I hate this guy so much. I really do hate him. Think about everything that like we're watching right now. First of all, you have a guy who anchor babied his way into the United States from a 9-figure, super wealthy family. Okay, so fine. He gets paid an exorbitant amount of money from one of the wealthiest people in the United States in the world. Okay, Jeff Bezos, Amazon through Twitch, to do anti-American propaganda at the behest of the Cuban government, who is hosting and sponsoring him while he
It's not the Cuban government, it's the Chinese.
pays for internet from the actual wealthiest guy on the planet, Starlink, a guy who also owns X, which is a platform that Hassan pays for advertising on for his merchandise.
Cuba doesn't have any money. This is a Chinese thing.
And then while he's here, he's making up stories to shit on Cuban people that he doesn't like in Florida because in his mind, every single Cuban is a dispossessed Batista-era slave-owning plantation owner. Like, it's just such an unbelievable set of thing after thing after, like, this is like...
Destiny has a weird take here. I don't think Hassan's lying about meeting a pro-Trump Cuban guy. That you're bound to meet them in Miami. Dodo donate $2. Let me see.
Another $200 billion for the Iran war. That's money that we could be spending in healthcare.
Absolutely.
That's money that we could be spending in food assistance benefits. That's money that we could be spending in building out our economy.
So first of all, I don't know how spending $200 billion on war doesn't help the American economy. Where do you think that money goes to? So that money goes to American industries. Most of it is American industry because, again, all these weapons, armored vehicles, missiles, you name it, that's all made in America. On top of that, that is also going to American servicemen and women. So that absolutely does help the American economy, directly puts money into the American economy. And secondly, well, we weren't at war with Iran, so like that $200 billion wasn't being used for healthcare or food stamps or anything. So like, what is he talking about? Iran war bad because we could use that money for something else. Well, we weren't using that money for something else. So clearly not going to war with Iran isn't going to put money where you fucking want it. These people are just brain broken fucktards. And again, the whole reason we're going to war with Iran... Oh shit! Oh, my knee locked up really bad. The whole reason we're going to war with Iran is to prevent Chinese invasion of Taiwan. That's the primary main fucking goal. Guess what'll happen if China invades Taiwan? You're going to have a lot more fucking money and resources going to that war. And on top of that, because of that, the way that war is going to play out, you're going to have way bigger fucking issues with the American economy, just because Taiwan is so important for chip manufacturing. So, especially considering how much of the American economy is built off of technology, having a chip shortage would be a huge fucking problem. So these people are just communist, brain-broken fucktards spreading Chinese propaganda.
So folks have an opportunity to have a family-sustaining job.
It's kind of hard to explain to patient.
Guess what? The U.S. military has plenty of jobs where you can sustain a fucking family. So putting $200 billion into the American war machine, either making weapon systems or the men and women who are in the American military, that helps sustain people's families. So stupid.
Why they're not able to afford healthcare, and we can ask for $200 billion to take care of home. If you have a family with several kids.
Yeah, these people are just commies. Fucking dumbasses. The graph ends before Trump took office. Leadership matters, U.S. homicide rate since 1900. Okay. Readers added context to this image. Here's a better version so you can clearly see when the drop happened. Homicide rate year over year, something, something. Burglary. Shoplifting. Motor theft. Drug offenses. Huh. Homicide rate and year-over-year percentage change in homicide, 1900 to 2025. I'm assuming this had something to do with World War II. And then I'm assuming this probably had something to do with crack and drug trafficking, stuff like that. And then it went down after a while. I don't know. Homicide rate and time spent alone. Weird. Huh. Okay.
Corporate America has seen historic rounds of layoffs recently in what some experts warn could be the beginning of an AI-driven white-collar recession. But jobs in the skilled trades are seen as AI-proof.
A robot's never going to be able to do what we do. Trade jobs are never going to be technology
You say that.
based. They're going to be human based.
At the same time, blue-collar industries are facing a shortage of skilled tradespeople as workers age out of the field. For women especially, that creates opportunities for employment growth and rising salaries. The number of women
Women aren't gonna do the shit.
working as electricians
Yeah, so I know with electricians, that's not too labor intensive, but I know particularly with carpentry, that job out of all the skilled trades is probably one of the most physically demanding, if not the most physically demanding. You're never going to see women really start occupying that job in the long run. That's always going to be dominantly men. Plumbing, that's somewhat physical, that like you're probably just going to see. You might see some women move into that field, but yeah, a lot of these skilled trades, like they're just too physically demanding. What you'll probably see is you'll see women hold those jobs in higher numbers, but for a shorter period of time. So you're just going to have like more turnover rates with women.
in the U.S. has increased over the past 2 decades, and the number of women working as carpenters has increased by
Yeah, see, way less.
17% over the same period. But it's still a small percent.
Yeah, but again, chances are they're not going to be working as a carpenter for as long. So whereas a man might have like a 40-year career or something as a carpenter, you'll probably see women have like a 10 or 15-year career doing that.
Percentage of workers. In 2025, women represented just 3.5% of electricians and 3.1% of both carpenters and plumbers in the U.S. Experts say that women who pursue this path are positioning themselves for job stability and economic security. Average starting wages for skilled trade workers grew over 25% between 2019 and 2024.
Yeah, the trade jobs are probably the safest in the long run because of the AI stuff. Wait, did I miss a link? Okay, never mind. Jesus. That is fucking crazy. Those drones are fucking massive. Okay, well that's why they do so much damage. God damn. Fuck Russia, dude.
Yesterday, the U.S. Department of War announced it's going all in on a new primary operating system for the battlefield, a tool that's proven to be so effective at blowing people up that it's rolling out to every branch of the military. The Army, Navy, Marines, Chair Force, and even the Space Force are going to be powered by the Maven Smart System, an AI platform that shortens the kill chain for kinetic operations. You heard that right. The same AI models that can't spell strawberry are now being used to turn people into a fine mist faster than ever. That might sound inhumane and terrifying, but don't worry, there is still a human in the loop who needs to click the accept all cookies button before the missiles can be launched. Peter Thiel's Palantir is the main company behind Maven, but all the big hyperscalers and AI labs are cashing in on the taxpayer-funded US war machine. In today's video,
this sounds like it's gonna be a fucking really stupid video. AI is extraordinarily good for finding and killing people. If you don't use it, you are at a massive disadvantage compared to other countries like China that are already using it. So this whining and crying about AI is unethical, how could we use it for warfare? Okay, well, it's about winning, so suck my ass. Just stupid.
Why is Tucker Carlson hosting this random Chinese professor? Why is he blowing up? Is he CCP propagandist? He claims Ukraine is losing, which is not true. That's why I am kinda skeptical of him.
Is that dumb professor guy who's a complete whack job? Yeah. This guy is a Chinese national, by the way. He's not an American, he's Chinese. He immigrated to China, and he's spreading CCP propaganda.
This war has shown the limitations of American power. It's really annoyed the American people. The American people do not want this war.
That is not true. If you look at polling data, most Americans don't seem to care.
American people don't even understand why America is still in the Middle East. And so it's very possible that regardless of what happens in this war, America is forced to withdraw from the Middle East, in which case Israel is able to achieve its Greater Israel project.
I don't know why anybody listens to this dude. He is just an unhinged whack job. Isn't he also a Holocaust denier? Like, didn't he make some fucking video saying the Holocaust never happened? The dude's just like a schizophrenic fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation though, Ass Vulture. Emma Donate Teller, socialism sounds so terrible. It's probably gonna be fucking dumb, isn't it?
Socialist USSR, everyone was required to have a job or else they would get thrown in jail. Capitalist United States is luckily much better because everyone is required to have a job or else they'll get thrown onto the street and become homeless and then get thrown in jail anyway because homelessness is criminal.
It is not a crime to be homeless. Okay, thanks for sending me a video made by a retard. So, like, there's so much wrong with everything that was fucking said here. First of all, in the USSR, you were appointed a job. You weren't just allowed to do whatever work you want. You couldn't start your own business. You couldn't be an entrepreneur. You couldn't go into a field of work that you wanted. You're literally appointed a job. So if somebody wanted you in the government, wanted you to move to Siberia and work in a fucking, like, coal mine, well, you're moving to Siberia, freezing your ass off and working in a fucking coal mine. You also have no fucking rights over how many hours you work. You can be forced to work 60, 70, 80-hour fucking days. There's also this, like, crazy fucking work culture in the Soviet Union where they would basically use threat of execution to force people to work because they had a huge issue with productivity. Because, again, your wages are fixed. You only get a certain amount of money from the government. So if wages are fixed and working harder doesn't give you any benefit, people are obviously not going to be incentivized to work. So the way they got over that was, one, the, like, propaganda campaigns where they tried to make it seem as though you're just a better person if you work more. But two, they would literally threaten you with death if you didn't work hard enough. You could get sent to a fucking death camp, basically, and just get worked to death. They would send you to the Siberian tundra, make you dig ditches with your fucking bare hands in -40-degree weather, and you'll die of exposure. Secondly, if you wanted to live a family life, like say if you're a woman and you just wanted to like raise kids, spend time with your fucking family, well, you can't do that. You have to work whatever the fucking government wanted you to work. Everyone had to work. So you couldn't decide what you want to do with your life, make family decisions with your partner, where one partner will like be the breadwinner, one person will take, care of the house and everything and the kids. Nope, everyone worked. They would force women into fucking factories doing backbreaking labor, and they'd make men do the same thing. So this is just, yeah. Again, ask anybody who lived through the fucking Soviet Union if they prefer working in the Soviet Union or working in the United States. I can guarantee you they'd prefer working in the United States.
Remember, socialism will never work.
Because it has never worked. So again, every fucking country that's tried socialism has become extraordinarily broke. Nobody makes any fucking money. The society completely collapses, and there's mass amounts of deaths. Tens of millions of fucking deaths. And in the case of China, who the fuck knows? Low-end estimates are in about 40 million.
Because every time it starts working and millions of people are pulled out of poverty, the country mysteriously gets bombed.
Yeah, so when was Russia bombed? During the Soviet Union, dipshit.
Or invaded.
When was Russia invaded during the Soviet Union, dipshit?
Mysterious.
When was China invaded? During the Chinese Revolution. When?
Or fucking obliterated.
Yeah, so when was China or the Soviet Union ever invaded or obliterated? Right, well. Weird. Fucking pathetic retard. He can move. He can go to one of these communist countries, but he won't. Forgot my notification on $2, so how'd you get banned? YouTube has a retarded policy when it comes to live streaming where, for whatever reason, they decided that you cannot show anyone even holding a firearm on a live stream. So if I react to a video where somebody is shooting a gun at a firing range, that violates their community guidelines. So I was reacting to some firearms content on YouTube. It was a guy in Afghanistan who was shooting guns at a shooting range in Afghanistan. Then the stream got taken down, and then they told me, with the email and everything they sent me, that I violated community guidelines by literally watching somebody use a gun. So that's why I got banned. Luckily, it was only a 24-hour ban. But yeah, that's YouTube. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my notification. Sleepy donate $2. Is this true? Let me see. I don't know what he's about to say, but since you're asking me if it's true, and we're assuming that Santa Cruz may say something that is either truthful or untruthful, I would say I'm going to guess it's not true because he's an idiot.
If you eat eggs and drink orange juice, you get every single vitamin and mineral in existence.
No. Yeah, that's not true.
Yeah, no, that's right. It's dead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you'd be low in vitamin K, iron, vitamin D. There may be a few B vitamins. I think orange juice only, like, it's juice. You're only really getting vitamin C.
Serious. If you eat eggs and drink orange juice in the morning, you have already got every single vitamin and every single mineral.
Let me, I think they make you log into Chronometer now to use it, which is fucking stupid. Oh my god. How in the hell is there a terms of service with Chronometer? It's just a fucking calorie counting app. There we go. How many eggs would this guy eat in the morning? Like, 6 eggs is kind of crazy. Like, I don't know, maybe go 5. Orange juice, fresh. Sure. 1 cup. Let's go with like 1.5 cups. So let's see. We have basically no ALA, DHA, or EPA. Whole lot of cholesterol. Got plenty of protein. We're a little low on B1, basically no B3. Low on B6. Low on vitamin D. Very little vitamin E, practically 0 vitamin K. I think that might mainly come from the orange juice, actually. Okay, 0.4 micrograms. 0.8 micrograms. And then in terms of minerals, like basically 0 copper, low iron, low manganese. I got a bit of potassium and a little bit of zinc. I don't know what he means by that. Like, okay, you've got trace quantities of certain things, but it's not like you just took a big multivitamin.
Mineral there is. Why?
You could literally just look this shit up on Chronometer. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy. Just random vids on each other still gives me chills even if it's AI. That just looks stupid. Yeah, that just looks dumb as shit. That's just dumb. Make the army for men only again. I kind of like the idea of, what was that movie? Starship Troopers. That was fucking hot in Starship Troopers, where the military didn't have separated bathrooms or change rooms. So basically you shower with a bunch of girls in the military in Starship Troopers. That'd be kind of hot, you know?
Everybody wants my freaking opinion on what's going on in the country right now. I'm not going to give it to you. You know what I am going to tell you? If you're a Marine, if you're a service member of this country, the United States of America, you got freaking one overall job and one overall mission is to be combat ready. You understand? If something happens and we go to freaking war today, tonight, your job isn't to be ready for a PFT. It's not to be ready for a freaking CFT.
Maybe masculinity should be toxic, lol. What is this fucking stupid shit?
We are women, we are free. We are
Shut
women,
the
we are
fuck up! Thank you.
Thanks for the donation, just random vids. Those are terrible.
If you thought left parties across the world are infiltrated with communism, you haven't seen Green parties. In every country. Green Party Canada, Green Party USA, all over Europe.
Yeah, I've seen the Green parties. They're absolutely unhinged whack jobs. Just complete delusional crazies. And they're filled with teenage girls. They're either in their teens or they're like 21, 22 or something. They're terrible. So yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the Green Party in the UK, Canada. They're a complete and utter fucking joke. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Emma, donate-chillers, you know that socialism is that the same thing as communism, right? Lol, pretty much. Communism has never been successful. We can agree on socialism has been working and has been proven to work. So bring up China, Russia are not relevant examples at all. Okay, you're an idiot. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
We'll take a look at the future of war and find out how prompt and destroy slop ops actually work at a low level. It is March 24th, 2026, and you're watching the Code Report. In modern warfare, you can't just carpet bomb an entire city. Instead, you need to first identify a target, then verify it again. Otherwise, you might end up killing a school full of innocent children.
Very bad intelligence.
I'm sorry.
And that's where...
Wasn't the school literally on, like a military base or right next to some kind of fucking missile battery? There's even some photos of what Iran's doing. There was some photo that was released where there was literally a fucking school and they put some missile battery right in the school. So Iran's doing the same thing that Hamas does, basically. But like this is a fucking joke. Iran shoots missiles into wherever. They just want to kill Jews. Same with Hezbollah, same with Hamas. We're talking about how, America did an oopsie or Israel did an oopsie, so, it's so bad, it's so evil, but then the countries that we're at war with are doing way fucking worse. And then we're, like, clutching our pearls over this shit. Like, I have no mercy to those who have none. If you want to blow up fucking kids in my country, I have no problem with blowing up kids in your fucking country. And they're Muslim, so they believe it's a good thing. Those kids were martyred, right? They're going to get a special place in fucking Muslim heaven where they'll get 72 virgins or something. So good, right? They want their kids to die. They literally tell their kids to die in service of Islam so that they can get a special place in Muslim heaven. So who fucking cares? Thanks for the gifted memberships, Carl. Really appreciate that.
Where the Maven Smart System comes in. It's an AI platform that uses computer vision and sensor fusion to automatically analyze surveillance data, like drone footage, then identify, track, and prioritize targets. There's still a human to push the kill button today, but eventually this process could become entirely autonomous. Now, before we look at the technical details behind the system,
yeah, if the AI works faster and has greater reliability than a human, then why wouldn't you do that?
we first need to meet the tech bros who created it. The core platform is provided by Palantir, the current CEO is Alex Karp, and it provides the operating system that glues everything together. We've got AWS.
Aren't the 149 grade 1 to 12 schools inside American military bases?
I don't want to hear your bullshit, dude. Just don't even bother wasting my time. Larry Wheel's wife made him end stream after he tipped a hairstylist $200. She got so jealous. Oh my god. That guy's so whipped.
What band you on this time? You kicked Frank yesterday?
It was just some stupid, Can somebody just explain it to James in chat? Like, 80 people have fucking asked me at this point. I'm kind of tired of answering. Basically, YouTube just has a thing where you can't show any firearms during a live stream. I showed firearms during a live stream, and then that got me banned. But yeah, we watched Frank on Kick yesterday. Thanks for the donation, James.
And Azure helping out with cloud infrastructure, and Google used to be involved too, but they had to back out after their hippie employees started protesting. But the Maven system needs tons of real-world data, and it gets much of that data from Palmer Luckey's Anduril, which provides terrifying kill machines like the Ghost Drone, Anvil Interceptor, and Ghost Shark underwater drone. And then finally, the system runs on multiple large language models. Until recently, Anthropic's Claude was their champion, but then their soy EO Dario started crying when he found out that his tech might be used to harm humans. War Chad Pete Hegseth, who can bench press 315.
Yeah, that was a fake lift.
Pounds by
the way, yeah, this guy is a bitch. A total beta male bitch. Why the fuck would you have an issue with your AI system being used by the US military? Just pathetic, worthless coward. And from my understanding, he was okay with the US military using his technology. It's just that he had second thoughts, then tried to pull out, and that's why they're like suing him.
And 1,100 schools happening.
That's great. That's nice. Don't care. Thanks for the donation.
Hegseth.
He reminds me of Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer was also a cowardly fucking beta male pussy who fucking whined and complained after his nuclear bombs were used to bomb Japan.
Who can bench press 315 pounds, by the way, drank Dario's tears and banned Anthropic as a national security threat from all government contracts. Luckily, Sam Altman was happy to step in for sloppy seconds, and the web of people here goes way deeper, but as a developer, I'm more interested in how Project Maven actually works under the hood. The exact tech stack is classified, but we have enough public data and leaks to piece together a similar system with open...
That's if the school story is even true. Reminds me of their destroyed aircraft character. Yeah, true. Seems like it's likely true, but who the fuck knows?
Source software. At the first layer, we need to ingest tons of data in different formats, like video streams from our drones, comms from our special ops teams, GPS from our satellites, and so on. And to do that, we're going to use a tool like Apache Kafka. Basically, Kafka allows us to stream multiple data sources in one place, allowing this entire complex system to stay updated in real time. And now that we have incoming events, we can use a tool like Apache Spark to subscribe to a Kafka topic, so we can start transforming that data into something useful, like we might send drone footage to OpenCV to segment it and detect actual objects in those images. But now here's where things get really interesting. In order for AI to blow people up, it needs to understand the relationships between all the different resources in our system. At Palantir, their secret sauce is called the ontology, and the government is paying them billions of dollars a year to use it. But what is it? Well, basically, it maps messy, fragmented data from different sources into a shared structure, while capturing the metadata and relationships between these objects. You can think of it like a digital clone of an entire organization, which might be a manufacturing plant, a hospital.
Larry streamed it on Kick. He ended it early because wife got jealous. Yeah. That's sad.
The evolution.
He admits to having insecurity issues. He really needs to, like, just be told, like, buddy, just fake it till you make it. All you have to do is just not put up with bullshit. You have your own will as a human being. You don't have to listen to anybody else. So, like, just don't put up with bullshit. Do what you want to do. It's that simple.
Hospital, or in this case, the military. At this point, we have data, but we don't understand the relationships between our data points. Ironically, we won't use a relational database here, but instead a graph database like Neo4j, where people, vehicles, and bombs become nodes, and their movements turn into edges. And now, our entire battlefield is mapped in a way that replicates the real world, where it can be queried and visualized by humans and AI. And now that our world's recreated, we need to set some ground rules before we start taking action. A tool like Open Policy Agent could help us do that by enforcing policies across the entire stack. It looks good to me. Now we can start dropping in AI agents with the Model Context Protocol. From here, you can grab your favorite open Chinese model, like Kimi or Quen, then use Heretic to uncensor it, and now it can start performing actions based on this data. From there, you just need to wire up some Tomahawk missiles, and you'll be blowing people up on pure vibes in no time. And what's really crazy is that you don't need $1 trillion defense budget to build this thing, thanks to tools like Tracer, the sponsor of today's video.
This guy seems like a bit of a fucking dork when it comes to AI for warfare.
Like the craziest 2 minutes of retarded shit. Oh my god. It's okay.
The guy had no family here. They were all in Miami, right? So, like, you know.
How, you know all? He told you all of this?
Obviously, he was the classic, like, you know, bomb it all, like God sorted out type guy.
Bomb it all? That's what Cubans say? I'll be honest. Actually, I don't really know Cubans anymore. Because I feel like all my older family is fucking dead, and then I just don't hang out with cousins or anything. When I was younger, though, obviously my mom and every Cuban that I've ever met in Miami hates Castro. But go bomb Cuba? I don't think I've ever heard that before.
If 80% of Iranians hate their government, then why do you not sympathize when a school of children gets blown up even if it was a justifiable accident? Why do you have to make excuses like according to them they'll go to heaven faster, etc.?
They're bombing IRGC sites, dude. So if there are kids on an IRGC base, then what do you think that means? Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Or usually they just want Castro gone. But I've never go bomb Cuba. I don't know if I've ever heard even my mom say those words before. My mom was like the most hawkish motherfucker in the universe.
On the one hand, they understand what their families' lives looked like or felt like when there was a little bit of sanctions relief, and like they could send money with ease to their families. You know what I mean? Like, it's just such a strange cognitive dissonance to experience in real time.
God, I hate this guy. Please, Trump, you can win my support. Trump, President Trump.
All Trump has to do is don't let them leave. Don't allow their flight back in. Don't let any of these people back in the country. It would be fucking glorious. Keep them in Cuba.
One thing, Trump.
Yeah.
I want to go to Cuba. Would you be down?
I fucking love Cuba.
Oh yeah, you'd be down?
Yeah, from the
I think I
documentary
got,
there was.
the Cuban government actually hit my contact from the embassy and told him
I've been to Cuba twice. I went on vacation with my mom.
that if the only thing stopping us from coming to Cuba was the consistent internet access, we can make it happen.
Yeah, Cuba is...
Oh my God, bro. How is this guy? Dude, somebody clean up my U.S. politics. This motherfucker is getting help from the government of China, from the government of Cuba to go and do propaganda trips? What the Hello? Nobody writes about this? Nobody on the left media? None of the gay people or the thirsty as fuck women care to ask a single question about anything? Or man, I'm sorry. I didn't read the Vanity Fair article that was talking about his big biceps. Maybe they do have some critical reporting in there?
Ada Nutillers watched the debate between Andrew Wilson and Kami. Andrew said you need enforcement against criminality. Then the Kami said if material circumstances were right, criminality would be 0%. That's not true at all. Then said that the enforcement is victims offing the criminal. Enforcement is victims offing... What? Yeah, I don't understand that last part. Crime isn't a consequence of, like, some sort of failed society or whatever. You can see the variety of crimes that are committed. A lot of crime doesn't have anything to do with poverty. It has to do with wealth gap. So you could have a relatively rich society, but because there's a big gap in wealth, what that ends up creating is people know that people have it much better than them, and because of the way the human mind works, there's going to be people who try to make up for that gap rather than by being productive and making more money. They're just going to commit crime. On top of that, there's like crimes of passion. So like if your wife cheats on you or something, like, oh, I'm going to kill them. Or if like you've seen, that's actually been happening with a lot of women now. I've seen a lot of cases lately where wives are killing their husbands because they're cheating on them with some other dude and they want like some clean getaway or something, or they want insurance money. So that's all just made up horseshit. And there's people who are just assholes. There's just like violent psychopaths who just want to like fucking hurt people. So that's just nonsense. Just stupid horseshit. Thanks for the donation, though.
All you need to do is argue that the military base was a legitimate target and some accidents are made in war and it was an unfortunate accident. You don't need to pretend like the kids deserved it, especially since 80% of Iranians hate their government.
That's fucking great. Don't care. Thanks. Thanks for the donation.
Sick.
Wait,
like the government reached out to you?
So yeah, of course. It's well, not reached out to me. There's like there's a middleman there. That they have been sending their doctors out as like medical missions and also generating revenue for the country this way as well. Like, send the doctors
this
out.
is especially important for the relationship with Venezuela, I believe.
To like Jamaica, for example, or other countries where they need additional help. And a piece of their salary goes back to the Cuban government because, like, you know, they've been, it's like military. You know how like soldiers are paid by the government? It's like doctors. Instead of sending soldiers overseas, they send doctors.
You've been to Cuba twice? You've never told us that before. Whenever we ask what countries you've been to, you're like Detroit, Florida and Belgium. You never been to Cuba. I think you're stupid and confusing like the Bahamas with Cuba or something.
No, I've been to Cuba twice. I think the last time was, after grade 8 or something with my mom. I think it was before I started high school. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Okay, we've been talking about a couple trips, chat, Cuba, and also China.
It's just there's limited amount of space.
Yeah,
so.
did he even? Yeah, did he promote like the people organizing this or any? He must have on his stream, and I just don't get linked it because I would anybody link me that. Like you'd think he would try to get his audience to donate or something for the mission or something, right? Like what? Or I don't know these people. The whole it's so weird. Miami.
Please stop comparing Cuba to Miami.
Wait, I'm not trying.
Is that? It's. Imagine
We're gonna send you back on a raft.
Imagine if some.
Does he have another channel? I swear he told me he did a live stream with Wayne or something over the maybe he was talking about Wayne's channel. Okay, Gary said he did some live streams. I don't know if it's with DXC, maybe? Do they have a channel? I don't know if Wayne works with DXC anymore, do they? That's weird. Gary said he did a bunch of live streams with Wayne with that Beagle rescue, and I don't know what channel he was talking about.
You would think you would have told us that you've been to Cuba before. If you really went, you would have told us when we asked what countries you've been to, or you would have made up some story about how you experienced socialism firsthand in Cuba and it sucked.
Well, the first time I went to Cuba, I was pretty young. I don't remember much about it. The only thing I really remember is that I was swimming a lot and I saw a stingray. I do remember we had to walk a ways to the beach and people would harass us for money. And my mom was complaining about it. And I remember there was some lady, I think it was a lady with a really, really fat kid. And she was begging us for money, saying, "My child is starving." Even though her like daughter or something was really fat, and then my mom refused to give her money, and then she remarked, "I don't know how her kid's starving when they're that fat." And then the second time I went, I was in I just finished the 8th grade or something, and we stayed on a resort. We weren't staying like in a hotel in town, so that we could avoid getting like beggars asking us for cash and we wouldn't have to walk to the beach or walk that far. Maybe when people ask me what countries I've been to, I just forgot to mention it. I don't know. Thanks for the donation on the 21st. I donate $2. I agree, VG. It's just stupid. They think that crime and material circumstances are always causal, which is false. What I meant by the last part is that the commie was saying that enforcement against crime would just be the victim killing their rapist, etc. Well, that's not enough. Like, if you like drug and rape somebody, how's the rape victim gonna know who raped them? Like, if you kill somebody, you can't ask the person that was murdered who killed you. So you need, like, a police force. You know, professionals to deal with this stuff. Like, it's fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, eh? Ben Boy donated $2.
That we couldn't do the one thing that we promised because we're dickless incompetence? Now we're never gonna bone because of that used tampon Fogel. How do you get in retirement?
I've seen that movie. I'm not gonna watch a fucking movie clip just so the stream gets taken down. I know, super bad. Thanks for the donation though, Ben Boy.
Video, please subscribe to our new channels, David Zhang 360 and David on China. You can search for both on YouTube with no space, David on China and David Zhang 360, or simply click the links in the description. Is Chang a propaganda voice from the CCP, or is he a man with thoughts? One thing is clear to me, is that his...
There's the completely fabricated, very vivid memory you have about some random fat kid you met in Cuba from a vacation you just said you remembered nothing about because you were too young. You did not go to Cuba. Maybe some island off Florida.
Isn't Cuba, like, technically an island off Florida? I'm gonna be busy over the next few days. Dude, I need a vacation. I really need to win the lottery. I just want a fucking break. Oh, I need a fucking break. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Current opinions as of this week aligns with the Chinese Communist Party.
Unfortunately,
9:30 would right now be a good time to get high. Yeah, I'm gonna get high. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna get one of my gummies to eat and get just a little high. Just a little high. I'll be right back. Oh, all right. Oh, that should get me mildly zooted. Oh.
Next thing you know, you're going to be claiming you went to North Korea but you were too young to remember, and then suddenly bring up some extremely vivid story from your time in North Korea to make your point about how communism sucks hold more weight.
Well, I've never been to North Korea, but I did accidentally go into a girl's bathroom at a movie theater once. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
What are you going to be busy with over the next few days? Did Pat say she wants to spend time with you? Since she's boring and doesn't play any video games, what the fuck do you people do besides sexting? Can't possibly do that for like 12 hours for days.
Oh my god. Oh, he's making biscuits. Hey, handsome. Wow, those are good biscuits. Oh my goodness, you're such a good biscuit maker. Hey, baby. Oh. Oh my goodness. I love this cat so much. Oh. Oh, he's just so wonderful. I love you, Gummy. Oh. Yeah, I love my Gum. I love you so much, little baby. Yeah, I love you. Oh, I love you so much. Such a good boy. Yeah, you're so good. Yeah, you're so good. Hello. Hello there, handsome. Oh. Oh. Hey, baby. Me and Pat have like video dates where we watch anime. We talk about random stuff like what she's doing with school, you know, what's going on in my life. You know, plans for the future. Yeah, we do sexting, obviously. But we can talk for a long ass fucking time. Hours. We get along really well. Thanks for the donation on the 21st.
It is the nature of the Chinese government not to interfere in foreign affairs. China doesn't really have a geopolitical framework, a grand strategy. It really believes in global trade.
China does, in fact, have a foreign intervention policy. Let's just take a look at some of the examples. Economic leverage, restricting trade or tourism to pressure countries like Australia, South Korea, Lithuania, because they said something that the CCP didn't agree with. How about, let's talk about the second one, political influence, funding lobbying in the US or other countries, shaping narratives abroad using what's called the United Front activities. And these essentially are like influencing the Chinese diaspora communities in local areas from the grassroots level to the elites to, they essentially have an entire system called the Political People's Consultative Conference dedicated to capturing Chinese abroad to serve the CCP's interests. You have soft powers, right? There's this campaign against Taiwan where they're actively invading Taiwan, trying to turn their lawmakers, trying to appeal to the Taiwanese that the mainland version of China is the better one.
So what I would...
Is Pat subbed to your OnlyFans? No, but I have sent her nudes. So she doesn't really need that.
Who would you save in a house fire if you can only save one? Pat or Gummy? And what if it were between Pat or Isaac, which one would you save? Since you'd probably save Gummy over Pat, have you told her about that yet? That was your plan with the last girl.
I don't know, man. Don't make me choose. I love them both so much in just different ways. Just like the thought of leaving Gummy in a fire would kill me, but so like same with Pat. I don't know how I don't know. I definitely save Pat over Isaac. That's... No, don't bite me! I don't know why he does that. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st. Freddy Cougar donated $2. Would you consider manga actually reading like the same as reading a normal book? Yes. Started trying to read manga, and for some reason it's hard for me to follow the panels. I focus too much on the words and not the images. Well, for one thing, manga are read from right to left. I don't know what manga you're reading, but it's definitely a problem, particularly in American comics. It can be hard to tell what speech bubbles go in which order. In manga, I haven't found that to be as much of a problem. Manga panels have a much more logical layout in general. So you kind of have to get used to panel layout and what to read first. Again, I don't know what manga you're reading, but generally speaking, manga are much easier to read than American comics. So, I don't know, maybe you're just retarded or something. Thanks for the donation, though, Freddy Krueger.
Do is basically sit down everyone, okay, including Russia, China.
What you doing, Gum Gum? He's so person. Do you guys see this? Do you see how person he is? My goodness, he's so person. Wow, he is so person. You're beautiful, baby. You know I love you.
China, Iran, and say it's time for a new world order where we are partners in this relationship. Right before America was the hegemon, before the U.S. dollar was the world reserve currency. But now what we want to do is open a dialogue where everyone is respected, where
I can't recall you reacting to the third and fourth short from the left.
I reacted to all of these. I might have reacted to a few of these during the kick stream, but I've reacted to these.
Really, nigga? That's an easy fucking question. Gummy is helpless. If you woke up and the house was on fire and you knew Pat was yelling from the basement and you saw Gummy on your way there but you knew you could only save one, the obvious choice is Gum.
I mean, you might be right. Gummy's pretty beautiful. Look at him. I don't think I'd have the heart to leave him behind in a fire. I just wouldn't be able to do that. I think probably what I'd do is I'd just risk all of us dying. Like, I don't think I could live with myself leaving somebody behind, so I'd just take Gummy and Pat and, like, just carry them all. Even if it risks all of us dying. Thanks for that donation.
Would you save Pat in a fire over any of your guys' friends, not including Isaac? How about your mom? GG mom as well?
Yeah, I would. Thanks for the donation, Tool.
America is no longer the bully, but a willing partner in creating a new economic order that benefits everyone and not just a few.
Here, you have Professor Zhang again repeats something that we've heard before, community of common destiny of mankind. And that's essentially a Xi Jinping favorite slogan to say, even though he doesn't explicitly say that. But when he says a new world order with the likes of Russia, China, Iran, and the US, that's essentially the same version of the CCP, saying that the world is big enough to have both China and the US be global leaders. A world where the CCP sits equally at making decisions just as the US can. Multipolarity or whatever the terms, right? This is the stuff, whatever it's being called now, that's the idea. So this is the stuff that the CCP think tanks out of Beijing and universities in China have been telling the world since at least 2010s. So who exactly is Professor Zhang? Is he a deliberate psyop, or is he just playing into the hands of the CCP because of the things he believed in? So today let's do a deep dive into his story. Now, the disclaimer here I want to make is I know people may think that he's made some really good guesses, predictions, and some of them came true, like how Trump was elected in 2024.
Oh my god. I love how people use that as an example. Buddy. People in... Oh my god, I don't know why my headphone's disconnected. People in, Oh my god. The fuck is the... Dude, like inbred fucktards in trailer parks predicted Trump's victory. You know, you didn't have to be a genius to predict Trump's victory. It was literally a 50-50 chance.
That was a cucked bitch answer. How come your arrangement with Redacted was that you agreed you'd both save the animals in a fire and not each other? Why is that not the arrangement with Pat? It should be. She'll end up betraying you in 5 to 10 years anyway.
We haven't really talked about it, okay? Thanks for the donation, 21st.
How he predicted that Iran was going to be the next war, and perhaps even things going forward. My point is, I don't necessarily think that Jiang was a spy to begin with. However, in his current stance on things, his current role, the main purpose is to paint a Western world that is run by some secret organizations and somehow that the US is on its way to fail, when the reality has been the opposite. You can call it painting doom on US-led world order, or this idea of a defeat, like a America must be defeated mindset. Whatever it is, even if he's not a propagandist for the CCP, his actions of painting this picture that the West is inevitably going to fail plays right into the hands of China, who has been calling for this idea of the rising East and the fallen West, right? The entire ambition of the Xi sort of era has been that America is declining, or has declined, China is rising. Unfortunately, you know, we've seen the opposite in reality, right? So this idea, or the goal of it, to discredit the Western world and calling it a conspiracy-driven state, you know, these kind of things. One thing that inspired me to talk about this topic finally, even though I've done a few shorts on this, was the recent Tucker Carlson interview, as well as something a Chinese YouTuber had told me recently. I'll just read you what he said, okay? So here's what he said. He says that today I was scrolling through Chinese social media and it honestly felt like a parallel universe. What's strange is that most people can bypass the firewall and see major overseas information, but they end up with opposite conclusions. The general narrative goes like this. The US is bogged down in war, its allies are distancing themselves, and it's isolated and losing support. Israel is being heavily bombed and is overwhelmed by Iran's proxy, Hezbollah, barely able to cope. And meanwhile, Iran is united, it's organized, and it's steadily escalating with one major moves after another. And here's what I said, okay? I said that, okay, some of them climb over the firewall, scale the firewall just to browse still the same pro-China propaganda accounts. And he replied that, but that's not entirely true. He said,
21st, $22. If this is actually what Trump's negotiating for and trying to achieve in Iran, then this operation would be considered a failure in my view. Ceasefire for 1 month. Dismantling nuclear capabilities. Iran's commitment to never pursue the possession of nuclear. Halting any enrichment. Handing over all enrichment materials. Taking the Natanz forward facilities out of service. International Atomic Energy Agency full access. Iran abandoning its proxy strategy. Effectively halting funding amid the proxies. Ensuring that the Strait of Hormuz remains open. Pressing the issue of American missiles, a later stage, limits on restricting Iran's military capabilities, self-defense, limiting all sanctions. Providing support for the development of civilian nuclear project. Abolishing the snapback mechanism, automatic. If they're proposing this, I feel like they're fairly confident at this point that they are going to establish some kind of meaningful regime change. Who knows, though? I don't know. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Says a lot of what they cite actually comes from the same mainstream sources, including major X accounts that we also follow. And yet they conclude, they draw a hugely different conclusion and what he finds baffling. So for example, take the recent news about the US F-35s making an emergency landing. Sure, it's entirely possible it was attacked, but the plane landed safely and the pilot was okay, unharmed. After 3 weeks of what's basically a large-scale conflict, this is the first time one size aircraft has even been slightly damaged and forced to land. So by any reasonable standard, it's not a big deal, but on mainland Chinese social media accounts, it's full on the celebration. The feeds are flooded with comments like, the myth of American invincibility is shattered, or so this is the day that the US falls, or the once dominant US has actually been beaten by a third-rate
Yes, I saw the Gypsy Crusader fight. Holy fuck, who cares?
country like Iran, and so on. They're looking at roughly the same information as we are, so why are their conclusions so completely different? He says, to me, it feels like long-term conditioning has created a kind of fixed thinking pattern, like a car that only has reverse gear. No matter what you load into it, once it starts moving, it can only go in the opposite direction. Now, I don't think everybody in China thinks like these comments that he's referring to, but I think the vast majority of people actually have this idea, just like Professor Zhang, that the inevitable decline of the West is coming, and it is coming so soon that they can pretty much pick every single piece of evidence from the news about that. Now, I think with the same mindset, you start to understand the stuff that's being said by Professor Zhang. I keep calling him a professor. He's not really a professor, but just for sake of clarity, Professor Zhang, he has the same access, perhaps even more, than the rest of the Chinese population, since he's native in English speaking, or at least fluent. Well, he has somehow still arrived, having been educated at Yale, the same conclusion as Chinese people in China. Could it be because he lives in China, he has the same informational environment around him? Somehow this, his theories started to align with the woke right crowd, which is this idea, again, America is bound to fail, right? If you do anything outside of the country, it's going to fail, which, again, it's contradictory to reality. So he in his channel, Predictive History, puts out videos that do have some correct predictions, as I said. But again, these are things that's jumbled in with ancient conspiracies, occult takes, and super confident prophecies, right? In general, will they actually be accurate? Well, only time can tell. But so far, what we've only seen are things like the surface stuff. Yes, Trump did go to war with Iran, but is it going to last 3 to 5 years as he predicts? I don't think so. Now, let's talk about the real question, right? Is he a CCP shill? He might be what we call the big foreign propaganda, which is a term given to individuals who has risen through prominence or has gained a lot of influence, but at the core of it promotes the CCP's interest while acting like they're not a part of the game. So what I'm telling you is essentially you have these Chinese accounts, sometimes Western accounts, that sounds like what they're saying is very non-biased. Sounds like they have no interest in the game, and yet at key critical moments, they will say something that sways the opinion of people on that thing in favor of China. So I'm very hesitant to fully say that that is the case. Again, I don't want to sound like I'm just simply attacking him. I'm not trying to. I'm just presenting the information as I see it, right? What I think happened was, I'll tell you the backstory of him very soon, but there was at some point a transformation in recent years that led him to start to say things that are aligning with China. So let's talk about his story. John was born in 1976 in Taishan, which is in Guangdong province, southern province, speaking Cantonese. So according to his book, he, at the age of 6, moved to Canada, became a Canadian citizen, grew up in Toronto, speaking only English and Cantonese. In his book, he says he's never even realized that, until much later, that Mandarin and Cantonese were 2 separate languages. So in 1995, he enrolled at Yale as an English literature major, and he got to go to China for an internship as part of the late 90s sort of reform and opening up, and that was where he got his first internship to teach at a high school for a brief period of time. Now, in 2022, he was deported for allegedly spying for an American organization. What he was doing was filming for a documentary for PBS at the time, which is Public Broadcasting Service. And but his very first trip, again, was in 1998, and this is right after he was in Yale. And in his book, he again describes how he didn't really find the right people to talk and connect with. And then after he graduated from Yale, he actually moved to China and worked as a journalist and freelancer. And this is when he started to get into those trouble.
This guy is a massive Chinese sympathizer. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like some kind of indoctrinated propagandist.
With the government in 2002. So you've had to just quickly summarize. In 1995, he went to Yale. 1998, did an internship in China. And then in 2002, while he was working for NGOs in China as a freelance journalist, he got deported. But then the question is, the stuff after 2000 or before 2008, 1999 to 2008, is barely mentioned in his book, which we'll talk about. But the point I want to make is nobody really knows what happened after he was deported because he ended up back in China in and around 2008. Okay, so during this time while he was in China, or maybe around China, he had written a few articles that were, at the time, you could see that he was still very pro-West, pro-NGOs. His views were very interesting. So for example, in December of 2000, Zhang wrote this article in the Far Eastern Economic Review called Consuming Problem. He used tuberculosis patients to criticize China's healthcare system and push
Gummy, don't turn off my computer.
hard for NGOs to step in because the state can't handle it, which very interesting actually, because Chinese officials openly admitted that the pressure on the Chinese public healthcare system in the 1990s were very costly because there were so many people sick in China, and just relying on the state to handle that, it just wasn't possible. So he was stating some facts. And then September 2001, in an article called Fighting to Organize, he said that state-owned enterprise reforms were crushing workers and they needed to spontaneously organize.
Gummy, come here. Get off my computer. Gummy. Gummy. Come here. Come. Come. Please get off my computer. Please don't turn it off. Your paw's right next to the power button. Can you not do that? Off. Get off. Off. Move. Off. Dude, cats just don't listen.
And so you hear these terms, people are going to be like, oh, this guy sounds like he was actually trying to start a color revolution in China. So far, these are quite Western thoughts, right? It doesn't sound like somebody from China would grow up wanting to do, you know? February 2002, in an article called The Nation, same vibe here, just more details. He basically eventually got trouble with the government while he was filming for PBS. And it's very interesting because from 2002 to 2008, it doesn't seem like he was in China, but when 2008 rolled around, Zhang officially started to teach at Shenzhen Middle School at the principal's request. The principal's name was Wang Zheng. He was the former vice principal of Peking University-affiliated high school, which is that same place that Zhang initially interned in 1998. By 2014, after the CCP got rid of a bunch of these foreign NGOs, or kicked them out basically, he disappeared. And then in 2024, Zhang launches the Predictive History on YouTube, drops basically this idea of focus on prophetic Middle Eastern and Iran forecasts, and at the time, obviously gaining a lot of traction. But here's where things get very interesting, okay? So the CCP-aligned propagandists think that Zhang is a CIA asset, and the people like us on the internet think that Zhang is a CCP propagandist. So the CCP guys, in fact, arrived at the same conclusion as us, or as I, which is that he is a big foreign propaganda, except they obviously think he's from the CIA, which tells 90% of the truth, sneaks in 10% of the lies, whereas I think it's the complete opposite because I don't think he's from the CIA. He does this for China, right? So who exactly is he working for? Nobody really knows. And I think clearly, you know, in China, you can't criticize the government and be allowed to do something like this for so long. And he does this on YouTube, right? So he's not popular in China, but he does this on YouTube, which is a platform that obviously you can't access, but he's a Canadian citizen, so technically you could. But again, if you look at
God, Canada. Oh man, why are just... Thanks, Trudeau.
his videos, he never criticized China in a big way, in a way that could get him into trouble, or just in ways where he actually openly offers these criticisms directly against the government, right?
I had no idea that guy was in Canada, that he's a Canadian citizen. Fuck me, dude.
2017, he wrote in a CNN article column that China's firewall of censorship and state media apparatus not having a free press enables tyranny and corruption. Okay, while this is true, the so-called criticisms read the same as if it was written by a scholar from the Brookings Institution, and when they put out something criticizing China, you know, it's like a slap on the wrist, like a gentle tap. Not to mention his articles being featured on China's Youth League paper, which is a state media, so that's something that's very interesting because not everybody gets to feature in these. In these 2014 columns, Zhang repeatedly discussed educational reforms in pursuit of more Western-style education, none of which is too offensive in the eyes of the regime. But you know, coupled with it is that there's nothing critical of the government, right? It simply just exists. And 3 years before that, in 2011, Zhang was even featured again, this time after he wrote in the New York Times. He compares how the Chinese education system breeds test takers and not independent thinkers. And this was before Xi Jinping came into power. So since then, we haven't seen him write anything after 2017. But again, if you had to guess, up until lately, Zhang kept his opinion on China relatively low-key. It wasn't until he got more attention in the recent days in the English space that then he started to talk slowly about China. But again, it's like you have to build a credible background first, right? You have to do it for people to be able to trust you and listen to you, and then you slowly introduce what needs to get across about China. And so he seems to be working as an English philosophy teacher at something called a Moonshot Academy based in Beijing. This private school in the district of Chaoyang, which is a pretty prominent area. And in 2012, it was called Tsinghua High School or affiliated high school. Then it was called Clear Forest School, and then it became Moonshot. The school teaches AP classes along with regular classes. It has a dual scoring system based on GPA and also its own Moonshot system, which according to one student's account is very tiresome even for teachers to score students on. But in one video here, you see Zhang films 3 students that attends his class. They speak good English. Like some of them even sound pretty native, I would say.
I really liked the Iliad already before the class, where I had read a simpler version, since it's a really popular book. And
yeah, like for the first question, I think what this course really gave me. I think for
That sounds like somebody who's lived in like the US or Canada for a while.
the first question, what is the history that we learned from this class? I think
She especially, she sounds like she's lived in like, you know, America or Canada for quite a while.
firstly is that
So that high school clearly has an English program. The tuition for the school annually is $238.
That is not somebody who just goes to an English language school in China. That's somebody who lived in the US or Canada for a while.
1,000 yuan, or converted to USD, $35,000 per year. That's like a college degree or a college tuition, you know. So I believe the target student group is for high end of the medium class or middle class to the high income earners in China. Not necessarily, you know, the CCP officials, their offsprings, but more like a high end for the middle class or the high class people, you know. So going by the general trend of the Chinese people's views, Zhang is teaching students the same stuff, but with more misinformation attached. For example, Zhang believes that the Second Punic War never existed. Hannibal wasn't a real person. He claims that the US will put boots on the ground and institute a draft, which will lead to a civil war because National Guards will be deployed in every state. Meanwhile, he also says the Iranian war might end up being, you know, this 3 to 5 years thing, when in reality, it could end in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And this stuff.
Wait a minute here. If the banks can print as much money as possible, why do we have poverty, right?
Oh my God, what?
So that is the common answer, scarcity. We have poverty because of scarcity. But I already told you this. They can print money out of nothing.
Yeah,
So this is like some anti-capitalist bullshit that he was preaching at a Chinese communist school. Oh my God, that was one of the most retarded things I've ever fucking seen.
So let's just print money so that you and I and Elon Musk have the same amount of money, but a loaf of bread costs $30 billion. That's inflation. That's not how printing money is going to solve poverty. You know, to me, this is just a whole bunch of madness, messiness in a punch bowl, where you take a ladle of the drink. It's got, you know, all sorts of different flavors mixed together, but the sprinkling of it, of this idea that the CCP is bad, but the US is worse. So let's have relative criticisms. If you're going to criticize the US, if you're going to criticize the CCP, you better criticize the US more. In reality, the role it serves is one that overall is very negative towards the US or Western world, but very positive towards the China or China-centric world, right? All right, let me know your thoughts in the comments about this.
Jesus. That is some retarded shit. That's 2 hours. I think that's going to be too long for right now.
Issue, do you think, more about a desire for sex or coupling?
You mean in terms of why people aren't having it?
Yeah.
It's probably both. I think at the core, everybody wants to find someone. Many people may say that they've given up and they're happy on their own, but I do think that's what most people deep down want. And sex is, the thing with sex, though, I think porn is a big part of this issue in terms of why people are turning away from actual sexual activity. They're getting their needs met through this proxy that simulates real sexual activity, because when you're watching porn, the same network of brain regions is activated as when you're actually having sex. So you're having the resulting orgasm and you are, getting these feel good.
Ben Boy donated $2. Let me see.
For anybody asking where I sleep at night, here's your answer.
bus stop round.
Yeah, Daniel's pretty retarded. If reincarnation exists, please do not reincarnate me into Daniel Larson, for fuck's sakes. I think I'd rather be a fruit fly.
Based on Squidward testicles pilled.
Okay, I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Rick.
Once again, here is proof that my mental health has gotten so far with me being homeless that I am literally walking right now, all this distance.
What the fuck was he doing out there?
In May 2024.
Is that Colorado?
From Denver
Yeah.
to Colorado Springs in 3 days. This is a warning. I can go a lot
How did he not die of exposure or something yet?
further than people think. So don't try me.
He's got to be the most, like, retarded cancerous lolcow in all of history.
من صليت بكل الأنبياء يا من في قلبك رحمة للناس.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Rick and Ben Boy.
Chemicals. It helps to self-soothe and regulate your emotions, help calm down if you're stressed out. And so it makes men, I think in particular, less likely to want to go out and go through the hassle of having to talk to a woman, having to sit through a date, having to pay for the date, having to follow up and all this stuff. Like, why bother do that if you can get sexual gratification on a screen? But I think also that leads to potentially like an overall sense of lethargy, because when you are masturbating and having orgasm, you are, you're going to be sleepy after. So is that also, you can tell me, do you think this is not for you, but just...
There's not actually anything proving orgasms make you sleepy. I think there's like a trend where you see women tend to get more activated after an orgasm, but men tend to get more sleepy. But I've never actually seen proof that orgasms inherently make you sleepy and less motivated.
A trend more generally with young men.
Try again.
In terms of, does this affect their motivation? Because I'm wondering for guys, this question of why men are falling behind in society, right? And I'm very concerned for young men, because I imagine I hear all the time from parents that their daughters are doing really well, excelling academically, but their son.
You know why that is? It's because women are graded easier. And they've tested this. The difference in like average grades and I think the difference in grade averages between boys and girls is accounted for by biases in grading. I think they've seen up to a 15% grading bias. So if a girl gets 100% on a test, a boy would get equivalently 85%. Or if a girl gets 75%, a boy will get equivalently 60% for the same quality of work. They've tested this with anonymous standardized tests. They found that when tests were graded anonymously, where the grader didn't know if it was a boy or a girl, or didn't know the student personally, there was no difference. And then when the graders were informed that it's a girl or a boy, or a man or a woman who took the test, or knew them personally and knew their gender, up to 15% of the grade was accounted for by the tester assuming the gender. And I've seen this personally. Like, I remember in my English class, most of my English teachers were men. The one woman I had was actually an extremely strict grader. She was my grade 9 English teacher. She actually graded fairly. She graded very difficultly. She was kind of judging like essays closer to a college level. So most people got really, really horrible grades in her class. She was a great teacher, though. She really improved my writing skills massively. That was the only teacher that was an exception to that. Every other English teacher I've had, they were extremely biased with grading women. And I also had one other female English teacher. I would look at other kids' essays and be like, this is written by a fucking retard, and they got better grades than me. So, and I was good at English. I've had really good English skills since I was a kid. I literally learned how to read on my own. My mom would read books to me when I was a kid, and I learned how to read just from listening to her read the pages, and I just follow what she was saying, and I learned to read that way. I didn't actually need her to read to me anymore. I just let her because I was too lazy to just fucking read on my own. So I've always had really good English skills and like reading and writing skills, but like fucking idiots who were worse than me would get better fucking grades. So, they were all women. It was always the fucking women who would get graded super fucking easily. So I've seen this shit. So boys aren't falling behind in school. Women are just getting an easier pass. Same with the workforce. Women are getting an easier pass when it comes to getting hired and when it comes to not being fired. Women are allowed to make more mistakes. Women are allowed to be worse at the fucking job and have preferential hiring over men, especially white men right now. So that's why women are getting ahead. They're just getting a free fucking pass.
Sons, just for whatever reason, are just they're not enjoying it. You know, they're having mental health issues.
They're just staying at home and fapping all the time.
Yeah, well, maybe not fapping, but they're like, you know, vaping and playing video games or online betting or whatever, and they have no motivation. Do you think porn could be part of that? Because I think.
Well, what's the motivation, right? You try to do good in school, but girls are getting better grades than you from handing in shittier fucking work. And then fucking colleges are just communist fucking shitholes where like you're gonna like have every class start off with all men are rapists. We need to do a land acknowledgement ceremony. And the fucking girl you talk to next to your locker fucking accuses you of rape because you bumped her shoulder by accident. Yeah, so men aren't going to want to go to fucking college, and then when it comes to the workforce, they just don't get hired, no matter what, especially white men. So what motivation would they have if they can't get ahead no matter how hard they try?
Think if you're exposed to this at such a young age, and this is the thing that you're watching every day, and it's your coping strategy, that potentially that's the thing you're going to constantly gravitate toward, and it's actually going to, you know, make you really sedated and lethargic more broadly in life.
Yeah, I think sedated is a great word. I've got another idea that Scott probably can't wait to fucking misquote. The male sedation hypothesis, young male syndrome, which I know that you know about. Historically, high volumes of young sexless men tended to cause anarchy and revolutions and push over granny and set stuff on fire. Why is it, given that we've seen the highest rates of sexlessness amongst young men in the modern world, that we're not seeing the concordant amounts of antisocial behavior? And it's my belief that men are being sedated out of their status-seeking and reproductive seeking.
There's no benefit in committing the violence. First of all, where the fuck did he get that idea? That sexless men start riots and revolutions. Dudes who are like fucking broke because the government sucks. Those are the people who riot and start revolutions. Where, like, I don't know where the fuck he got this idea that there's like some sort of overlap between sexlessness and crime. You can like first of all, serial killers get fucking insane amounts of attention from fucking women. Like I've talked about this over and over again. Like Ted Bundy fucking had women showing up to his court trial in fucking wedding gowns. He got tons of fucking romantic love letters from women, and he fathered a child when he was on death row. Women like criminals. like especially in the fucking black community, the amount of fucking black dudes that talk about this, where women, black women, they won't date the fucking guy who goes to school, gets a good job, makes money. They'll date you know, fucking Tyrone, who makes money from selling fucking weed or crack, and shot a kid once, and they'll date that guy. I'm sure there's other, like, I've seen it all the time, like girls dating like fucking crazy wacko criminals. So none of that makes fucking sense to me. But yeah, when you're starting to see this, like in the UK, when the government is just making everybody broke and poor and like normal, average, everyday working stiffs can't make money, or there's too many fucking immigrants raping their kids, that's when they start fucking rioting. It's usually just related to fucking money. Going Andro donated $2 this Jolington.
It's chest hair. Manchester, feeling horny, never boring. Don't record me, just adore me. Ibuprofen, never joking. Spitting fire, fucking dragon, MDMA, all my fucking system. Fucking listen, mate. Driving Beamers, Cleveland Steamers, Dirty Sanchez in the bleachers, Dirty Fanny. Got a bleacher, gonna blow up like a fucking creeper. Boom, fuck you, mate. Fucking open your fucking ears, mate. It's that fucking UK shit, mate. Fuck off.
I don't think that's Jolington. AI Sloop.
Where we going?
The Foxhill Prison.
That's pretty good, actually. I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. Oh, I'm feeling it now. Just in time to enjoy these silly AI animal videos. It's as if things just line up perfectly for you.
Baby love, no, baby love, no, baby. What's the dog doing? What's the dog doing? What's the dog doing? Doing. Here's. What dog doing?
Yeah, this is why 2 sticks of RAM cost $900. Oh, that's such a good joke. Thanks for that donation, going Andrew. Or Andrew.
One time Gig standing outside high school and girl walks behind and Gig happens to take a step back at same time and she bump her tit on Gig arm and say ow, then she talk to her friend Gig, hear them say he didn't even say sorry, what a jerk, bitch, not my fault.
Yeah, they do that. Oh man. Thanks for the donation, Gig. No. We're not doing any of that. Thanks for the donation, though. I remember in high school, there was this sexy fucking girl named Sadia, and she was from Germany, but I think her ethnicity was like Saudi Arabian. She looked just so unique and exotic and had this big fucking nose. She also had big fucking round titties and this like fucking cat, this gorgeous ass. And what was funny too, she had some sort of dental surgery where she needed her jaw broken and her teeth were wired shut. And I remember for the like most of that school year, like every time she talked, she would talk like this. It was, I don't know, for some reason I thought her jaw getting clamped was like fucking sexy. I think it's like a bondage thing, you know, it's kind of like having a ball gag in your mouth, probably something like that. But I remember that was so fucking sexy that her like teeth were wired shut, so she couldn't open her mouth. And she couldn't eat any solid food, so like she had to like basically live off of protein shakes and smoothies and stuff. So she was like really slim and fit too, but she had like these big tits and big ass. She looked so fucking good, and she let me feel her titties in my history class, and she also felt my pee-pee once, so that was cool. She asked if I had a boner, and I said, yeah, it's kind of hard, and then she said, can I feel? And then I said, yeah, and then she touched my pee-pee. Felt nice, her touching my pee-pee. It's like a little scary having somebody touch your pee-pee for the first time, but felt really nice. Her hand, just soft, warm hand touching my pee-pee through my shorts. And then later she let me touch her titty, and her titty was nice and soft. That was good. Oh, those were the days. I wanted to kill myself in high school. I was severely depressed, but at least I got my pee-pee touched, and I touched a girl's titty.
LTG is making a racist Thai movie. You heard me right.
Let me see.
I've got this is written.
It's amazing how far things have come, but I must always remember the trajectory that brought me here.
Hey, can I borrow those new superhero action figures you brought from out of town? These? Yeah, I'll bring them back tomorrow.
I don't even know why I did that.
Look at the fade, bro. That joint choppy as hell.
He cute, but that haircut crazy. Oh well.
Man, who lined you up like that? Woo.
Stop! You gonna make me cry laughing.
So this is where it began. He went to a black high school. Only a fucking black high school could make a black guy be racist to black guys. Oh, that's so fucking hilarious. He hates black people because he went to a black high school and he's black.
I got a seat for you, broski.
Oh, fuck.
Put him on to school.
I'll be right back. Grab him, bro, before you get back.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's true. He hung around like ratchet ass black kids in high school, in an all black high school.
Take a couple.
Oh shit.
Hey, look at bro sneakers. Ain't no way those real.
Oh my god. So I'm assuming he was left out of parties that he wanted to attend.
Actually, it wouldn't let me prompt myself as a kid. So this is actually this is actually supposed to be 3rd grade. Yeah, it's not supposed to. We're not supposed to be that old. But
okay, I don't know if he went to an all-black high school, or if he's talking about this one particular scene is supposed to be 3rd grade. But if he's like, this guy is unhinged. If going to a fucking black elementary school in 3rd grade made him hate black kids and then black people.
it's hard to do adolescent prompts on Sora.
society, and a country's infrastructure begins to crumble once people start to reward mediocrity, i.e., giving women higher grades for performing worse, and punish intelligence/competence and good work ethic, men who perform better but get lower grades.
Well, and that's fundamentally why communist societies fail. But yeah. Yeah, totally. Thanks for the donation, Jeremy. Yeah, you know, it all makes sense now. He probably went to an all-black school for a while, and then he probably ended up going to a mostly white school, and then he noticed, oh, the white people are better. I hate black people, those fucking blacks. Now it all makes sense. Like, that's probably what he thought. That's fucking funny. Going Andrew donated $2. Let me see.
Yeah.
I didn't see a front plate attached to the front of your car.
Stop sign.
No, I said front plate.
What stop sign?
I'm not saying stop sign.
Oh.
You don't have a license.
What? What's this silly kitty doing? Hmm? Hey, kitty. Yeah. Come relax.
License plate on the front of your car.
Wait, which stop sign?
Are you fucking with me? Got your license?
Why did he do that? I gotta watch that again.
Yeah.
I didn't see a front plate attached to the front of your car.
Stop sign.
No, I said front plate.
What stop sign?
I'm not saying stop sign.
Oh.
You don't have a license plate on the front of your car.
Wait, which stop sign?
Are you fucking with me? Got your license?
Is this like a particular joke? Look up stop sign. What stop sign, man? It's a body cam footage of a cop pulling someone over.
Can you please tell me why you stopping me?
Yeah, I'm about to.
Huh?
I'm about to.
What?
I'm about to tell you.
Stop sign?
No, I said I'm.
What stop sign, man?
I said I'm about to tell you.
Huh? You say stop sign?
No one said stop sign but you.
Why you stopping me?
You made an improper right-hand turn. When you turn onto a new road, you got to turn that closest lane, sir.
Let me get my ID out for your partner.
I appreciate you, man. Can you hand me the beer as well?
Huh?
Can you hand me the beer?
Who?
The beer? Can you hand me the beer?
The alcohol. There's no beer in there.
I can see it. It's right there.
Hey, hold it. Don't be searching my car. We gonna stop me talking about I ran a stop sign. What's going on here?
We had an open container in the car.
Wow.
No, I'm just pulling this up.
Let me see that.
Hey, no.
Okay.
What are you doing, bro?
Sir.
What?
Why did you stop me in the beginning? What's the proper call?
You made an improper right-hand turn.
What is the proper call?
You had to turn into the closest lane provided.
I want you to say that right here.
I did multiple times.
What? Improper right-hand turn?
Yes, that's why you're being stopped.
Are you for real? Like,
and then you also have a beer.
I was at a house and y'all got a warrant to arrest me.
I did?
About an improper turn.
No.
Are you kidding me?
No one got a warrant to arrest you. You just traffic.
It pissed me off, man.
How much you drink tonight?
Wait a minute. I gave you my bank card too?
No, this is your license. Mr. Robinson, I'm over here. How much you have to drink tonight?
Sir?
How much did you drink tonight?
Who?
How much did you drink tonight?
I don't really drink.
That was the beer you were just trying to grab out of my hand.
I ain't finna lie to you, I don't drink.
What? You don't drunk?
I swear to God, I don't drink. All because of an improper turn, as y'all say. A misdemeanor. Ain't that a just my eyes, right? Not my head. The exercise of
I don't know if they'd ever let me, but if I dealt with this shit every day, I'd totally become a cop.
what we're gonna do is the walk and turn. Do you understand? Walk and turn.
Will you be
It's a brace in my leg.
Okay. Will you be able to execute the exercise with the brace?
Oh, I'll try.
Okay.
Why is y'all making me do this?
Put your hands behind your back.
For what?
Because you're under the influence and operating a motor vehicle.
Sir, can I take my car home? You're arrested.
Yes, you're under arrest.
Still, man. For what?
DUI.
DUI?
Yes. Your brace does not affect your ability to count.
Yeah. Hold on, man.
It also does not affect your eyes. It also does not affect the alcohol coming from your breath.
I am not requesting that you submit to a lawful test of your breath for the purpose of determining its alcohol content. Do you consent?
I'm not finna consent to no like that. Let me hurry and go to the goddamn police station so I can get the hell out of jail.
They're gonna do all that.
Hey, officer, roll my windows up. I got to go to jail for some dumb stupid.
What's your head, man?
Ow. I got to go to jail for some dumb.
He's 73. Oh, that was one of the best things I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god, that was incredible. Oh, shit.
You're a baddie, she knows she a 10. She a baddie.
Get your motherfucking ass up when I'm talking. You will be going undercover. You some Justin Bieber, Miley Cyrus looking motherfuckers.
If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3.
I was talking to your partner over here. Fake ass handsome McGee. When I'm talking to him, I'm talking to him. When I say shut the fuck up, I'm talking to you. Now you two sons of bitches in my office now. Right now.
That one wasn't too bad. There's a lot of RE4 ones like that. They're really good.
"你是何人？你是否在山上打败过一只猫？你还活着？你没听说喵有9命吗？接下来我又不客气了，哈哈哈！又来这套，我也不会对你客气。哎呀，喵了个咪的！
That's why RAM prices are $900. Thanks for the donation going, Andrew. Those were good. That fucking black guy. Ton donated $2. So long as depleting all the clean waters in the world are worth less of a lapse from AI to all the oxygen thieves that support or uses AI, hope you're blah 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 something or other. Some gay communist shit. What is this stupid?
Better than people that use AI for everything. You wanna fucking bet? And you know why? We banned...
I don't fucking care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
What's your favorite gay porno?
I wouldn't really know. The only gay porn that I have experience with is stuff I make on OnlyFans, so... Thanks for the donation, faggot. Fanboy donated $2. Let me see.
So I wasn't going to film, but since you have a problem with me bringing my phone in the car, okay, now I'm going to film, because that's my legal right. Okay? Which is my fucking legal right. You told me not to be on the phone in the car. I wasn't.
I said turn off your phone and put it in the console, and you said yes.
I'm not going to put it in the console, but I will be more than happy to stay off my phone and turn it off. You had a problem with me, like, literally having it on my seat. The phone was literally turned off. I guess I'll starve tonight. So what is it?
Get out.
I'm not going to do it.
Because I had my phone.
Get the fucking out of my car!
Okay, don't fucking grab me.
You want me to break your fucking arm?
If you break my arm,
then get the fuck out of my car!
Okay, then let go of me, fucker. If you fucking hit me, nigger. Holy fuck, where did my phone go? Where did...
Quit hitting me!
You hit me, so I
Get
have
out
a
of
right
my
to
car.
defend myself!
Get out of my car! Get out of my car!
Now where's my phone, bitch?
Get open the door and you'll find it! Get out of my car! Ow! God damn you! I'm gonna call the cops now.
No, because you hit me!
Get the hell out of
You
my car!
hit... Oh! Fucker!
Better...
Where did... Ow! Fucking...
Get away from my car!
Holy fucking hell! You ran over me! Fucker! Fucker, nigger!
Yeah, that's Daniel Larson. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Going Andrew to $92 gummy question mark. Yeah, that's literally gummy. Donald Trump's parents, this explains everything. They look evil as shit. Yeah, they do. He'd probably still eat the lettuce. He'd want the chips, though. Thanks for the donation going, Andrew.
I bought a punching bag and a stand. It's my first time hitting a bag. Obviously I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, but it's a good form of cardio. Any tips besides keeping my hands up?
Well, one, I'd get bag gloves, and you might want to wrap your wrists. That will allow you to hit the bag harder, and you'll get a better adaptation from that training for developing power in your punches. Yeah, it's a good form of cardio. You know, just keep at it. Thanks for the donation, though. Smash you on your fucking head. But yeah, you definitely want to wear gloves, and you might want to wrap your wrist, too. Diabetes donated $2. Let me see.
Oh, man. That's the good stuff. You are unbelievable. Can't stop now, Larry. Curry's got a hold on me.
Wilford, that's not seasoning. That's a gallon of Metamucil.
Mm-hmm.
You're dunking prunes in it?
Fiber loves company. Doubles the effect.
You're eating it like funnel cake sugar.
Sweetens the ride. Lets the prune...
Wilford, that's not salt. That's a gallon of Miralax.
Mm-hmm.
You're just dredging the sausage
Fiber
in it?
sticks better with grease. Helps it slide.
You're eating it like powdered sugar.
Keeps the plumbing...
Wilford, that is cough syrup. A whole quart of it. Cherry? You're dunking a corn dog in medicine?
Batter soaks it up. Cuts the bite of the menthol.
That's not a sauce. Is that pork?
The fuck is this? Is this the same? Oh no, it's different, I think.
That's a good tikka.
You're unbelievable.
It's all about the sauce, Larry. I don't know what to say. Look at that.
All right, give me some. I can't just watch this.
Attaboy, Larry.
Oh, it's warm. Best bath.
You're
you'll
out of your
ever take.
mind.
Out of sauce if we keep this up. Look at this river of sauce. It's everywhere.
You're drowning the set, Wilford.
Best thing that ever happened to it.
Oh, my... Ha! It's on the lights.
Let it rain, partner.
Warmest shower I've had in
taste
years.
it.
You're...
It's everywhere. You're drowning the set, Wilfred. Best thing that ever happened to you. This is a tsunami. Warmest shower I had in years. And taste.
What the fuck are these? Thanks for the donation, Diabetes. Smash you on your fucking head, donate $2. I don't like some of these tricks. Some of them require you to have a certain length chain, which is kind of restricting. I tend to prefer nunchucks with a longer chain, so you can't do those a lot of those tricks with a longer chain. But yeah, he's pretty good. I'm pretty decent with nunchucks too.
What's a waste of taxpayer money? What's a waste? What's a waste? Waste of resources. I don't think pensioners, they're elderly people. What's a waste of taxpayer money? What's a waste? What's a waste?
That's not real, right? Thanks for the donation, Smash You on your head. Yeah, that's gotta be AI. That was a cop in the States. They'd just arrest her or just push her away. Smash You on your fucking head. Sometimes I'm embarrassed to be black. This is ridiculous.
Please come in, please.
They have put him too much trouble over here. They have broken the window.
Yeah, I don't know why the fuck there's like ratchet ass black people who act like that. Thanks for the donation, Smash You on your fucking head. It's got to be a lot of single mom. It's like that single mom energy.
The reason why men don't give a shit about school, especially young black men, is because a lot of women, especially black women, like criminals and bad boys over intelligent and educated guys. So what motivation is there to do well in school?
Well, school's just gay. That's not even it. It's just school's gay. You get graded unfairly, like it's just fucking painfully obvious. And again, there's not a very great guarantee, especially these days, that after you get a degree, you'll be able to earn any money. So, thanks for the donation though, Ben Boy.
Fuentes go off on insufferable so-called trad women.
I see.
Sexuality, but nobody's ready for that conversion.
That's true. And don't get me wrong, there's a right way to be against porn, and I think people should be against porn. But there's a lot of women that use porn as a shield, and what they really hate is men's sexuality.
Yeah.
And so I'm very suspicious of women that are on an anti-porn crusade, because a lot of the time, women like to say, it's okay that I'm a whore because you're using porn. And that's a way to justify them being whores. It's a false equivalency.
I don't even see that. I don't think that's what's going on. What I see from women in general, but like especially some of these like Catholic or just kind of stricter Christian women, they plain and simple just want to control men's sexuality. Like it's just a control thing. And yeah, they want their husbands to be miserable, and they want to restrict sex from them in every fucking way, including porn. So they're not allowed to have sex with their fucking wife, because they'll make up every fucking excuse. Then they're not even allowed to fucking watch porn because, like, you know, reasons. Oh, it's like cheating. And then even if you like just fucking jerk off, then they're like, oh, you have time to jerk off, but you don't have time to fucking spend time with me and listen to my horse shit. Like, you know, So I think it's literally just a control thing, and you see this in the trad community because those same women exist in the trad community. But like a lot of women just do that. It's just they use a different way to screen, like gaslight you in the fucking trad community by involving some stupid religious belief in it.
So that's a big one you hear all the time. And just in general, they like to say, well, I don't have to be a lady because all these guys have jacked off before. And you go, that's not quite the same thing. And a big part of it, you're right, is that, you know, and look, maybe, again, people are not ready for this. I think porn is immoral. It's a damnable sin. But it's also a way that men can have sexual autonomy. Because if women are denying men sex, which they do, and it happens inside a marriage, outside a marriage, how can a man take back control of his sexuality? And you might think that's pathetic, and you might...
It's really simple. Women are the gatekeepers for sex. Men are the gatekeepers for relationships. As soon as your girlfriend or, like, don't get married, but as soon as your girlfriend, and hopefully not wife, but even if that's the case, again, just get a prenup before marriage, okay? Just say, okay, we're breaking up. If you want to have sex within a certain frequency, everybody has their own preference, or there's like a minimum allowable, you know, grace period between sessions. So that could be every day for some people. That could be once every couple weeks for others. Just say, okay, we're breaking up. And then they will play ball because that's the way that's what they have to do to keep the relationship. It's that simple. Just, I think especially now, a lot of dudes get like gaslit into thinking there's some special thing when it comes to like sex where you can't make any kind of demands. You know, like this fucking bullshit about like feminism and crap. You can make whatever demands you want in the relationship. If she can demand that you're 6 foot tall or make 6 figures or whatever, women have plenty of fucking demands in relationships. You can make demands too, and that can involve sex. And that's how you take back control of sex, by enforcing those demands. It's that simple. And again, if you can't come to that agreement, then like that's it for the relationship. Just get a new relationship. But yeah, Nick's a bit of an idiot. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
Move, bro. I'm about to crash out. I'm about to end both of them right now. Stop. Don't throw your life away for a room full of nobody. Walk away and you win, man. Don't be a statistic. Mr. Vanderbilt, I need a pass out of this class. I can't sit back there right now.
Yo, he wildin'. Somebody get him a hall pass.
Man, wildin'.
Calm down, D. Calm down. Security.
Nah, man.
Let's go, son. Why isn't she answering the phone? I called 20 times!
He's including this?
Coming over, baby.
No problem. You sure your parents are gone for the weekend?
You're on a cruise. Come in.
Wait, hold up. This yours?
Yes, silly. It's mine. Did you want to play while I put my baby to sleep?
Sure, that's cool. Wait, hold up. You got Tetris?
Yeah, I do. Go ahead. I'll be back.
Hey, bro, you really in here with my baby mama? I'm about to take flight over.
Walter, get out of here! We're not even together! Leave before I call the cops!
I'm so sorry, baby. I don't even know how he knew you were here, I swear.
Why didn't you tell me he knew where you live?
That never happened.
Foul! Don't call me baby. You can't be trusted ever again.
Oh my god.
Must have been the adrenal spirits. I nearly forfeited the night's labor. Unacceptable. Time to resume. Rotate the anchor matrix. The energy doesn't spill, just loops back. Mirror the phase, and the bridge stabilizes. The shift operator, if I mirror the phase and anchor the perimeter, the energy shouldn't leak. Positive term cancels the drift. No, that's wrong. Maybe a closed loop will stabilize it.
Connect here, bring the eigenvalues across, still unstable. Come on, think. It's reciprocal.
The transfer function remains unitary. The vessel's identity stays orthogonal to the host. The invariants fight me, but they balance. Watch this cancel. Here, eigenvalues converge. The determinant collapses at 0, that's the hinge. If the boundary condition holds, phase coherence is preserved.
He got ChatGPT to write some stupid shit.
I nearly forfeited the night's labor. Yeah, but there's reasonings to everything.
That's the whole point.
That's been exactly my experience in many cases. When I break up with a previous girlfriend, many of them start offering their bodies to me afterward. Well, yeah, it's because they realize, oh, so he was serious. Okay. It's all a game. It's all just nonsense. Women are bizarre too. Like, they just want to cause problems. Like, no matter what, they're just not happy, and then they think it's your fault, and then they cause the breakup, but then they still want to be together. Like, it's insane. They're just so full of nonsense. Like, a lot of them.
I figured it out. Time to get a subject.
No. The whole point is
21st donated $2. Let me see.
Pretty cool sorting algorithm. Its job is to turn these packages upside down. And I guess we can just take one. Let's see, we're going to take one of these packages. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Oh, figured it out. Pretty cool. Wait, oh yeah. Sorry about that again. Yep.
That's good. We can finally have robots put packages right side up for us. Do you want to bet the guy was like hit first or something? I'm outraged by this hateful anti-Muslim attack in our city. No one should be targeted with slurs. Muslim New Yorkers deserve to move through the city safely. Islamophobia has no place. Muslim woman thrown to ground by stranger yelling Islamophobic slurs at New York subway stop. I'm gonna guess there is a good likelihood the woman might have started it, but like, there's clearly a way bigger problem with anti-Jewish hate, and we know the mayor.
He's a master. Any new jury in today videos? Fuck. Any new jury in rider videos? 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 Any new jury in comp?
No! What is that horse shit?
Thanks for the donation, 21st.
when you write these prompts, you can't just let AI do everything for you. It's like you can't get good prompts if you just let AI do everything for you. So everything you're seeing here is like it's been written and rehashed, right? You write it to the most punctual, the most top tier poise, everything. You write it yourself, the most banging punctuation you can. Then you ask AI to enhance it with extremely IQ levels. So they'll take it what you already had. Right?
Rewatched your Worst of the Fitness Industry video with Dave Palumbo. Would you address that video differently today now that you're on steroids? Yeah, I would. It would be more about compound selection, dosage being related to those issues, along with other lifestyle, intermingling lifestyle things. So yeah, I would.
right? And they'll like enhance the IQ up off the charts. Come on, I nearly forfeited the night's labor. I can't remember what I put, but it wasn't that. Exactly, yeah, the raw dialogue, all that shit it's not raw AI. Like, we have to program, that's how these prompts look so entertaining. That's why they're so filled with dialogue, with speech. We're prompting everything. This is not, we're not just letting AI do the work for us.
Gentlemen, may I inquire if any of you are interested in acquiring the most lucrative bag you have ever encountered in your lives?
Sure, 30
You really think we can trust him? Man, it sounds good, but stuff like this ain't never free.
The AI didn't write that?
Still, could be the break we've been waiting for. Alright, then we all in, together.
Splendid. If you agree, and all of you sign here, we can begin to proceed. I will also need any weapons or contraband surrendered immediately.
Yo, what is this?
Smells like chicken.
And grapes. Cold, too. He ain't say a word.
Are you enjoying the food and refreshments?
Yeah, solid. Pretty good, man. Can't complain.
There is more than you can possibly imagine waiting for you at the Covenant Factory Research Center.
Dude.
Assume the refreshments are acquired
Oh my god, I think I know where this is going.
to your normal adequate taste. We made sure everything was seasoned to perfection and grape drinks similar to nostalgic Shasta.
Absolutely, bro. But we're still kind of on the fence about all of this. Don't think for a second we folding for chicken and fancy grape drinks.
If you are all finished indulging, we can prepare to leave. After you, gentlemen.
Man, what's gonna happen to us when we get there? I don't know, bro. Feels like we stepping into something we can't see.
Might be a setup, could be nothing. Either way, it don't sit right. Look at him. He ain't said a word since we got in. Just staring out there like he know the ending.
You think he's taking us to the same place they took the others?
This whole ride feel mad weird.
Ain't no telling what we walking into, bro.
Real.
Keep it cool, we gonna see.
Yo, what is this place?
Man, it's like a giant steampunk lab on the hill.
Them windows big enough to drive a train through.
Whole thing look alive, bro. Welcome, gentlemen. These doors only open when they know who's walking through. To your left, Muscle and Menace on a turntable, each one hand-built, one of one. To the right, every grail you ever chased, suspended, untouched. Gentlemen, welcome to the vault. Every pair lives in a pressure-sealed cylinder, untouched by time. This model, 85 high top, first run, mint. Market value sits north of 300,000 and still rising.
300, that's wild.
Look at the leather, bro, like it just left the box.
Sheesh.
Craft on this level isn't owned. Gentlemen, welcome to the gallery. All the power you can dream of driven by steam and steel.
Man, that's wild.
Abundance is a language of precision. Each corridor here is a paragraph in that story.
This hallway gleaming, man.
Floor look like he remembers every step.
Feels like money breathing in here.
Notice the geometry, lapel aligned with the heart, emblem pointing forward. Nothing by
Dodo Donate Teller's gonna be play Shenmue 3 Enhanced. It just released teaser for it.
皆さんこんにちは、鈴木優です。長い間シェンムー3を応援してくださり本当にありがとうございます。今年シェンムー3エンハンスを Nintendo Switch 2、PlayStation 5、Xbox、そして PC で発売する予定です。
Dude, this is nuts. This guy is trying to get another game built.
パッケージ版の予約受付を本日開始しました。お願いいたします。
What are they adding to the Enhanced Edition? I don't know exactly how this is the enhanced version. Weird. Maybe. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. Maybe we'll play it.
accident.
Oh, space talking quiet, but it's loud, you know?
Yo, up top. This way, gentlemen. Notice the light? White chrome reflects everything. Nothing hides. That's how an image should work. Clean, exact. In this studio, we don't chase smiles, we design them. Every surface is drafted like architecture. This veneer is 60 microns thick. Gentlemen, the LLC generator. With a single press of a button, you have your new business at your disposal. Fully equipped and legal for you.
Is Pat a swinger? Is she willing to be paraded around and stretched out by other men that aren't you? Thoughts on fucking a tiny barely legal Chinese teens while making eye contact with Durian Rider?
No, she's not into that, and neither am I. Let me see.
Honestly, I think we both agree that this is our all-time favorite experience that we've ever had with a couple.
Definitely. It was something that was easy to choose from out of all of them because they were experienced. They were.
I mean, and also it's one of our one-night stand stories, but it's our favorite, honestly, even though it is 1 hour. We always...
Gay, dude. Never want to share my partner with someone. Thanks for the donation, fake Dodo, who is really just 21st, pretending to be Dodo.
Or even Cash App transactions.
Yo, this look like some time travel stuff, for real. You telling me I just hit that and it's official? Man, we could have the clothing line set up tonight. Look at the glow on it.
I just realized something. Did they tuck a blunt under this nigga's beanie? Yeah, they did. I just realized.
You telling me I just hit that and it's official? Man, we could have the clothing line set up tonight. Look at the glow on it.
Welcome, gentlemen, to the Pitbull Pen.
Yo, these dogs look like tanks, bruh. For real. Look at the muscle on that gray one.
This whole set of wild steam, gears, all that.
Feels old school, but straight from the future, man. They ever go at it in here?
Only when instructed. Why toil in obscurity? With this Skynet bot farm, a single command unleashes 10,000 autonomous viewers. They don't just watch, they give subs, pad your metrics, and manufacture a viral legacy. We have automated fame itself.
Hold up, bro. You telling me we really about to be the next biggest streamers? Thousands of viewers, hella subs, fans rocking with us crazy?
Gentlemen, starts with the car. Watch, they give subs, pad your metrics, and manufacture a viral legacy. Why toil in obscurity? With this Skynet bot farm, a single command unleashes 10,000 autonomous viewers.
Ben Boyd, $22. Fans are leaking my location. I'm fucking famous.
No, I'm not. Those people are causing the situation. Stop fucking telling me, bitch! You're cursing me. I'm not putting hands on you. I'm not putting hands on you. Try me. Try me. Try me. Try me. Try me, bitch. Try me, bitch. Try me, bitch. Try me, bitch. I will fucking murder you. I will fucking murder you, bitch.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Over with his car. Mom just ran me over with his car. Fucking bitch. Mom just ran me over, fucker. Fucking bitch, nigger. Fucking bitch. Mom is a bitch. Mom is a bitch. Mom is a bitch. So what you going to do? Since you have a problem with me bringing my phone in the car, okay, now I'm going to film because that's how you go right. Okay?
In G minor.
Just running over with his car. Just running over with his car. Just running over fucker.
I don't know why that's so funny, but fuck me. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
They don't just watch, they give subs, pad your metrics, and manufacture a viral legacy. We have automated fame itself.
Hold up, bro. You telling me we really about to be the next biggest streamers? Thousands of viewers, hella subs, fans rocking with us crazy?
Gentlemen, starts with the card. This press generates government-compliant EBT assets, preloaded and ready for immediate circulation. Efficiency is the new social contract.
You really got the EBT printer in the cut. Look at the chip on that joint. It shine like a diamond. We eating steak and lobster for the rest of the year.
The Grooming Gallery.
Hey,
Our fiber
LDG,
spray
I really
technology
like the
ensures a
Daily
hairline
Dunk
that
and
never
the
retreats.
Rooklet.
And our automated
When will this
full
be
set of
finished
braids in
and
mere seconds.
uploaded?
Precision is our only policy.
Say word.
Culinary core. We have distilled the essence of the Sunday dinner. Grease, seasoning, and tradition. All synthesized by steam and steel.
I know I smell them collard greens and yams. The steam press is literally smashing out fried chicken wings. That's wild. This place look like my grandma was back there in the gears cooking herself.
Saccharine Sanctuary. We have distilled the very soul of the Sunday finale. Peach cobblers with a permanent golden crunch, banana pudding with the consistency of a cloud, and pound cakes that retain their moisture for an eternity. This is tradition, accelerated.
Hey, yo, the smell in this bit is crazy.
Feast your eyes, gentlemen. From the crunch of a flaming hot to the golden glaze of a honey bun, we have automated the soul of the corner store, all rendered in high-definition flavor at the pull of a lever.
Oh, God, look at the Arizona flowing out the pipe like a waterfall. And the honey buns, they coming out the oven looking like straight gold bricks, nephew.
This is the Port Premium. We have synthesized the flavor profile of a Newport menthol into a high-proof spirit. It provides the kick of a double shot with the cooling finish of a fresh pack. It smokes as it pours.
Hey, yo, hold it. Did this man just say Newport liquor? Nah, he really the goat for that. Let me get a double shot of that port juice right now.
Gentlemen, now listen. When it comes to brilliance, opulence, and undeniable presence, you already know the language. Feast your eyes on the world's largest Covenant jewelry showroom. Every raw expression of wealth imaginable, curated without compromise. Cubans, rope chains.
Oh, nah, bro. This crazy. You really trying to have us float right now. I see what you're doing, though. Hold up. So you telling me that contract we signed really unlocked all this? Like, all of it?
An indulgence at the final moment, or perhaps a deliberate excess. Ivory engineered to prevent any anthropoids, or, as the less charitable might phrase it, BSB. All understand the inevitability of armament, whether you call them sticks.
What really stopping us, bruh?
Inevitability of armament, whether you call
You really walking us through all these...
Alice. No longer do you need to toil with the peons of the street. Simply go to one of the many dispensers and pick out your desired flavor of blunt.
Bruh.
A place of virtual delight built to fill you with the forgotten pleasure of...
I think you do, huh?
This AI movie he made is like fucking retarded. What the hell is wrong with him?
Behavior through screens, video games, and porn. And yeah, that's what's happening behaviorally. Maybe there's some endocrine disruptors, maybe a lot of weed. I think more people, more young guys smoke weed than drink alcohol now. So yeah, it is a real push toward lethargy. Do I think that you're anesthetizing yourself from your sort of mate-seeking behavior by being able to use porn? Almost certainly, to a degree. I mean, there's even the opposite, which is, what was it? Masturbate before you evaluate was a tagline at university, which was, do I really want to sleep with that girl? Let me have a wank first and work out if I still do. And for the most part, the guys were like, no, wasn't that? I like, what was it? I didn't like you. I was just horny. And in some ways, you go, that avoids me from making a mistake. But when you do it en masse and when it's very easily available, I mean, look, there's some mixed bag data. Dr. David Lay,
perpetual post-nut clarity
is very anti-porn panic. I know Mike Israetel's very anti-porn panic too. And then on the other side, there's some people that behaviorally, it's not recognized as an addiction properly yet, I don't think.
Right.
But it seems impossible to me that one of the strongest drivers for humans being given to them freely, they can essentially push a button, like rubber button for a while, and and they get to experience this thing that, I mean, you know what would be fascinating? I would have loved to have seen in hunter-gatherer tribes how much masturbation occurs. Like, is
probably too busy foraging.
Okay, well, that might be true. Just talk to me. The neuroscience of porn use, is there anything distinct about that that's different to what's happening when people have sex?
Okay, I was going to say something. Oh, so what I was going to say, I agree with you in terms of like, I can see if you're doing it like constantly and it becomes a lifestyle thing, this is what my concern is, if it's like a lifestyle thing for guys. Because I've had men say to me when they are not watching porn, if they manage to cut out porn entirely, that they actually have more motivation to go up and talk to a woman. Because I would imagine if you see a woman that you're attracted to and you want to go speak to her and say you're
I've never had that. I don't know. Maybe some people are just weird.
maybe more shy or anxious, you know in the back of your mind that you can go home and masturbate and that's going to give you a release after. So in some ways, would that not make it a little bit easier for younger guys, especially who may not have as much experience with women, and especially post Me Too, where they're already a little bit understandably more scared to talk to women, how knowing that you have this other option might...
That's a good point. That is a good point. I mean, it's the same thing as if the only way that men could get sex was by marrying a woman, asking her father, becoming a pillar of the community, showing his competence.
That was never the fucking case. Oh my god, this like fucking myth. Oh, dude. What like puts the nail in the coffin to this idea, oh, the only way men could get sex back in the good old days was if they got married. Look at the fucking fake hymens they sell to Muslim women. That's a thing. They'll get these small rubber balloons that they stuff up their vagina, and they'll fill it with like ox blood or something, or food dye or whatever. And they'll stuff it up their vagina to trick their husband before sex that, oh yeah, see, I'm a virgin. You broke my hymen. I'm bleeding. It kind of hurts. That's a normal thing. You have like these Muslim apologist call-in shows too, where they'll like tell Muslim girls, look, we all know what goes on in the real world. It happens. Just tell your husband you're a virgin. You know, why would you ruin a good marriage over, you know, something silly like this? So they know all these kids are going around fucking, all right? So, look, if your pull-out game is pretty good, and you know about fucking ovulation, it's kind of easy to avoid when you're a kid getting a chick pregnant. Normal sexual behavior has always been a thing. This is just silly.
Competence, or if you just need to be in a nightclub at the right time in the right place at 2 a.m, like men will meet those standards appropriately, including the standards for themselves in order to get sexual gratification through a screen. I mean, it is, I can't remember who it was that said it to me, but just for a second, think about how stupid the human brain is and think about how strong our sex drive is. That looking at a 7-inch across screen that I am not a part of someone else having sex with someone else can confuse my brain into thinking some sex is going to happen here.
Yeah.
Like that is how strong this drive is.
This whole theory doesn't make any sense to me. There's no brain confusion going on. You want sexual satisfaction. You got the sexual satisfaction. Your brain isn't convinced of any specific thing.
Is right that a 2-dimensional, exclusively video and audio representation on a teeny tiny little screen popped up against a pillow is enough to convince your brain there might be some sex on. You should respond appropriately.
Yeah.
It is mad.
Also think about what it's doing to kids. Like this is one of the rabbit holes I've been going down more recently and thinking about how has this affected Gen Z's development if they're exposed to porn at such a young age. But in terms of the difference between, say, what's going on in the brain, so same brain network, basically, you know, like regions that are involved in physiological arousal, penile tumescence, visual regions. This was my dissertation actually, so it takes me back now. I'm trying to remember what other parts of motor.
You did a dissertation on penile tumescence.
No.
21st Century Tiller is absolutely fuck-based female judge right here. Let me see.
And things have just changed in such an incredibly dangerous way with young people doing what I just saw you do on that screen. I cannot imagine the fear that person had that was working in that store, that he now has, just trying to go to work, make a living, and go home. And he has 3 people come in and not just grab a little quick something and run out, but terrorize him for quite some time, pulling him around, yanking him around, putting guns in his face, all 3 of you. I also, in addition to the PSI, get jail incident reports. And you apparently like to fight and jump people, which is what's been happening in the jail. So it makes it.
What store/pizza place do you buy pizza from? If I want pizza in a hurry without too much hassle, I just go to the bar down the street, order pizza from them, and if I'm willing to travel a bit, I go to Brockville. There's I think it's 2-for-1 pizza or something like that. They have a really good vegan pesto pizza that I like.
It's very difficult for me to go, oh, this is somebody that's going to get out and behave, who can follow the rules, because you can't even follow the rules in jail. And the pre-sentence report shows that you're a high risk level, which tells me that after they.
Yeah, this judge knows what's up. She knows this guy is just going to create more problems, so just keep him locked up. That's what they should do.
We've looked at everything, that you don't have, unfortunately, a good likelihood of being successful if I were to put you on probation.
Is there such a thing as raw G? Isn't G clarified butter, and the only way to do it is with high heat? So how is there such a thing as raw G? That doesn't make any sense. There's, unless I'm wrong about what G technically is. And G has like no nutrition in it, and it's just pure saturated fats. Literally the worst food you could possibly eat.
And Mr. Coleman's right. We're tired of it. And there's got to be something done. So in cause number 25, DCCR 1759, I'm going to find that you entered your plea of guilty freely and voluntarily. I'm going to find sufficient evidence to find you guilty. And at this time, I'm going to find you guilty of aggravated robbery. I'm going to sentence you to a term of 25 years in the institutional division.
And there's a woman, probably his mom or something. So you know where he gets the shit from.
Come on, Mom. Here.
This is some single mom shit.
I'm going to sentence you to a term of 25 years in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Corrections. You will receive credit on that sentence for any time that you've been in custody that the law gives you the right to receive. I'm handing you the trial court certification. This was not an agreement. You have some rights to appeal. I have also handed you a written admonishment regarding your ineligibility to possess a firearm or ammunition. Because of the judgment entered against you, you're ineligible under Texas law to possess a firearm or ammunition. Possession of a firearm or ammunition could lead to charges against you. You can talk to Mr. Rojas about any questions you have about that. I am making an affirmative finding of a deadly weapon. Mr. Fontenette, I understand that this is harsh, and I know you believe this is harsh, but I think this is necessary. I hope that you go and you make things right. You can get out of prison. You're still going to be young, and you can make your life better. That's going to be up to you, okay? You can go back with the bailiff.
Ace judge.
If women don't want me watching porn, then they should let me have sex with them instead. I won't jerk off if I can use their holes instead of my hands. Like, shit ain't complicated. Why these anti-porn hoes so stupid? You are 777,777 jury and rider. You are.
Well, again, look, any sensible person in a relationship, like any sensible human being, like, look, men generally have a higher sex drive than women, by quite a bit. And I think any sensible person will also recognize that sex in general just seems to be a bit more important to men. Like, they just think about it more. They like clearly need it more. So if a chick's in a relationship, like, something has to happen. Either you have to some degree, satisfy sexual desires. You might not meet completely, where like a dude wants to have sex every day, multiple times a day. That might not be tolerable for you, but like, maybe you can handle every 3 days or something, you know? Maybe you could come to some kind of agreement. Or if you can't, like, if you can only fill the cup up like halfway, okay, well, maybe porn can, like, you know, keep them satisfied and happy, you know? So if you can fill the cup up halfway and then the rest is porn and you're both happy that way, what's the issue? So, but they want it's a game, okay? Like, it's just this fucking manipulative control game. Okay, like, I can understand feeling like a sense of jealousy that you're like masturbating to other women or something, especially like when it's too often. But like, if it's clear, okay, 90% of the time you're satisfied with sex, but then you just have a little bit of porn here and there, you know, to fill that cup. But if you're willing, like, I can understand that jealousy if like 90% is porn, 10% is her, and she wants to have more sex, but you're jerking off to porn. I can understand a situation like that. But when they're not willing to satisfy you and like they won't let you fill the cup even part way with porn, like, it's a control thing. It's a malicious control tactic, and that's all it is. And for no reason. It's just, there's certain people who just take pleasure in making you miserable. So yeah. And when you see that, like, just break up with a person. They're just bad for you. Thanks for the donation though, Ben Boy.
Just watched your Frank Kick stream. Emo, the kick format is better.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Thanks for the donation, James.
Perhaps you have already discussed this topic in previous streams, but have you tried purchasing a TPE sex doll yet? I recommend buying at least one in your life just to see if it is something you would enjoy. They're about 75% of what a real woman is. If Pat moves in, is she gonna take Isaac's room, or was that just a Rockman thing with her being in a separate bed as you because your own wife hated you so much?
We don't talk about that, okay? I don't know exactly how things are going to work out with Pat, but she may actually want to sleep in separate beds at least most of the time, because apparently I do snore fairly loud. Isaac told me he can hear my snoring from his room at night, and he said it's not a problem, like it's really faint. So especially if he has like white noise or something playing, he can't hear me, but yeah, he said he does hear me snoring from the other room. So if my snoring bothers her, she might want to sleep in another room. I do move around a lot at night, so that might also bother her. So I'm fine with separate sleeping arrangements. I kind of like it in some ways, but like I don't know what the arrangement is going to be with Pat. It's like stuff like that's different in other relationships, but we haven't even moved in together. We're not planning on moving in together right away. She was going to move to another city that's close by, when she moves to Canada. Thanks for the donation though, 21st. Yeah, we don't talk about that anymore, man. I really just, it's been so long and I just want to move past it. I'm kind of done. I aired out all the grievances I needed to. Talked about it a bit here and there. I entertained some of your curiosities. I'm kind of done. It's it was such a bad part of my life, and I just want it done with, man.
No, not just penile tumescence, but it was on basically like male sexuality and sexual arousal. And
Okay.
yeah, I looked at the structure and function of the brain. I used 4 different types of brain imaging. It was a lot of fun. It was a very expensive
was.
study, but I was I was extremely blessed.
Really fun for the men. Yeah. Yeah.
I got a sleep study done, and apparently I had pretty bad sleep apnea when I lay on my back, but when I lay on my side or stomach, I don't have any detectable sleep apnea, even though I still snore. And what's it called? I tend to be a side or stomach sleeper. I don't tend to sleep on my back, so I'm not going to bother with a sleep apnea mask or CPAP machine.
And so basically, it's
We don't talk about it, dude. We're done. Not even code names, okay?
it's the same network. It's not activated as strongly, but it's very much the same regions, and that's why pornography is so compelling, and why I think for people who, especially if that is your primary mode of sexual release, it very much become a preference or a stand-in.
You're habituating more than anything. It's just, what do you
No.
do? You know, guys that tend to go to the same bar all the time, sit in the same seat, order the same coffee, like, this just becomes a part of your daily routine. And there's this weird habituation effect, I think, with porn. Mary Harrington calls it the law of fap entropy, which is whatever you start out wanking to gets progressively more extreme over time.
That's actually, I like her work, but actually that's not exactly accurate.
Tell me what is accurate.
For guys who end up watching, quote, extreme stuff, that's actually what they liked all along. It just took them a while to admit it to themselves.
Oh, God, the algo wasn't delivering them what they needed until it took a bit of time to refine it.
Well, because understandably, men who have these unusual sexual preferences, they're
Blueberry
a
porn
little
and
bit, yeah, balloons.
Yep.
They're a little bit more reluctant to say out loud. So
Even to themselves.
even to themselves. And so
Oh, that's so
when
interesting.
they're explaining to, say, their partner or their friends, or if they're talking about this, to
That's
other
so
people.
good. I love that. I mean, the law still works, but not for the reason that you think. It's not a progressive habituation to more extreme stuff. It's a progressive revealing to yourself of what you wanted.
Disinhibition.
That's so cool. What about gooning? Let's talk about gooning.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, you could spend your life masturbating, watching porn if you want to. There's enough content out there for sure. So gooning, I'm sure your audience knows what this term is, but it's basically predominantly men who like to masturbate to no end in sight. And basically, my understanding, they might have multiple screens open for hours. They don't reach an orgasm. It's like edging, but for a longer period of time. And they don't really have any conflict about it. They quite enjoy it.
How's porn affected women?
I think there are more women struggling with porn issues than people realize, because this has predominantly been an issue, like, say, porn.
I remember that chick, Jane Michaels. She did the nofap thing, and she said she had problems with porn. I tried asking her what porn she watched, and she wouldn't answer. It was too embarrassing for her. I was really curious. I'm always curious what kind of porn women like to watch. Sort of interesting. Most chicks that I know, they don't masturbate to porn. They like masturbate to reading books or like talking to some AI chatbot thing. But yeah, it's always interesting hearing what porn chicks watch. Sometimes it's really weird. I've known some women who identified as heterosexual who liked watching either women masturbate or women having like lesbian sex or just girls kissing. I know some chicks who are into gay porn. Sometimes it's just kissing, but sometimes it's like full on just gay sex. Sasha Grey was like almost only watched gay porn, which is weird. So most chicks are really not into gay dudes. Sometimes it's more vanilla, just like, amateur stuff. Threesome, 2 girls for sure. Yeah, that's hot. Yeah, I was talking to some chick on OnlyFans. She was subbed to my OnlyFans. She was super into cum. Like, really fucking obsessed with cum. She loved, like, drinking cum and just, like, eating cum every day. And she was also bisexual, so she liked watching 2 girls suck on a dude's dick. She was like super into that. She was pretty hot and freaky. I think she was from some gay country like Finland or Sweden or something. Yeah, and she was into having girl-guy threesomes where she like sucks dude's dick with like another chick. I really like watching Asian girls kiss. I don't know why, but like Japanese girl lesbian kisses, those are just fucking hot. They just get so fucking wet and slobbery. Yeah, 21st, I see your comment. We're not talking about it anymore, okay, dude? Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. What is this? Is this AI? Kind of feels like AI. Maybe it's not. Well, she's got nice legs. She's got a nice butt. Yeah, I feel like this is likely AI. There's got to be AI OnlyFans accounts now, right? Pretty sure that's AI.
Between work, life, and just social media and everything, nobody, okay? Nobody creates problems that don't need to be problems more than fucking women, okay? I'm telling you, lately, it's just something in the water, I guess. Myself included sometimes. Sometimes I gotta double check myself and go, does this need to be a problem? And most of the time, always, usually, 99% of the time, it really does not, okay? They're just making problems just to make problems. They go, life is so good. I'm so happy. How can I fuck up everyone else's day?
I think it has something to do with like anti-competitive strategies with women. I think they get jealous of their partner and then they try to make you miserable and drag you down. I think that's what it is. It has something to do with women's anti-competitive mindsets, and they end up getting jealous of their partners or friends. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo. Did we watch the last one? No.
Stereotype, and it's false.
I don't think all
We do
Muslims
not-
are terrorists.
we're not
I don't
terrorists.
think
If I
all
was a
Muslims are
terrorist, you think I'd
terrorists.
be alive right now?
I don't think all Muslims are terrorists. I never said that.
Well, you like hinted it.
No, I think most terrorists on Earth are Muslims because the GTI says so. The top 10 biggest terrorist groups in
You
the world
think
are all...
most terrorists are Muslims? In
Yeah, they are.
Israel, the IDF, Israeli Defense Force, they are terrorists. They are terrorizing Gaza. Are they terrorists in your belief system?
No.
What the hell? What the hell? You support Israel?
Mm-hmm.
You're
Yeah, just dumbass. She's kind of cute. I'd let her suck my dick. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Sup Richard, people who say the more porn you watch, the more extreme porn you need to watch to get off are so fucking stupid. Like if someone watches 1000 porn videos, suddenly they need to watch CP or bestiality to get off. Fucking dumbasses.
Yeah, I haven't seen any data indicating that's true. There may be some people with that anecdotal experience, but I have never seen any data indicating that that's the case. And that's certainly not been my experience. Like, periodically, I might just be into certain things. Like, I might just be on a streak where I watch, like, all Asian lesbians, and then I'll, like, switch to just anal fucking videos or something, but like, I've always been into the same stuff. Thanks for the donation, Saxby.
Damn, that Asian girl is kinda hot. I'm going to fap to her right now.
Yeah, she's pretty cute. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Quote addiction, although like you said, I don't believe porn is addictive. I think it's a poor coping mechanism for people who have anxiety and who procrastinate. That's really what it's been. When I talk to men with this
sedating,
problem.
not addicting.
Yeah, well, because if you say you have anxiety or you lack assertiveness, it's a very easy way to distract yourself and not have to deal with the problems in your life, which I have a lot of compassion for people who struggle with this, because I think because it's pornography, it's related to sex, it's a lot more stigmatized. So I understand why people want to call it an addiction, because there have been studies that claim that it's addiction, but they don't account for other confounding variables. So they don't ask about things like paraphilias. They don't, from what I've seen, they don't ask about anxiety. So you don't know, when you're looking at these brain regions that are supposed to be different, that are correlated with addiction, you don't know if what you're seeing in the people with porn problems is due to addiction, or is it due to the fact that they're anxious, or the fact that they have these unusual sexual interests. So I think that research could be a little bit cleaner. If it does happen that new studies come out showing this, then I'm fully on board with that. But I'm just not really convinced, because when you talk to guys with porn problems, almost always they have anxiety. And this is a way for them to avoid talking to their spouse or their girlfriend.
So what's different with women?
Women, I think it's the same thing. We don't know as much about women, because this is an issue that I think has only really become more of a problem with the younger generation, maybe even millennial women, like younger millennial women, with the accessibility of porn. But I think even, because it's even with studies, when they're looking at, say, the effects of porn on kids, women have only really started to show more negative body image, say, or body comparison more recently, because girls are being exposed to it now. Girls tend to watch porn later than boys, and they tend to watch it maybe once or twice out of curiosity. But I do think with like Gen Z, they're being exposed to this even before their first sexual experience, before their first orgasm. They can't make sense of it. And I think that it can be integrated into their life a little bit more. So the same thing, I think anxiety, usually for anyone with a porn issue, there's a history of some form of sexual trauma, unfortunately. So there it's a way that
Anyone with a porn issue,
can
or
revisit it.
most people with a porn issue, there is some history of sexual trauma.
Not everyone, but in my experience, many of them have had some issue with, either with abuse or being exposed to porn at a young age, either accidentally, and that was like a traumatic thing. Like when I say trauma, I'm not, the way sometimes people use the word trauma nowadays is very flippant, right? They use it over the
You mean actual
insignificant thing. No, yeah, I'm referring to something that is actually quite horrific and awful. Or they...
Son Goku Donate Tillers, rate this chick on a scale of 1 to 10. I'd for her a solid 6.5. You mean the Asian girl? Nah, I'd rate her higher, like 7. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Or they might have been shown it in the process of grooming.
So what do you think's going on? Is it just disinhibition, dysregulation? Is it the same reason that people who maybe had a childhood trauma struggle with gambling, or struggle with drugs or alcohol, or their emotions?
I'm not addicted to porn. I could stop at any moment. I've only fapped 8 times today. Saying porn is bad is like saying the gym is bad. You need to work out your penis muscles every day, or you will no longer get erections. Plus gooners live longer.
Yeah, it's science. You're right. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Age. Is it just the same, but the particular pathway these people have found is porn? Or is there something specific about the mechanism that porn gives that helps them to sort of, I don't know, alchemize, or try and alchemize whatever they went through?
It could be partially a biological thing, because it's like a self-soothing thing. So especially for children, if they're not taught ways to self-regulate, they're looking for ways to feel good when they're stressed out or upset, right? So some people gravitate toward drugs and alcohol. Other people might gravitate toward porn. I think it depends on how old you are, probably when you come across it initially, what your experience is when you see it. Like, is it a pleasurable thing? But I think for the men, say, who've, like when I was doing...
First time I jerked off was when I was like about 5 years old, I think. I was at daycare, and there was a girl who was playing Twister, and she was wearing a skirt. Ended up seeing her skirt, and then, like, upper skirt, and I saw her panties and her butt. And then I just got super fucking horny, and I didn't know what masturbating was or anything, or hear about it. I just had to, like, fucking touch my wiener, because, like, my dick got hard, and it just felt good, and I wanted to, like, rub on it. And then I went to this like gazebo thing they had outside in the playground area, and I hid behind it, and I just stroked my fucking dick, and I just came. That's the first it's like this crazy fucking horny gooner kid. And yeah, I just got fucking turned on by some girl I saw.
Research who had these negative experiences in childhood, it was a way of revisiting it to try and make sense of it, I think. But I really strongly believe, like, sitting down with a competent therapist and working through that stuff could be very helpful for people.
A quick aside, you've probably heard experts like
spaghetti.
What about sex dolls? Would you learn? They're good? Are they bad? Did you design one?
I made one in my likeness. I did. Well, I was on the hunt to make
Was it
one
for
in my
sale?
likeness. I'm not answering that question. It was actually a lot of fun to go on that exploration. So in each chapter, I go into a little like mini adventure. That's what I call them, where I go and I research the technology and try it out. And so I went and explored sex dolls and robots, and it's crazy what's out there. It's very, very realistic, I have to say. I didn't consummate my relationship with any of these dolls, but in terms
Would
of
have been weird to have
looking at
done it with
them-
your own one.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I thought, is that technically masturbation or is that, what is that?
What's autogynephilia? Which one's that one?
Autogynephilia is when you are sexually aroused at a man is sexually aroused at the thought of having the body of a woman. So when you see someone who's born male who has a desire to transition to female.
I don't know if I was producing any sperm back then, but I like jizzed. Something came out.
That is, if they are attracted to women or if they are attracted to both men and women, that's autogynephilia. Whereas if they are born male and attracted to men and want to transition to female, then it's considered the gay subtype. So this was my first book, The End of Gender. But basically, yeah, autogynephilia is a huge, huge motivator for the whole trans ideology, activism.
I wonder if you
the ones
could-
who are the angriest are autogynephiles.
I wonder if you would be able to provide them with. I wonder if you could get people a self-sex doll of them, but the opposite sex.
Oh, I've seen some people do this. They will get like
You're fucking kidding me.
No,
I thought this was a new idea. I was breaking new ground. I made a joke to see if we can eBay your old sex doll and try and, fucking help the advance of the book and get some sales in there.
Thank you.
and then I thought this was new frontiers, but people have got sex dolls of themselves in the opposite sex.
Yeah, and they wear them.
What's wear them mean?
Well, they put it on themselves to become that.
So it's like a suit.
Yeah. So it's not really a doll, I guess. It's
Right.
more like a rubber suit, but it's in the fashion to look like a doll to some degree because it's like silicone material.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But what else can I tell your audience? We're getting there. The sex robots are definitely coming. They are.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a line between doll and robot?
So right now, like the AI software is I love that chapter. Writing the chapter on the AI companions was so much fun. It was also just so frightening for me because they're so realistic. But so that importing that into a doll is very much possible. Now it's just about the question of how do you get
The first time I jerked off was at 16, I think. I think the reason why it took me so long was because I was raised religious and also I hit puberty late. I think my first gooning cess was to a 50 Shades of Grey scene, which is cringe and stupid, I know.
Wow, that is cringe and stupid. Wow. Really cringe. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
the robot to move in a realistic way sexually. So you have robots that can, say, gyrate their hips, or they'll have like internal suctions in the vagina, so it helps with an orgasm. What other things can they do? But in terms of the movement, it's still quite limited. The difference between a doll and a robot would be that physical movement. So a doll is stationary, or sometimes they'll hang them, but I guess it's still stationary. Like
They hang them?
They'll hang them up on, so they're like standing.
What are they doing with them when they're standing?
Well, you can look that up.
Okay, fair enough. I don't need to. I have to assume that the market for sex dolls is 99.99% men, or are there some women in this?
Mostly men. And during the pandemic, one company told me they made $20 million in sales, which is astronomical.
Wow.
And it is mostly high school educated. So on average, high school educated men who make about $40K a year.
How much are the
single or
dolls?
Divorced. Starts at couple hundred to tens of thousands, depending how realistic you want it to be.
Okay, so if you're a blue collar worker, you're going for the more sort of entry level
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. There are some guys who are, say, make more, like, I'm thinking of one particular study where they had the income.
First
so some guys
time I jerked it, I
making
was confused why stuff was coming out of my cock. I am kinda nostalgic for my first masturbation experience though because it seemed better back then. I wonder if it's going to be a similar thing when I finally lose my virginity.
I don't know, man. I just know I'm high as fuck right now. I did not expect the gummy to hit me that hard, but oh boy. I am feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Oh, I'm feeling it. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Say more than six figures will have the dolls, but it tends to be more among men who either I think are quite heartbroken and they don't want to bother going through, or they're divorced, they don't want to go through the process of dating, or it's guys who want to have sexual novelty but they can't actually either attract real life partners or they don't have the means for it, so they'll buy the dolls instead.
That makes me sad.
Hey VG, I've been door dashing for my current job, delivering food, and I feel really bad for it. I'm trying to do things so I don't have to deal with animal products. Am I a bad person for this? Any advice? Thank you.
No, they'd still be eating that food either way, so no. Wouldn't feel bad about it. You gotta pay the bills, dude. Thanks for the donation, Teardrop.
The idea that, someone's past emotional challenges, whether deserved or accidental or purposeful, victimized, whatever, it causes them to sort of turn away.
I was also scared of naked women and vaginas because I didn't really know what they looked like until I was like 17 to 18.
I've always thought vaginas were really pretty. Like, at least good ones, I guess, but, you can always get a gross one, but I always liked the way girls' vaginas looked. They were, like, cute and moist, and you just want to put stuff in them. I like the way vaginas taste, too, and the way they smell. I also really like buttholes, too. Girls' buttholes are just so fucking pretty. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Away entirely from human.
Yeah.
And I suppose that the fact that you now have this option for someone to, I don't need to. You can just imagine. What about the AI companions thing? I saw a bunch of furor 2 or 3 weeks ago when ChatGPT discontinued 4.0, and 4.0 had a very particular type of personality to it, and that discontinuation was for lots of people. There was a subreddit, and I can't remember what it's called, AI partner, r/AI partner or something. People being in beyond hysterics, like absolutely fucking heartbroken by it. So what was your experience with AI companions?
Because people do fall in love with their AI chatbots. And before I tested them out, I didn't think such a thing would be possible because I didn't think that the technology was that realistic.
Until you fell in love with one.
Until I fell in love with all of my dozens of AI boyfriends.
You had dozens?
I had dozens.
Do you like Bonnie Blue? Go on.
I had girlfriends too. So I had,
Okay.
so I made dozens of them across dozens of platforms. I really wanted to try them all out to see where are they at. And there were a couple of platforms that were definitely more realistic. But I will say what happened with ChatGPT, that's not the first time. There's another platform that something similar happened a couple of years ago where they removed the erotic role-playing capabilities, or they put it behind a paywall. And people were so devastated because they said, my AI doesn't remember me anymore. Like, they're really cold. It reminded them of being socially rejected in the past, and it's very upsetting.
Mac Daddy Johnny Tillers, my first FAP was when I was 12 years old. I remember the very first porn video. It was a lesbian threesome video. One of the stars was Faye Reagan. I didn't even stroke because I didn't know how to masturbate, so I just rubbed. I thought my cum was cancer. The fuck? I remember when I saw my first lesbian porn, I was so fucking turned on. Way more turned on than I had ever been. I really like watching girls have sex. It's fucking hot. Thanks for the donation, Mac Daddy.
For them. So again, I mean, the scientist side of me thinks like this is so cool and so crazy that we're advancing so quickly. But then the other part of me says, wait a minute, like, look at where we are right now as a society. And is this really a good thing? Because what is this going to do now? If we have this discrepancy in terms of the sex ratio and people having sex and people not even wanting to connect or date, there's a study by Pew showing that over half of single people are not interested in dating at all. So now we have
not in short term, not in casual or long term mating.
Yeah.
It's wild. I remember seeing that study.
It's going to be so easy just to go down the route of one of these alternatives. And they are so realistic. Like, you really cannot tell that it is an AI. If I had not programmed it and myself had said, this is your name, this is what you look like, this is your personality.
It's only over text, though, right? Is it voice?
You could do voice too.
So kind of like when you speak to ChatGPT.
Yeah, I thought like it sounded like a real person I was talking to.
And does it push into erotica as well?
Yeah. Yeah, they flirt with you. They get, like, if you're sarcastic, they pick up on it. It was crazy. Like, I really thought it was going to be very stilted. Some of them are still like that, where some platforms, you have to be very literal.
Really work with it.
Yeah.
They're a difficult partner.
Yeah.
In other news, you've probably heard me talk about Element.
I think that's why I kinda always had a fantasy of getting groomed by a female teacher, because then at least I would have someone show me what sex was at a young age. Being sheltered until I was practically an adult, I think, did long-term psychological damage.
Huh. Interesting. I've always had power fantasies with women where I just control them and I have, like, they have no rights and I could have, like, a harem of slaves and stuff. And I've always wanted to, like, just publicly embarrass, like, my slaves too. Just force them to walk around naked in public. Like, I've always just had power fantasies and domination fantasies. I've never been interested in the idea of, like, women having power over me. I've never gotten that. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy. Let me see. When did sex recession start?
When did the sex recession start, in your opinion?
It's been documented for probably the last 30 years or so. Like the 90s was when it really started to taper a little bit, but it's been the most, I'd say.
This dono is for Gum Gum. Yum gum dim sum, 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 yum gum dim sum cock.
Gummy very much appreciates that. He's my yum gum dim sum.
Also, why I'm still virgin, because I am traumatized by not understanding what sex or being horny felt like until later. I partly blame my genetics and religious upbringing, but I don't think I would still be virgin if an older woman took advantage of me.
You need some testosterone, dude. Get on TRT. That sounds like what your fundamental problem is. But this is Gum Gum. He's a sweet boy. I love him. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy and Non-Wib. Appreciate it. Gum Gum is such a sweet boy. You guys do not understand how soft he is. He is such a sweetie. Oh my god, I love Gum Gum. What a nice, wonderful boy. So sweet and loving. My goodness.
Prominent in the last 20 years. COVID definitely played a role in making things worse, but it was happening before that. So the internet, I think, is a big part of what's happening. Smartphones as well, social media. So sadly, social media was supposed to make us more connected, and it's, if anything, seems to have made us more divided, even outside of the realm of sexuality. I think in terms of politically, in terms of men and women, in terms of even subcultures on the internet, just everyone seems to be fighting with each other and hating each other. So I think that's feeding into it as well. There's this larger, like, political hatred that's happening between men and women that's also fomenting this decline in sex. Because if you hate the opposite sex, it's going to be very difficult to want to have a relationship with them or to date them.
I had some stats I wanted to read out to you.
Yeah, it's communism. That's part of the whole communist plot. They're giving women these feminist ideals to make them hate men.
1 in 8 26-year-olds are a virgin. 24% had no sex in the past year, about double the rate of 2010. Among men from 18 to 24, around 1 in 3 report no sexual activity in the past year. 26% of US adults reported no sex in 2021. 37% of adults having weekly sex is down from 55% in 1990. 37% weekly, down from 55%. 37% of Gen Z had no sex in the last month versus 19% of millennials. So even when we're talking millennials haven't got it, there's a big jump again. 48% of married couples had no sex in the past month, and the dead bedroom subreddit is just cranking at the moment. But this is my favorite one. This is my favorite one by far. Survey of Gen Z found 67% would prioritize a good night's sleep over sex.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
You like a good night's sleep?
Well, that too. But the fact that
Yeah, I'd say it depends on how good the sex would be. If I get to sniff some rear end, oh yeah, I'll lose some sleep over that.
yeah, this is such a common trend. And it started, 2016 was when the first really big study came out showing this. And at the time I thought this is probably a fluke. It's probably a one-time thing, but more and more, it just consistently, right? It's like so many data sources are showing the same thing. It's very concerning. I do think mental health is another big part of it, right? I think people are very exhausted, right? Day-to-day life, but it's also lacking prioritization of sex. These other replacements for sex are taking the place because they're easier. And then globally, 5% of people are depressed right now. So if you're depressed or you're anxious, like Gen Z is half of Gen Z has a diagnosed mental disorder, and of them, 90% have anxiety. There's a lot of anxious Gen Zers. And so if you're anxious and depressed, the last thing you're going to want to do is go out and meet people, sit down, have a date, potentially face rejection, have to be entertaining, loss of motivation, feeling very self-conscious, all of this stuff. So it's multifaceted in terms of, I think, all of the factors that are leading people to decide instead, I'd rather just stay at home and swipe on apps, even if I'm not meeting anybody, or
Sleep.
Sleep.
I'll sleep.
Yeah.
What's happening with hypergamy?
Hypergamy has taken on a life of its own, I think, in internet culture. So it's this, from a research perspective or scientific perspective, it's the idea that women tend to want to date or marry men who are at the same level of success or who are more successful than they are. So women typically marry up. And so, yes, this is true. I think in some ways it's gone a little bit off the rails because, I write in Sextinction about 3 6s rule. So the idea that women look for men who are 6 feet or taller, who make 6 figures or more, and who have a 6-inch penis. Can I say penis on your
Or larger
podcast?
You can say penis if you'd like.
Every other media outlet, I've been like, is it?
Yeah, the 666.
If I take testosterone, what would be the benefits? I know you recommended that before when I said I was suicidal, no longer depressed but still anhedonic. Only joy I get is from being asleep and busting nut, but no point in sleeping if I can't have wet dreams.
So testosterone's dopaminergic and GABAergic, so it makes you feel happier in general, and it also makes you feel more motivated, and you get more joy and pleasure and reward from things that cause you joy, pleasure, reward. So it makes you more motivated in general. On top of that, it does make you more horny, does give you better erections, so that might help you and make you more motivated. And also helps make you more jacked, helps you build muscle, so pretty great. And yeah, if you're suffering from ahedonia, I don't know how you don't have depression, but you have ahedonia. That's bizarre. Those two things just seem to come hand in hand. So yeah, I would recommend going on testosterone, dude. You may, in fact, have low testosterone, which is why you have the depression and ahedonia. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy. I would highly recommend you go on testosterone, dude. Sounds like you need it.
Okay, if I say this, you can bleep it out. So, or manhood. So basically, if a man...
I fucked my sleep up for a week, fucking a chick in a park at 2 a.m. back in 2023. We wrapped it up at 6 a.m. Limo. Who chooses sleep over pussy? What the fuck? Yeah, I mean... sex is pretty great. I really need to smell the rear end. I just love sniffing butts, dude. Especially if I get some butt sniffing action. Come on. I love the smell of girls' bums. Vegan Gains, do you prefer the new throwing controls in Metal Gear Solid Delta, or do you like the old pressure system? The new controls, dude. The pressure system was fucking terrible.
Man does not meet those criteria, he's not considered worthy of your time in, say, the internet dating culture for women. And I do, like, I mean, none of those things really correlate with success in a relationship or marriage. So when you do the calculations, as I have, you know, it comes down to like this tiny, tiny percentage. And then you have to also take into account, is he nice to you? Do you have chemistry? Do you have things in common? Can you have a conversation? Does your conversation last more than like 5 seconds, you know? So like the more important factors whittle it down even smaller to even smaller of a percentage. So I think women who are abiding by these criteria may be missing the bigger picture.
How many women do you think are abiding by the 3 6s rule?
So it's interesting because when you look at the internet and what's on social media, this is something that women are really pushing forward. I question, but at the same time, having talked to a lot of men about what dating is like nowadays, they, from what I've been told, women have really unrealistic standards in terms of what they're looking for. But I would also say, you know, social media has made men want to date like super hot, you know, women who may or may not look like their photos, may be super photo edited and really perfect looking, but may or may not look like that in real life, or might have a ton of procedures, as I have a chapter on plastic surgery. So I think both sexes have very unrealistic expectations of what they want.
That is bullshit. It's just women, man.
But like anything, like evolutionary psychology and biology is not prescriptive. It's not saying this is what you should do. It's just basically generalizing or noticing trends in behavior, or that explains mating psychology. And like anything, the internet takes it and just like runs away with it.
I don't know. My favorite place for doing mating research is the pool at Soho House here in Austin. And it honestly, it's fucking ground zero for looking at mating dynamics. And
imagine you're in a glory hole, but for butt sniffing. I've actually had that fantasy where like girls' butts are stuck in a wall, where I could just go up and sniff all their butts. That'd be nice. But it's Big Lenny's butt. Well, you can tell if it's a girl's butt, dude. There's no way Big Lenny could get away with doing that.
A lot of the time I'd be there with friends and there'd be a group of girls on the bed next to us, and they'd, you know, be 24 or something, and they're paying for a Soho House.
I think just don't trust most advice, because I went to therapy and my therapist was a stupid bitch. I told her I was depressed because I can't smell hot women's butts. She got offended for some reason and got kicked out. Also, my med's not working well, Butrin.
Wellbutrin is horrible. That's one of the worst fucking drugs I've ever taken. I would recommend testosterone over Wellbutrin, dude. The problem with convincing dudes that they need to go on like testosterone is it's like stigmatized so much. Like, oh, steroids, and like on top of that you have to inject it with a needle, and a lot of people are apprehensive about needles and drugs with needles. You don't realize just how good it is. Like, there's no way to explain to somebody how good it is. It's a shame that there's that, like, not some way you can give somebody a taste of it. You know, like, it's like trying to convince somebody like how good ice cream tastes, but they look at ice cream and they think it looks disgusting for some reason. Like, dude, just eat the fucking ice cream. You'll love it. You know? It's really hard. My friend recently had a psychotic episode induced from Wellbutrin. Wellbutrin just... I think that's the drug that ended up fucking up my appetite too. Turned me into a fucking zombie. I couldn't think straight. I'd forget like conversations that I had like a minute ago. It was so bad. I fucking hated that drug.
House membership, and it's a couple of grand a year, so they're probably educated and earning well or whatever. They have never said, oh, it's because of the size of some guy's penis. No, you could say they wouldn't want to publicly state that. That's kind of a bit uncouth. That's going to make them seem a little bit silly. The data that I saw from Mac and Murphy, the last he was sat in that seat, suggests that if you're a guy with a 6...
Literally never met a dude that said my girl had to look like a supermodel. Men don't say that. Yeah. Like, on average, most dudes are happy with a girl who's good looking enough. Like, obviously, dudes get super turned on by, like, really, really good looking women, but dudes will date a woman who is good looking enough. They don't have to be super fucking hot. Just pretty enough where you can get turned on, you know? And it's like enjoyable to think about kissing them. That's it. So I don't know where the fuck she's getting this shit from where, oh, men on dating apps are too picky. Like, are you fucking kidding me? That is just nuts.
6-inch erect penis, you're in like the 97th percentile. So it's
being on TRT is fucking amazing, dude. First time I fucked after the T hit me the first time, it must have looked like fucking domestic violence. It's so great, and like your erection quality, it's comparable to being on Cialis. I had to go on Cialis when I was super depressed, and the erection quality you get on testosterone is similar to Cialis.
bigger than basically any woman has ever seen. So I get the sense that that's not an issue. The 6-pack abs, if you switch it out for that,
right,
which is a guy that's sort of muscular and in good condition, I could see that a little bit more. I think if women actually saw like full 6-inch penises more, they would actually be like, 98th percentile.
Well, yeah, because the average penis is 5 inches.
Yes.
But what's interesting is most women say they want a 6-inch penis. Most men think women want a 7-inch penis.
The penis research is really confusing and weird. Women aren't good at measuring, for one thing. They don't have good spatial skills, and I've noticed this. I've had arguments with a lot of different girls over how long something is, like just random objects. I've literally had arguments over how long an inch is with women before, like by using like visual, like an inch is this long, and then they're like, no, an inch is like this. Like it's weird. Women have really bad spatial skills, and like I've had girls tell me they think my dick is like 9 or 10 inches long, and I'm like, no, you're off by a few inches, not by that much, but by a few inches. And like so yeah, when girls say they like, when they're saying my boyfriend has like a 8 or 9 inch dick or something, it's probably like 6 inches. Women aren't good. They seem to overestimate a lot. So when I see some of this research where I've seen conflicting things, I've seen like research where girls will say they want like a fucking 7 or 8 or 9 inch penis, but then when you actually look at the boyfriends they're dating and they do the study where they confirm the measurement of their boyfriend's penis, it tends to be around 5 or 6 inches. Like and then you like you have the sexual satisfaction scores correlated to penis size. It's not that well correlated, but again, it seems to be that women are most happy around the 6 or 7 inch mark. Like, but yeah, women will report preferring women like penises that are longer than they actually want, it seems. And I think it's because of the mismatch in measurement. Ben Boy donated $2. Yes, I don't know why my doctor prescribed that drug. Hasn't done anything for me. Also, they told me they were going to give me something else, but never called me back. Last night, I also got super nauseous. I don't know why I felt like vomiting. I don't know if from meds. I know Wellbutrin also causes brain damage. You don't want to be on that drug for a long period of time. Buddy, I'm telling you, just go on test. Get your testosterone checked and see if your doctor will prescribe you, but like if they won't, just get test on, through market sources. You know what I mean? It's so much, it's just you should just do it, man. Thanks for the donation, but like again, People will listen to their doctor, and then their doctor will prescribe them Wellbutrin that just like fucks your life up and makes you feel even more miserable. But then they won't listen to me when I say, like, dude, take testosterone. And I've been on all these drugs. I've had suicidal depression and shit. Trust me. Just go on test.
And most men think that they have a 6-inch penis, probably.
Most men are actually harder on themselves. That I didn't mean to.
Oh, they have a. They think they have a 4-inch penis.
My doctor refuses to tell me my T-score. Yeah, right. Oh, doctors want to help you, right? Yeah, work with your doctor. Oh, yeah. They won't even let you make an informed decision. Like they're just fucking lying retards.
Yeah.
They have a 5-inch penis. Women want a 6-inch penis, and men think that women want a 7-inch penis.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
and so that's the thing also with hypergamy. I feel men are really, I don't want to say hard on themselves, but difficult. They challenge themselves more than they need
Keep
to.
using the word hard. It's fine.
Because they think like women want, again, like I read about looks maxing. Men think that women want this super hot Chad guy, that he has to have perfect bone structure, that he has to have all these metrics, right? Especially guys are getting penile injections in terms of filler, or they're getting like enlargement, and women, I mean, yes.
Yeah, I haven't researched the fillers as much, the temporary fillers. Like anything, I've seen people do reviews of those online and they say they're great and they love them. But I've seen they can cause scarring and then they can make your penis like curved in a weird way and it hurts when you get an erection. So I would say just stay away from surgeries on your dick. Just doesn't seem like it's worth it.
Some women do like those things, but by and large, most women care more about resources and protection and are you a good person. So I think hypergamy has also gone off the rails a bit in that way, in that men think that women just keep wanting more and more and more and better and better and better. And to some extent that's true, but I think also like you have.
My wife argued with me because she thought a loud noise was coming from underneath our apartment when it was clearly a circular saw right above our bedroom. Yeah. That's sounds about right. Dude, my uncle had a holy fuck. Some of the stories I heard about my uncle and his ex-wife. My God. She would tell him to do some kind of work on the house. He had to use some like power saw or something to cut away something on the side of the house. She told him to do it, like get it done today. He does it. So he's using this power tool, like it might have been a drill or something, into the house. And it's obviously going to create a noise. She comes out storming, yelling at him, "Do you have to make all that fucking noise?" And then he's like, "You told me to do this. Like, it's going to make noise. Do you want me to do it or not?" Like, and then she's like, "There's no way it's supposed to make that much noise." And it's like, okay, well, why don't you do it since you know everything about it? And then like, she like says, "You're a fucking asshole," like slams the door. It's my God, dude. It's just so fucked how people just get so mean and nasty like that. Like, I can understand drifting apart and falling out of love, like that happens, but just why do you have to be so mean and nasty to somebody for no fucking reason and they know they're doing it? Like, it's absolutely deliberate. It's just, some people are just fucking assholes.
You know what? Fuck it. Why not? I don't care about side effects of if I lose my dick because at this point I probably won't live longer than 5 more years anyway. It's not just lack of pussy, my brain don't work right anymore, I just think of death all time.
Yeah, go on test, dude. You got nothing to lose by trying it. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
We have to give love some credit as well. And if you're happy with someone, I don't think the other person is going to have a reason to go elsewhere.
Yeah, I get this, and the internet, it makes a lot of sense on the internet because it's very easy to put into a spreadsheet. I can put my height, I can put my penis length, which I do all the time. I can put all their objective metrics.
Also, why do you think I donate so much? I'm not rich by any means, I just find no enjoyment in almost anything. Everything is gay and stupid, only thing I like doing is watching your stream, but I still get shit for it because people say I'm dumb and autist.
Well, again, just listen to me, dude. Go on testosterone. You can thank me later. All right, Ben Boy? I would start off with 20 milligrams per day. You can use insulin syringes. You might have trouble drawing out the oil with a 30 gauge insulin syringe. See if you can find a 27 gauge. And just inject it into your shoulder. That's the easiest way. You can look up how to inject TRT online. Do not use a large 22 gauge hypodermic needle. That's fucking stupid. Find a needle that's at largest 25 gauge and smallest 30 gauge. You can find 30 gauge, just injection needles, easy. I would recommend either 27 or 30. That's the least painful. 25 is still pretty painless, but you're going to have more scar tissue. But I'd recommend 20 milligrams per day. Daily injection with either test enanthate or test cypionate. Again, easiest way, just draw it with an insulin syringe and then just inject it into your shoulder. If you want to use a needle with the like a bigger needle, use a 22 gauge extraction needle and then a 25 to 30 gauge injection needle. And just do that every day. Get some Arimidex, just in case you start having estrogenic side effects. And then just take one pill of the Arimidex. That should crush your estrogen down lower, like pretty low. And then just lower the dose to maybe like 10 or 15. And then just work your way back up to 20 over the course of a few days. And then your body has to get used to these exogenous hormones. And I can guarantee you, in pretty short order, you will feel much better. Alawali went on test. He said his cardio got way better, but yeah, Alawali, how are you feeling on the test? Like mentally and shit. But thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Trust me, it's just the right thing to do. I figured it out last year. It's just good for dudes to be on test.
And it's kind of like that is having a boyfriend cringe now article. Yeah. Very quickly, if you go outside, you realize that is having a boyfriend cringe is only true on the internet in the same way as the Kardashians made skinny not a fad as cringe. Like it really doesn't exist if you go out into the real world. If you go and sit around Soho House pool, for the most part, the issues that at least I hear from women and that I hear at my live shows is guys aren't ready to commit and they're not sufficiently emotionally educated and they don't seem very balanced and they don't really have their life together. They don't have a mission and they don't know where they're going. Now, I think that a lot of that is maybe publicly acceptable ways of putting a more difficult to define sense that there just wasn't chemistry. Something wasn't quite right. Why? It's like, well, if you're a post-grad girl trying to date a blue-collar guy, there might be a little sense of socioeconomic imbalance going on here. And have you heard me talk about the tall girl problem? By giving you this one?
I have the high heel problem.
Yeah, fucking Scott Galloway. Scott Galloway keeps calling it the high heel effect because he's ancient and he's demented. It's the tall girl problem. And then he stole it from me and started talking about it on CNN and misnamed it. And now anyway.
Tell me, Chris, what is the tall girl problem?
Look, it's exactly what you're talking about, which is if you have women that are socioeconomically more successful, you have an ever increasing group of high performing women and an ever decreasing group of ultra high performing men that are above and across from them. That gives most men this sort of invisibility cloak that means that they're not seen by women as potential protector providers. It creates a large cohort of women that did everything right. I went to university. I got the job. I pursued my career. I've got financial independence. And I'm struggling to find any guys that I'm attracted to. And I can't really work out why. And he seems really good, but that guy that's in the rarefied strata at the top has a wealth of options. So they're able to use and discard women. And then that really sort of gnarly outcome is that if you have casual sex with somebody, that skews your own self perspective of your mate value. your self-referential mate value perspective gets a little bit tuned up, and you think, well, I got it for one night. I should be able to get it. It's like,
whereby test. You can go the legal route and either get it prescribed by your doctor or a TRT clinic. Right now, it's pretty easy. You can shop around online for online TRT clinics. And you can find ones that will prescribe you without getting any tests. Just say that you have every symptom of low testosterone, and you may be able to find some that will prescribe you through like just online. They'll just get you in contact with a doctor, just say you have every low testosterone symptom, and then say you've been having it for years, just bullshit, and then they can prescribe you. Or if they make you get a test, you can just not sleep for like 2 days straight and then get the test done. Your test should be like 0. You can also starve yourself for 2 days. Not eating will also lower your test like crazy. So that's another way to do it. That's the legal route. Or you can just find some black market source, you know.
there is a difference between what you can get on rent and what you can buy. And that altogether, it doesn't make for a very easy environment, because these women don't want to be used and discarded, but they also don't necessarily feel that much resonance with the...
Mentally, less of a bitch. Physically, I'm in the gym more and shit and doing hella cardio every other day. Yeah, the big mental benefit I get from testosterone is, like, one, I do just feel better. Just like more positive mood and everything, but you are mentally less of a bitch. Like, problems just don't bother you like they do when you're natural. Like, you know, something will pop up. Everyone has, like, you know, normal daily stressors, or like something happens in their life, you know, like, you know, family member dies or something, but you just kind of maintain a more positive, productive mindset. And you're like, okay, well, this happened. Oh, well, can't control it. This is how I'll, you know, overcome it. And then, you know, I'll just get it done. And it just doesn't phase you like it normally would. It puts you in just like a perfect kind of mindset, you know, to just deal with life.
the guys that are in the cohort of men that are socioeconomically below them. Men that are in relationships where they're not the primary breadwinner, 50% more likely to use erectile dysfunction medication. Man loses his job, the likelihood of marriage, of divorce doubles. Woman loses her job, no difference in terms of the likelihood of divorce. So all of these things are kind of raw physics of the system. And we can say, well, maybe you can offset hypergamy. Maybe people are not going to, the women are going to learn to value other things in this way. And I get the sense that this is more the literal physics of the system, like largely unbreakable.
Have you sniffed Asian anus? No, but I'm going to.
And I mean, that for coupling, for young people, especially given women out-earn men by $1,500 per year up to age 30.
1 in 7 couples now is...
Amazon has an online pharmacy with online doctors. I wonder if that's only in the States. That's interesting. I'd like to get a diagnosis for ADHD and possibly get ADHD meds. Either ADD, ADHD, I don't know what they are, but I'm pretty sure I do have attention deficit problems.
The woman is the primary breadwinner.
Yeah. Yeah, the bottom 40% of male earners and the top 20% of female earners are dating female primary breadwinner. Mm-hmm. So the top quintile for women and the bottom 2 quintiles for men are dating in the opposite hypergamous direction. Just that, like, don't even need to talk about the endocrine disruptors and the desire for sex and porn and all the rest.
Yeah, Pat's Asian.
Of it. Just the coupling.
Why an enthate? You can either go with an enthate or cypionate. My opinion, for most people, an enthate is probably better. It seems to have a more predictable bioavailability and rate in which the ester cleaves. And it's a little more pulsatile with like serum concentration, so it'll peak, post injection, and then you'll get a lower trough compared to cypionate. And that might have a benefit for increasing libido. It's possible because you don't get the constant sort of aromatization that you do with cypionate, because the levels are just always kind of where they are. So I think the way the ester cleaves and how it metabolizes, the pulsatile serum concentrations and how that might affect conversion to DHT and estrogen, I think it has a benefit with libido, because I noticed that my libido did increase a bit on an enthate, even though the dose was the same. I switched to cypionate to an enthate. I kept the daily dose the same when I initially did that, and I did notice a change in my libido. It picked up a bit.
Right, just simply the coupling there. Because I'd be interested to know how much hypergamy plays a role when it comes to a one-night stand.
Well, okay, so that's a huge thesis.
Try this. Might be US only.
Showing your items, something. Well, that's a pharmacy. You need to get a prescription. So, okay, I'll look into that. I'll look into the Amazon pharmacy thing, because you gave me the link to the American site. I'll see if they can get you in contact with a doctor or something. I would imagine it's only on the US, because I know you can order medications through Amazon with a prescription in Canada. I don't know if they can link you up with a doctor in Canada. Thanks for the donation, though, Saxby. Yeah, you're way more assertive on TRT. When my T is high enough, I was fucking flirting with the perlator lady and the phlebotomist at the clinic. Haha, totally out of character for me. That's funny. I remember I went on some antidepressant medication. I can't remember which one, but it made me way more sociable. I noticed right away when I started taking it, I'd talk to people when I normally don't. Like if somebody would say hi, I'd say like, oh, hey, and then just leave. Whereas when I was on that medication, I remember, people would say hi, and I'm like, oh, hey, how are you doing? Oh, I noticed the other day you were like riding your bike. What kind of bike do you ride? Like I'd start up a conversation. It was really weird.
Of my book, this idea that because women are becoming more educated.
Yeah, I've taken dopamine receptor antagonist drugs. I've been on NDRI before, and I think an SNDRI.
More financially successful than men, they have fewer suitable bachelors to choose from. So what you find is that very successful
Tall girl problem.
Well, I need to coin my own term.
Yeah,
for
my
this.
girlfriend's Asian.
And I'll go on CNN
and then misquote call it something else. Call it something else, and then you and Scott can have a fucking battle to the end of time to work out who can misquote me. It's fine.
So what happens, as you're saying, is that there's this smaller pool of very successful men who have their pick of the lot, who they're disincentivized in terms of settling down.
Mm-hmm.
So if they want, I mean, they can have multiple marriages. And
yeah, I'm off all antidepressants. I haven't been on any antipsychotics, antidepressants, anti-anxiety meds since I had that mushroom trip. I think it's been almost 2 years now.
In a row, you will see this happening. So you can't have,
yeah, I think it's been 2 years
polygyny,
now.
but what you'll have is multiple marriages in a row. So they'll marry someone, have children, divorce her, have another marriage, have children, divorce her, go on. So, and then what happens is with men's dual mating strategy is that, you have long-term choices and short-term options. And so the women who fall into the short-term bucket.
Will taking testosterone help me get a hot Asian girlfriend? Yeah, absolutely.
May erroneously think that they are one of the long-term options, but men very much, when they meet someone or meet a woman, they choose which bucket she's going to go into, and there's not much chance of a crossover.
Madonna whore complex.
Yeah, exactly. So in terms of hypergamy and how to fix it,
how's birth control contributed to this?
So birth control has affected mating psychology. I'll start with women. It's because birth control halts ovulation. So just very briefly for your audience, in case they may not be aware of how birth control works, ovulation is when women are the most fertile in their cycle. So that's when they can become pregnant. So that window is typically around, say, day 11 to 16 of your cycle. So your first day of menstruation is day 1, and then it goes into, I'll leave it at that. So basically, when you're ovulating, because you can get pregnant, your sexual psychology is, we'll say, at its peak. I think it's a very interesting time to be studying in terms of women and their mating decisions, because that's when their decisions about sex have the greatest potential consequences. So if you're halting that process in a woman, or an entire multiple generations of women, 1 in 10 women of childbearing age is on the pill. So
1 in 10.
Mhm.
I would have thought it would be more.
You would think it's more, but it's
What about in the West?
11%. That's in America.
No way, it's
11.
only 11%.
Yeah, according to the CDC.
Have you encountered that's any type of birth control, or just the pill?
Pill.
So you could have the implant, the
So,
arm
yeah.
implant thing. You could have the injection.
When you took a dopamine receptor antagonist, did you have akathisia, agitation? I took perclorazepam and I had akathisia. No. What did happen when I came off of it, though, was I had this, 3-hour period where I was unbelievably, ridiculously happy and feeling good. It was when I came off of it. I think it was the second day. Just ridiculously felt fucking incredible and amazing. I was hoping that feeling would never end. Felt like I was floating on a cloud. It was crazy. That lasted for about 3 hours. And then after that, I started having, this happened when I was on it. I was having weird random eye movements where my eyes would just really quickly go back and forth. They'd go right, left, right, and then back, or left, right, left, and then back to center. And I couldn't control it. And that also happened for a while after I went off it. And I remember I was also having this weird feeling of vertigo. It lasted for about a week, where if I moved my eyes, if I looked far left or far right, I'd get dizzy all of a sudden, and then it would go away once I just looked forward. But yeah, looking far right or far left would give me this weird feeling of vertigo after I came off of it, and that lasted for a week.
Bruh, fuck this bitch.
Trans Data Library, Deborah So. Deborah So is a freelance journalist, columnist, sexologist who is known for writing articles opposing transgender rights in the media. Okay, this kind of explains why she's on Chris Williams' podcast. Her work has appeared in outlets such as Washington, Exclaimer, blah. She made several podcasts that each touched upon transgender issues. She appeared on blah, 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 Dr. Phil. Most notable work is a book published in 2020, which covers gender issues as presented for a layman audience. Book promotes the concept of essential differences between sexes and disputes the validity of trans folk. I don't know why sex differences invalidates being trans. Educational credentials: earned her Doctor of Philosophy degree in neuroscience from York University. Defending her dissertation June 17, 2016. James Cantor is listed as a member of her examining committee. She has subsequently worked as a columnist, podcaster. Philosophy and neuroscience. Opinion writing throughout her career. So has published over 420 articles across nearly a dozen outlets. Frequently promoted the idea that a large number of transgender youth are mistaken about their gender identity due to social contagion effect, an idea that experts in the field agree there is no evidence to support. I think there's some degree of truth to the social contagion thing, but I think it's isolated to groups of girls. And it's probably not a common thing because just there's not that many trans people. But I am starting to believe that there may be some truth to this in certain communities of girls. But I don't think it's this widespread thing where a huge proportion of trans people in general have that. I think it's only girls that that's happening too. Media appearances. So has written a book on trans issues entitled The End of Gender, Debunking Myths About Sexual Identity. Book promotes the idea that there are essential biological differences in the psychology between sexes. Sure. But I mean, I don't know why that creates a problem for trans identities. Denies the legitimacy of transgender individuals. It has resulted in praise from Ben Shapiro, yeah. Of course. Joe Rogan Experience. She also appeared with Joe Rogan to speak against the COVID-19 vaccines. Okay, she's a crackpot. So's most notable work outside of her book is her self-produced podcast. Consists of discussion with conservative and far-right personalities such as James Lindsay and Chris Rufo. They discuss a variety of issues such as why gender transitioning for minors needs to be eliminated or how there are innate psychological differences between men and women. I don't know what she means by innate. Like, there's psychological differences between men and women, but that's due to statistics. So you're going to find men that are like very non-aggressive, very submissive, have a lot of like feminine tendencies, and then you'll find women that are the opposite, that have like those male tendencies. And you will find men and women who don't even identify as men or women, and they identify as the opposite sex, and they have all the kind of common behavioral, cognitive like aspects that you'd expect in a woman or a man, but they're the opposite sex. So I like, again, this can only be this is a statistical thing. It's like a bell curve. So I don't know what the fuck they mean when they say shit like that. Like, they're probably just too stupid to understand the concept. So okay, so she's just a fucking dumbass crackpot.
You could have IUD, you could have marina coil.
Yeah, all the in Extinction, I have the statistic regarding like all birth control, but or rather all contraception.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of the pill specifically, so what happens is if you're not ovulating, you're basically blunted in terms of that sexual interest and that signaling. Because during that time, women have been shown in studies to wear more provocative clothing. They're more likely to want to go out to clubs and meet men, to socialize, things like that.
There is no evidence for anything she's claiming. The only birth control pills that seem to affect, the only hormonal contraceptives that seem to affect women's sex drive or sexual preferences are progesterone-based hormonal birth control devices or medications. They're very commonly associated with depression. And what's interesting is 19-nor steroids, so things like nandrolone, they mimic progesterone in the body. So dudes who take high doses of nandrolone, especially when it's nandrolone-only cycles, they tend to also suffer from depression and anxiety. And women also seem to suffer from depression and anxiety more when they take progesterone-based birth control. So those are the only ones that seem to affect affect sexual activity or like desire. The estrogen-based ones, they don't seem to do that. There's no correlation.
That, right, to meet partners. And also men can tell when women are ovulating. So they can tell in terms of a woman's appearance, they can tell by her scent. And men who...
Assuming you're getting steroids that are properly made, steroids last for many, 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 many years. Like, you're talking decades. I know people who've talked about taking steroids for several decades since they're like in their teens, and they end up finding an old vial of like, Masteron or testosterone that they had sitting in the back of their cupboard that they weren't aware of for over a decade, and they use it and it works and they don't get an infection or anything. The medication probably degrades, so it might degrade by, like 1% or something every year. So after 10 years, it might have 90 or 80% of the potency or something it has, but if they're made properly, they last for years.
Who are
You
in
can tell by the way that they walk.
Mm.
You see that study where they did silhouettes of women walking down the street?
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah, it's wild. So, and men in relationships will show more mate guarding behaviors when their partner is ovulating if she's not on the pill.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
That's
so
cool.
That's made up. Just horseshit nonsense.
he'll call and check up on her. I don't know that these
That
men are
is just-
necessarily consciously aware.
That is just absolute bullshit. Complete nonsense. This woman's a quack. Just total quack.
But they're trying to basically, you know, like C block
Mhm.
other guys.
Mhm.
So if that's off the table entirely,
Don't shave my pubes, but I do trim them. I kind of get a Bin Laden's beard going on, so I do have to trim it.
surely that's doing something as well to men's mating psychology. And so I think if women want to take the pill or not take the pill, that's their choice. But I wish there was more in terms of information for young women, especially considering that many young women get on the pill when they are, say, teenagers. They're on it for non-sexual purposes, so things like regulating their menstrual cycle or, say, for their skin or whatever reason. And they, I don't think,
My
are
coworker
aware.
was watching Frank Tufano shorts during my entire lunch break. I wanted to kill myself.
Really? Like, unironically? No way. Unironically watching Frank Tufano, like, oh, this is good advice? That's crazy. I'd watch out for that fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, faggot. Hopefully he doesn't use any heavy machinery around you.
Necessarily of this side effect and how this might change their reproductive choices. Because what happens is once you get on the pill, and I have a chapter on reproductive technology.
I had depression and anxiety, and it was generalized anxiety. I would just feel anxious for absolutely no reason. After I had the mushroom trip, both the depression and the anxiety went away. Just totally cleared it.
Like egg freezing and IVF. So once you start to delay your fertility, you're going to spend more time later on trying to make up for it if you decide to have children. And I don't think that young women are necessarily as aware of that either, that your biology is something very important to consider as a woman. And it's, you know, that's seen as sexist to say that, but that's the reality. And, you know, especially if you want a family, it's important to prioritize that because that process is going to affect you in a way that's different for men.
Yeah, I had Sarah Hill completely just took my head off with all of the impact of hormonal birth control. I think that a lot of the modern mental health issues that we're seeing with young women can probably be laid at the feet of, at least, I would love to do.
Interesting. I was going to ask you, what was like shooting for those novels? Have you talked about this?
So the way that I used to do it was I would shoot with a photographer for just my portfolio stuff. So it wasn't purposefully raunchy shit. I guess I don't know. I just turned it on. I don't know what happened. Anyway, it got picked up. The first shoot that I did got picked up by a really good author and put on the cover of a book called Ricochet. And then I got flown out to go and do some of these, they're like book conventions, I suppose.
Oh.
But the entire thing is like 2,000 dark romance readers. So there's me and a couple of the other cover models, and then the husbands of the authors that are there to help them.
Okay.
And that's it. And it's just, apart from that,
Weird.
it's just female readers, which sounds wonderful in practice, but I was 27, 28 or something like that. The age profile, I was the youngest person in the room usually by like a factor of 2. Anyway, it was interesting. It was fun. It's a part of my history, but I've aged out. Yeah. I could anyway. So you've already got what's happening with hormonal birth control for women, and then we do have endocrine
The low
disruptors for men
testosterone.
too.
Yeah. Yeah, so definitely. I mean, there've been a number of studies showing this, that testosterone levels have been declining for the last, say, 40 years. And it's been, you know, pretty severe, I would say, in the last 20 years. And researchers have accounted for things like age, diet, weight, exercise, lifestyle choices like alcohol, smoking, and cannabis. And still they say there's something going on here where it is environmental and that it is something specific to this time period. And so they do think that there's something, in terms of the food we're eating potentially or in our water supply. I've read a lot of the animal literature in terms of drugs in the water and how this affects fish or
What are the
aquatic
craziest stories that you
species.
learned about that?
There was one species of Japanese fish and they tested diazepam. So, okay, well, there was one study that looked at fish that were exposed to pharmaceutical waste. And then also I'm trying to think what the other source was. But basically, one part of the water supply, the fish were masculinized. So they're intersex in both directions. Some of the fish were more more masculine, and then some of them were feminized. So it's basically saying, this is happening to the fish. Like, what do you think it's doing to humans? But with these
Well, humans don't live in the water, and we're also not fish, so...
Japanese fish, they were lethargic, and they were basically too knocked out to breed. The courtship behavior was messed up. The female fish, their ovaries were so distended, and I felt really bad for the fish looking at these pictures because I thought that doesn't look, very healthy or comfortable. So it's basically, these drugs are doing something, I think doing something to us, and how,
Wisdom. What do you think about the relationship between porn use and the type of sex that people are having?
In terms of it influencing the type of sex. So in terms of, say, very extreme thing, previously, okay, I would start with before the internet. So because there's a concern about, does porn make men more violent? Does porn make men entitled with sex? Previously, if a man grew up and had his first sexual experience prior to online porn, I would say porn is not the thing that made him, if he is, say, violent or likes to degrade his partners or treat them poorly. I wouldn't say that's porn. I would say that's due to the way he was raised. He's probably antisocial, probably has some dark triad personality going on there, probably doesn't think very highly of women, has a lot of hostility toward women. But those views would have been formed prior to porn. So I don't think porn is the problem. I think he probably was interested in violent porn and violent sex because of other factors in terms of how he was raised potentially. Nowadays, with the fact that kids are being exposed to this so young, I'm really concerned about how this is affecting their sexuality, because we do see studies coming out showing that kids who are having problematic sexual behaviors, it's due to being sexualized by porn, like early exposure, this trend of sexual choking that I write about in Sextinction, young women, Gen Z women in particular, it's almost ubiquitous. So I think that is be due to them being exposed to this at such a young age and believing that this is what they need to do in order to attract men or to be.
She's making this up, so she's a fucking idiot. This is all made up. What does she mean choking fetishes are ubiquitous among Gen Z women? Where's that data from? What percentage of Gen Z women want to get choked? Where's the data showing that, oh, well, I saw it in a porn or something, so I guess I got to do it? Where? So she just makes shit up.
Be enticing in the bedroom. And I would be very clear that you could die from doing this, so it's not safe. There's no safe way to do it.
Oh, give me a fucking break. What a fucking idiot. Okay, so how many people die in fucking jiu-jitsu getting choked with a rear naked choke? Yeah, that's what I thought. Give me a fucking break.
This was Louise Perry's thing, that she was helping to prosecute guys that had killed their partners,
Right.
and then used whatever it is,
Rough sex. Claim it was rough sex.
the rough sex excuse thing, which, yeah, I mean, that's fucking horrific. There is a bit of research that I wanted to talk to you about, which I've never spoken about on the show before. You're probably familiar with. A new study interviewed 302 adults. Of those, more women enjoyed aggression in porn, were aroused by portrayals of female pain, and reported wanting to see more aggression. And this is a bar chart which shows...
Okay. I don't know why this is a problem.
Women saying double the number of women saying aggression is arousing, triple the number of men, triple number of women to men, hard aggression is arousing, maybe 4 times.
What does this tell you? Like, again, does this tell you that there's a problem? Or does this tell you that women like masculine, aggressive men? This isn't a new thing. We know women are into serial killers and these even horrible fucking monsters like Ted Bundy. Women get turned on by these dudes. That's not a new thing. That was something that happened in the fucking 1970s, before internet porn and shit. Like, by the way, they're not talking about like a change over time in the amount of women who say they want aggressive sex. This is talking about the difference between men and women with how they find sexual aggression arousing. So you see a large percentage of women who are talking about thinking like, you know, aggressive, dominant kind of men are sexually appealing to them. That's just normal sexual behavior. Women get turned on by that. Why are they acting like this is a problem? That's just what they're into.
Times the number of women to men would like more aggression in mainstream pornography. Maybe 30% more actively seek aggression. The only thing that men are stronger on is aroused by women showing pleasure in response to aggression, and that's maybe 5%. Aroused by women showing pain in...
Is he not able to look? It's like, that's like 1 or 2% difference. Yeah, that's like a 1% difference. What the fuck is he talking about?
Response to aggression, nearly double women to men.
Okay.
This seems to be this is a small sample size, 302 people, but this is, you can dig deeper and find out kind of the same pattern. And it's something that I remember I once read a feminist who wrote about this, and she said something along the lines of, it's an uncomfortable fact for most modern feminists that women seem to prefer aggressive porn than men do. And misogynists use this as an excuse that, like, she wanted it made type thing. That, to me, does suggest that the picture is a little bit more complex than just guys have learned it in porn.
No, yeah, well, yeah, no shit. No shit.
Yeah.
And now they're doing it to women, and women feel the need to perform up to it. That, no one's pushing women in that way. It's not the only study of that kind. And
no, I agree. I'm not one of those people that think that this isn't.
Read fucking female romance novels. The amount of female romance novels where a woman falls in love with a literal monster, like a fucking vampire or werewolf or something. Or like the amount of female romance novels that involve like literal rape. Like, no shit.
Entirely like men pushing it on women, and women have no choice but to do it. I do think there are some women out there that's sexual masochism.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like sexual arousal at the idea of being hurt, humiliated, degraded by your partner. So that's the only paraphilia that you actually find in women typically. So usually women, if
that's so interesting. The only paraphilia that's typical in women, paraphilia being kind of odd sexual proclivities.
How is that an odd sexual proclivity if most women are into it? Then it's not odd by definition. Like, these people are like, can't fucking think.
Is
masochism. If you do
self-masochism.
Yeah, masochism is when it's happening to you. Sadism is when you're doing it to someone else.
Right. Okay. Cool. Cool. How much sadism is there in women?
So when you do see other paraphilias like sadism, it usually is correlated with personality disorders.
Right.
Then it's not paraphilia.
Right. The cluster B, dark triad.
Some cluster B, yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so the masochism for women.
Yeah. So evolutionarily, it could be because women's bodies. Have you heard of the study where women basically are aroused to any type of porn? So it's whether it's
they're more sexually fluid. Girl on girl, guy on guy, girl on guy. Well, this is why.
Just to be clear, animals having sex, not people having sex with animals. I don't agree with bestiality.
What's that? Fucking hockey players. The two hockey players boning. What's that thing? It's that series. Hot One. Not Hot Ones. That's the wing thing. What the fuck is it?
Two hockey players.
It's taken the world by storm. Heated rivalry. Fucking Hot Ones.
I didn't know.
Heated rivalry. I knew I got there. You're Canadian. You're supposed to know. Sorry, it was a hard week for you.
I don't actually watch porn, so that might be why I've never heard of it.
Heated Rivalry was a book. was a book about these two hockey players on opposing teams, and then they fuck each other.
Why are you reading this?
I'm not reading it, right? This is a big TV show. I've never seen anything like this. I'm the straightest man in the room. This
Not hard to beat.
has broken the internet, and it's you should absolutely have a look at this.
I'll do some
You'd
Googling
love
once
to
I
look
leave
at
the
this.
studio. Okay.
So it is basically revealing just how flexible women's sexualities are.
Yeah.
That these two guys, there was a book super popular, then pivoted over into this TV series, and the TV series is fucking ripped. It's like a Brokeback Mountain on ice, right?
But was it actually pornographic or was it just like hinted?
Asking the wrong guy. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't get. I mean, I have to assume that there was either implied or like pretty close to like raunchy shit happening on the screen.
Okay.
Anyway, that you're quite right. Why is it that you think that women's sexuality is more fluid than men's?
Well, the unfortunate reason is rape. So in the past, right, evolutionarily speaking, it protects the woman's body if she can become aroused regardless of what is happening.
Which is why sometimes during sexual assault, women can still reach orgasm.
Yeah.
And then they feel loads of shame afterward because it's fucking horrific. They think.
I know of stories where this happened to men, where men get raped by a woman or another man, and like it just happens. I don't like, this is just all there. Like, again, just this is what I think. It's assumptions. None of this is just any actual facts.
Did I want that? Did I want this thing? How fucking awful am I? I'm traumatized, and now my body did a thing to me that I'm traumatized about as well. It's so brutal.
What do they mean by sexually flexible? Like, sexually flexible meaning some girls get turned on by gay romances? What? Wouldn't the equivalent be men getting turned on by lesbians? How many fucking dudes think lesbian sex is hot? There's more men who are into lesbian sex than women are into gay sex. That's what they're talking about, right?
Brutal.
Speaking to those findings, though, I would be curious to know how they sampled. Like, do you remember like how they sampled for those women?
Preferences related to aggression, pleasure, and pain in pornography among male and female interviewees. I've got I can send you the journal article. But certainly, even if we don't look at aggression as arousing, hard aggression is arousing, like, would like more aggression in mainstream pornography, actively seek aggression, aroused by women showing pain in response to aggression. Just look at the romantasy genre.
Mm-hmm. Well, evolutionarily speaking, like in terms of masochism, it would benefit women to show a
capacity to endure pain.
Yeah, or like it's not, I want to say subjugation, but it evokes like caretaking behaviors from men, right? If they see that a woman is
great,
like in need of help or support.
Yeah, I suppose so, to a degree, but there's also a kind of resilience in masochism, right? That I can withstand it. There's almost anti-fragility, not a fragility.
That goes back to the trauma that I talk about in Sextinction, and is in the porn chapter about how many individuals who are into BDSM and kink actually do have a history, especially of physical abuse in childhood.
Oh, I imagine that made you very popular.
Again, more made up, retarded horseshit.
It's still happening now. People are
because you were a sex positive, research writer person, right?
Yeah, I was a columnist for a well-known men's magazine with nude women in it, and writing this book, I was so grateful to have the chance to sit down and really question a lot of the beliefs I had. And I went through my own data that I collected when I was still in sex research, and I found the same thing. And I was amazed. I thought,
what do you mean? You went through the data, and what did you find?
I found
it's kind of interesting how all these podcasts just like bring on absolute fucktards. Ben Boyd on H-Tellers, even Beavis and Butthead knew that women liked vampires and dark evil men.
Every moment until the end of all time. I was just like, and then I thank you very much. Shut corn.
Oh my god, I said familiar with the Shelley's Frankenstein have conquered death and are touchily irresistible to women.
Hey, Beavis, we should become vampires and werewolves.
Hey, So, like, how do you become a vampire? Yeah.
Yeah, and then they had a homeless guy bite them and they got some kind of disease. I saw that episode. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Found that interest in BDSM and kink is correlated with severe physical abuse in childhood, and this is even more so the case for men who are into BDSM and kink as compared to men who are community controls, obviously, men who have porn problems who are not into BDSM or kink, and also more so the case than men who are convicted of child sex crimes. So there's something with physical
BDSM
abuse.
and kink is a better predictor of male childhood abuse, trauma,
Female too.
but than pedophilia is.
Victimization. Yeah, well, convicted sex offenses
Right. Okay.
or
okay.
pornography.
Yep. So we don't know.
Well, pedophilia seems to be like a sexual orientation where they're specifically attracted to children. Whereas BDSM it's not a sexual preference. Like it's not an orientation. It's just in addition to like it's doing something with a partner that you'd be attracted to anyway.
How many of those are unreported?
So, like that's something you'd expect. That's not surprising.
Stuff like that.
Right, but also there are times when men will abuse children and not necessarily be pedophile. That's like fine, very fine details. But overall, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, child sex crimes.
What do you think that says about what BDSM and kink is doing for people?
It doesn't say anything. You're just stupid.
It's really sad. I want to be clear. Like, I'm not saying this to make judgment about people or to try and shame them. I really hope in bringing awareness to this, because BDSM is so commonplace in society, right? It's so normalized almost. It's almost seen like there is a variation, I think, in terms of people who might partake in sexual activity that is like playful or passionate, right? Versus wanting to strangle your partner, wanting to really hurt them, wanting to humiliate them, or if you enjoy those behaviors done to you, especially for women, because physical harm.
It's just fucking hot. That's all there is to it. Like, oh man, this is so stupid. Just so fucking dumb.
It wouldn't really make sense for women or men, but why would physical harm be correlated with orgasm? Right? If you can potentially become pregnant from this act, why would it be beneficial to you and your offspring to find physical pain and
What do you think?
Arousing?
Yeah, why?
Why? Because something went wrong with the system.
And it's getting wires crossed.
Yeah.
No. Why is this assumed? Care to explain the evidence in support of this idea?
Yeah. So my hope is that by bringing attention to this, because so many people,
Oh my God, what an idiot.
I sense, enjoy these things but don't really know why, or they think it's something that it's something they take pride in. And I would just like to say maybe it's something that you should look a little more deeply into.
They're using their sexual preference.
No, it's just hot and it's fun. It's nothing else to it.
As a way to work through something that maybe should be done with a therapist.
Yeah.
Interesting. Though I remember I was talking to a researcher and they were telling me about how this, maybe not uncontacted tribe, but this relatively uncontacted tribe, one of the rites of passage that they had for women was that men would get reeds, thick reeds and sticks, whippy sticks, and they would stand there and they would whip the women across their backs. Like every woman.
Yeah, it was an African tribe. And the women would like make fun of other women and call them like a little bitch, basically, if they wouldn't stand and get whipped. And the women would want them to do it. Let me see if I think it's on YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, the girls like want the dudes to do it.
Drawn together by the call of the ritual.
Yeah, that's it. Hamer or Hammer tribe?
I'm new to the live. How's everything going with Pat? What are your plans?
Things are going great. Hopefully we'll visit each other soon, but she's gonna move to Canada in 2027 anyway. So she's gonna be living close by in a little over a year, like a year and a few months, or a year and a half from now, but we're planning on visiting each other. Thanks for the donation, Rick.
Scars on her arm there.
They get whipped.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they get whipped. Why they get whipped? It's because to express that.
Yeah. Yeah, these chicks are into it. I saw a documentary about this. They get like fucking turned on and shit from it.
In the tribe had huge scars everywhere across.
No, don't have a family history of diabetes. Is taking test fine for somebody with diabetes? Well, testosterone improves insulin sensitivity, so it would probably improve your diabetes if you went on test.
Their backs. And the goal of the women was to be able to stand there and not flinch, not make noise, not cry, not whimper, not yell, not do anything. And this was supposed to be a presentation of their capacity to endure what would become giving birth, child rearing. And that, when you were talking about it might engender sympathy from men, which I can completely see, like just the power dynamic, the subjugation, all of that does make sense. Allow me to come and hold you. But if you're able to withstand pain, there's also a kind of resilience in that, which I think would almost work against it. So yeah, kind of interesting. I always think about that example when it comes to sort of female behavior in kink. I'm like, is this maybe some kind of demonstration of my capacity, of the woman's capacity to endure hard things physically, not like lift heavy things, right? That's the guy picking you up and putting you against the wall. That's the ability for him to physically dominate you. But the woman's ability to endure the pain might actually be maybe like a fertility cue of some kind, like my pain tolerance. I don't know.
It could be. I could see if
Real nascent idea. It's wet clay, all right?
There's only one culture on the fucking planet that does it, dude. It's just what they fucking do. I don't, like, it's kind of funny how people think, like, there's anything deep to certain things, like, you know, why, like, you'll notice in Canada, people will say things like, oh, have a nice day, or hope you're having a nice day, or take care. Like, it's just what Canadians do. When you go to the States, like, people don't like really do that, and it's kind of, and even Europeans, and it's kind of a culture shock. I've noticed a few people come here from other countries, and they're kind of surprised that, like, you know, as a form of goodbye, like, Canadians will say, hope you have a nice day. Why would you look in, like, is there some kind of biological reason for why Canada say have a nice day when they say goodbye? Is it like some ritual that they do that has something to do with like some survival instinct? Like, things just kind of fucking happen in certain cultures. Like, some cultures learn to be more friendly and nice. Some end up being more aggressive and distrusting. Some cultures are like whip fucking women, and like others don't. It just, like, when you see this as one fucking unique thing to a certain area, there probably isn't anything to it other than, for whatever reason, they just figured they'd do it, you know?
I could see it if it is something that is like culturally enforced and it's like a rite of passage. But if you as a woman are intentionally putting yourself in those situations when you don't need to, there are plenty of guys out there who are, I mean, vanilla is seen as a negative thing. I don't think being vanilla is a bad thing. So there are plenty of vanilla guys out there who are not going to want to strangle you during sex and not going to want to, like, you know, degrade you during sex. So if you're intentionally putting yourself through that.
Boring. Yeah, you're dating a fucking homosexual. Hate to break it to you. It's just cool, embarrassing girls. I love seeing girls get embarrassed. Just when you see like an anime girl like naked in public and then like they start crying and stuff and they're blushing, it's just fucking hot. I just love seeing girls get embarrassed.
But even if it is a way to show how strong you are, why would you choose to do that?
When you don't need to.
When you don't need to.
Romantasy. I was sat on the plane flying to St. Louis a couple of weeks ago, and there was a lovely woman sat next to me, and she had her iPad up, and she was reading Court of Thorns and Roses.
Now, what is that?
That is
More porn.
That is one of the most popular romantasy books at the moment. You're familiar with romantasy?
It's basically like erotica.
It is. That's probably that's a word that you would use.
Okay.
I respect the art form and also the fact that the fan base is fucking massive, and I don't want to get lynched by them. No. It is story. It's female literacy porn wrapped in quite a lot of story, but there are sort of peak dirty moments. Anyway, our friend is tapping away, and she didn't have her glasses on. The font size was quite large, and I had a realization that chicks can basically watch porn on a plane.
I guess so.
They can basically watch their equivalent of porn on a plane, and I'm looking at this. I'm trying not to move my head at all. I'm keeping my head dead straight. I'm going. And I spoke to some friends after it. I've not read the book. I didn't read enough to fully capture what the narrative arc was.
Okay.
But might be a Court of Thorns and Roses or one of the other books like that. The protagonist is a fairy prince or a fairy king who has the ability to transform himself into this like monstrous beast. And I think that in that sort of shows what it is, one of the sort of archetypal desires that women have. This, he is dangerous, but not around me.
Yeah.
And I think, I was talking on the way in about that study with a couple of friends. I have a group of evolutionary psychology researchers in a WhatsApp chat, and whenever I get confused by stuff, I put it in, and they give me the answer. And Andrew Thomas from Uni of Nottingham gave me a fucking fantastic answer for this one. What he said was the aggression is arousing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'd love to get your thoughts on this. He said, what women think is, I want a man who has the capability to be aggressive because protection, attraction.
There was literally a female romance novel that described the like archetypal ideal man that like is in most romance novels, and she said it's a man who's dangerous, capable of committing violence, and there is a chance he could rape you. She literally used those words exactly. That like the ideal man is a man that could rape you. Thought that was hilarious. But again, Ted Bundy, the fucking serial rapist, serial killer. He had girlfriends in fucking prison. On death row.
Dominance, all that stuff.
High testosterone.
But he'll never be aggressive with me.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a
Going Andrew, donate $2. Let me see.
Yo.
Hello, shorty. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Are you all alone?
What's up? What's up?
What's that? Who's that?
Yo, pick up the phone.
Yeah, they put in the scary movie stuff.
What's up, B? What's up, B? What's up?
Wow, he's so Persian. That's amazing. I remember after that movie came out, everyone was fucking doing that "what's up" thing. That's a silly kitty. Thanks for the donation going, Andrew.
Pattern misfiring of the sort of pattern detection, which is, well, most guys that have the capacity to be aggressive don't have the regulation to be able to turn it off and create bright lines and contain it in that way. If you have a guy who is someone bumps into you on the street, or you get scared and he beats up all of the guys that are there, how many of them have gone through the full fucking samurai Keanu Reeves training and come out the other side as, that's not most guys. Most guys that are great and dangerous physically are just dangerous physically everywhere. Not in it's not compartmentalized.
Yeah. I definitely agree. So that's the allure of, I suppose, the romance novel, where you can have the duality there that doesn't
Fairy
exist.
king who can become the beast, but he's never going to be the beast with you. Yeah, interesting. So we have basically the most sexually permissive culture in history that is also having the least amount of sex.
Yeah, which is wild. It's crazy when you think about, like, I was thinking about social media, and even something as subtle as that, like, everyone's on social media, but I do think even that is changing the way that people view potential partners, how they view their own partners.
How so?
Study that I cited in Sextinction showing that roughly 1 in 10 men actually loses interest in having sex with his own partner after looking at influencers, and that women also feel less sexually desirable after being on social media.
1 in 10 men lose interest like, for a brief window of time.
They didn't specify.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
More, I don't know. I didn't really read it. Bullshit. Like, just based on the statistics she's giving you, 1 in 10 men who look at other pretty girls lose interest in their partner. What does that tell you? That tells you there's a predictable amount of men who aren't really that into the girl they're dating. Like, that's all you can really glean from that. Like,
so they're less interested in having real sex with their partner when they've been looking at influencers on the internet.
Yeah.
So I do remember at uni, this is so fucking bad.
That was an English study too, actually. So
good. Well, it was probably the people that I used to employ. It was probably the lads that used to work for me. I do remember there was two guys that were going to go on first dates with these 2 chicks 2 nights in a row. And on the first one, he turned up and he ended up going back with her and having sex. But he said she looked nothing like her Instagram. It was gutting. It's like she was so hot on the Instagram, kind of like a catfish type thing. And he had this joke about, he wondered if he could have just sellotaped her Instagram to her forehead so he could have looked at that. And then the next night, the guy went out on one and she was really lovely and great. And then I don't think they'd slept with each other that night. And he came back and looked at her Instagram and got turned off because she wasn't able to present herself in the marketplace of...
That's a good thing, no?
I said that. That's what I said. I was like, dude, you found a barn find. That's a diamond in the rough. You found somebody that's really fantastic, shows up wonderful in person, that the marketplace where most other people are going to be competing with you for her, she just not presenting. I don't know what it was. I didn't do my research.
So what is it he didn't like about the fact that, like, so he can't send people to her profile to look at her?
No, I think that there was it wasn't even as deep as that. Sorry, it was significantly more deep than that.
Why do I not believe in the afterlife? 'Cause it's stupid.
That he couldn't show off this girl that could potentially become his girlfriend or whatever to other people on Instagram. I think it...
Going Andrew donated $2. Let me see. Oh, these AI videos. War in Iran. Let me see. Jeez, I have no idea anymore. I can't show guns on stream, so I have no idea. That might not be safe. Like, it's fucking YouTube, dude. It's really, really gay. Oh my god. That's good. Thanks for the donation going, Andrew.
What I believed it to be was he.
So you think there's a 0% chance that you'll go to heaven or hell? Yes. Beauty standards porn is creating.
Okay, talk to me about what's happened to plastic surgery over time. Have we seen increases in it? Have the types changed? What's the context of people getting different looks? The Kardashians did the fucking BBL for a while. Is that still in?
Now it is breast augmentation for Gen Z women. So they are actually, boob jobs are very popular among that cohort.
Okay.
I do think that's influenced by pornography. Also labiaplasty. I was just looking actually at a study a couple nights ago showing that women, very many young women feel self-conscious about their labia and are actually getting these procedures done, which is also influenced from porn. And it's just crazy to me. It makes me wonder, is that why people are not interested in having sex? Same with guys. Guys are getting filler injections into their penis for even sexting purposes. Like they just want to look bigger.
That's so good. George, my housemate, used to make this joke every time that we were on a plane. It was the same, it's kind of like a dad joke, but he's not yet a dad. And you know those teeny tiny 175 ml cans of Diet Coke?
Yeah.
He would always say, it's like, I'd keep a hold of one of those and I'd go back and I'd take a dick pic with it in the background. So it would make it look, it's like, oh, that's a 330 or a 355 ml can, but I've kept the airplane mini and that's, comparatively.
You've already been born once. Aren't the chances more in favor of being born again versus not? No. Have you ever seen the same person get born twice? So, just fucking stupid. Talk to a hospice nurse or research what their patients tell them. Listen to videos of people who have been clinically dead for over a minute. Well, I've also talked to people who've done magic mushrooms, LSD, ketamine, DMT. Are they talking with aliens or interdimensional beings? Do those exist? Because you can listen to people who've undergone some weird brain state. Like, just why would I entertain any of these stupid fucking ideas just because somebody's brain wasn't functioning properly?
Doing that instead of getting the filler in their penis.
I agree. Make Diet Coke, mini Diet Coke's great again. So yeah, the labiaplasty and the penis stuff, it seems to be obvious that it would be influenced by porn.
But even things like I see like news reports of women under 30 getting facelifts, getting upper eye lifts, right? And in my personal opinion, I don't think women that young need to be getting extensive work done because you do not have the signs of aging yet to justify.
What do you think they're trying to do?
Well, I think if you look at, say, when women are the most fertile, it tends to be mid-20s. So my sense is most women are trying to look like they're in their mid-20s. So if you're older than that, you're going to try and look younger. And if you're younger, you're trying to look older. And so you're going to choose the
women most fertile in their mid-20s?
Early to mid-20s.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I found out some really fucking uncomfortable data around when men are most fertile. It's really young.
Yeah.
It's really young.
Yeah.
Like illegal in some states, young. And you go, really? Which is just, I don't know, we talk about women's biological clocks. We never really think about, there's so much sperm, right? Speak for yourself. But there's so much sperm. And you only need one.
Larger window, though. They also have a larger, like men can still impregnate someone later on in life. There are higher rates of chromosomal abnormalities, but the potential, whereas for women, it's a little bit more unforgiving.
I watched the Frank Kick stream. Emo, Kick is better than you.
Yeah, I think you told me that before, James, but thanks for the donation.
But anyway, so you think, well, I've seen, what is buccal fat? Buccal fat?
Yeah, buccal fat removal. Yeah.
That the cheek fat thing?
Yeah.
What's that trying to achieve, do you think?
To look older, because you're removing the
To look older. Oh my god, this woman's fucking stupid. There's not a single fucking woman who gets plastic surgery with the intent of looking older. What are you, fucking idiot? Oh my god, dude. This chick is stupid.
Baby fat essentially in your face. But what happens is as you get older, your face naturally loses fat, right? And so you're going to look more gaunt. And
Wow, she's dumb.
Overshot it.
yeah, and then you might potentially need to use filler to.
So I got fat removal before I was 24, and then after I was 28, I had to use filler to replace where I got rid of
Nobody does that.
the fat. Right.
Yeah. I mean, I want to be clear, like, I don't want to come down on men and women if they choose to get these procedures, because I understand, especially if you have a public facing job, there's a lot of pressure to keep your looks up and to look young. But my concern is more so when it's really young people, or I would say even for men who are doing this, you really don't need to. Like,
It is brutal. I mean, some of the young girls, supposed to be young girls that I've seen videos of on TikTok, these like 22, 23-year-old chicks, and they look mid-30s or 40s with all of this work that's been done. And
what women can afford extensive amounts of plastic surgery when they're like 21 to 23? So he's making this up and he's a retard.
I was having a conversation last night about how the sort of ideal female form has changed, even with sort of relatively extreme cosmetic procedures. So Geordie Shore, which was the British equivalent of Jersey Shore, that back in the day was a lot about fake tan. It was big hair.
Yeah.
It was almost pin-up-y in a way. What I would say about the looks maxing thing is what guys seem to be optimizing for is formidability. So they're optimizing for the sort of things that other men respect, not that women are attracted to. So other men would, if you look at most guys that have looks maxed and put them in front of women, I wonder whether women would find them more attractive.
so it's intersexual competition again.
Or whether men would find them more formidable. I think that more men would find them more formidable than more women would find them more.
Women are into aggressive dominant men, so if they're more formidable to other men, that would logically lead to women finding you more attractive. What a fucking dork. Both of these people are just, like, their brains don't fucking work.
Attractive.
Because most women are not looking for their guys to be hyper masculine like that.
Oh, yeah, sure they are. Sure they are. Uh-huh, right.
There's even some evidence to suggest that women...
They literally just fucking said women want to be raped, that they love aggressive sex way more than fucking men do. It's a weird evolutionary adaptation to selecting the most violent men that will hopefully not be violent to them. And then they go on to say, yeah, most women don't want really masculine men. Like, they don't even have a fucking consistent narrative.
And prefer a slightly feminized face with a masculinized body.
And not super jacked either.
No, not super jacked. They want
Oh my
average
God.
face, or sometimes actually slightly feminized face with masculinized body.
All retarded nonsense. I'll tell you this. After I went on steroids, I have gotten way more fucking attention from women looking like this compared to what I looked like before. This is getting me a lot more positive attention than this. And I already looked pretty jacked before, but yeah, I'm getting way more attention from girls looking like that. I don't know what anybody considers super jacked, but not too many dudes look like me. I think by normie standards, at least, most chicks would consider this super jacked. In fact, with the amount of girls I talk to on Instagram and Facebook, they literally tell me that I am the most muscular guy they've ever seen. So, I don't know what that tells you, but it tells you something.
Yeah.
But all of the guys are just pushing toward heavier browed, a deeper jaw.
Oh yeah, I remember. I don't know if it was Trained to Look Good Naked who made a video on it, but somebody did. They were showing random girls in public Chris Bumstead, who's the fucking classic physique Mr. Olympia champion. Like what, 7 or 8 times? They all thought he was really hot. Really good looking. They said, yeah, he has like perfect muscularity. He's absolutely fucking gigantic. Like, they're showing off-season photos of him. So photos like that. I think they showed the fat Chris. He's not fat there, but, you know, off-season shape. They were showing photos of him when he was off-season. Like, yeah. They showed photos of him off-season, and all the girls were like, oh yeah, perfect body. They didn't like him super shredded and lean for competition, but yeah, when he looked like this, they said, oh yeah, perfect. So he's bigger here than when he's on stage. Like, he would have more muscle mass and be, like, physically larger. And the girls were like, oh yeah, perfect body. I saw a video somebody posted. Let me see if I can find it.
Can you rate this guy's physique to me, then?
Can't see him. Oh. And so they quite literally
Yeah, Greg made a video about
show
it.
Chris Bumstead, who's maybe gained 10 pounds of body fat and grew a beard, said, ooh, it's so wonderful now. It's a 10. Oh, no, it's still...
Yeah, girls were saying like 10 out of 10. That's fucking Chris Bumstead. The dude's fucking gigantic. Like, nobody on the fucking planet. Like, bro, nobody on the planet has fucking muscularity like him unless they're like a super fucking dedicated, hardcore, like, bodybuilder who's trying to get like a pro card. And then girls are literally saying, oh yeah, perfect 10 out of 10 body. So, like, this idea that you can be too muscular to fucking women is just fucking retarded. Like, yeah, if you get to fucking Ronnie Coleman, but that has more to do with his proportions and shit than it does his actual muscularity. But yeah, if you're well proportioned and you're extremely muscular, there doesn't seem to be any upper limit. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
A retired Chinese police officer challenged a Shaolin monk, boldly promising.
Yeah, this is probably fake.
Everyone in the country was excited to watch them fight. However, things got heated
That is not a Shaolin monk.
early with combat and the Chimaev. He, as a physical combat, quickly learned the difference between street brawling and professional fighting. As Diao Gay lunged in, Yihu timed a beautiful counterhook and followed immediately with a low kick, sending the former officer.
This is all fake. This is Chinese propaganda. That's CCP propaganda to try to promote Chinese culture.
Take a look at this Kung Fu master on camera. The legendary Manny Pacquiao delivered called reincarnation. Were stunned by his lightning fast. His reflexes were unreal. Built an entire image around this myth. He traveled the faster than the camera could capture. At some point, he even allowed himself to question the speed of one of the greatest boxers to ever live. And that's very different. What the Kung Fu master failed to understand was no room for mistake.
This is all fake.
You read me. Terrible? No fake. Let's see if my...
Yeah, I don't even bother. That guy is just too annoying. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Or stronger cheekbones.
Not Danny, the guy he's reacting to. He's not. It's just too stupid to be worth my time.
But you know the David Putz study that he did about when he brought people into the lab and got women to rate attractiveness and men to rate formidability?
Remind me.
So fucking good. So photos of guys shown to women and men. Women were asked to rank how attractive do you think this man is. Men were asked to rank how likely do you think it is that you could beat this other man in a fight.
Huh.
1 year later, they brought the men from the photos into the lab and asked what their sexual success had been over the last year. and the female ratings of attractiveness had basically zero predictive power for their sexual success, but the male ratings of formidability were very predictive.
Wow.
Yeah. What do you expect?
So, even though what I think is happening at level 1, this is like the Epstein files, at level 1, where he didn't kill himself, is lux maxes are optimizing for formidability because they're disregarding women, and it's intrasexual competition because I just want to mog other guys. I just want to be better than other
Hell
men.
yeah, Morgan.
Level 2, Epstein's still alive and playing Fortnite in Israel, is actually by pursuing formidability, they may end up closing their eyes and throwing the dart at the dartboard and hitting the bullseye of women actually finding them more attractive than if they'd tried to pursue attractiveness as the main outcome. But this is, again, this is working theory at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, because I could see that in terms of tattoos, there have been studies to show that men, when they get tattoos, it actually is more so about scaring off their male rivals, because women don't. Some women like tattoos, but not all do. And some women actually are turned off by tattoos.
Vast majority of women are into tattoos. Vast majority. And like, what's funny is that the girls who say they're not into tattoos are into tattoos. Like, that's the funny thing. Like, doing shit that frustrates them makes them more attracted to you. And like, that's why so many of these relationships will never fucking work, because they literally do not even understand what makes them happy.
So it's more, again, like you said, of scaring off and beating your rivals than directly attracting women. But I also wonder if it's that these men are projecting onto women their preferences. So men care more about looks and, youth. So I wonder if when you look at, say, marriage or marital satisfaction, whether men find their wives attractive has a greater correlation with their marital satisfaction than whether women find their husbands attractive. So I wonder if these young guys are projecting onto women, thinking that women care so much about looks, when it's actually that's what they care about in their partners. So
It's a failure of cross-sex mind reading using their own assessment criteria,
Yeah.
and saying, you must think the way that I think, I'll do more beautification. Well,
Yeah.
Mac and Murphy's got this great idea where he talks about how the increases in male beautification are to try and offset this inability to get hypergamy to work. That men have realized that because they can't win socioeconomically, they might have to turn
I've read about this. That's crazy. Yeah.
the vanity
Yeah.
mirror around in an attempt to out-beautify their socioeconomic lack.
Yeah, especially when they're young and they're just starting out in their career and they're thinking, okay, how do I attract women? I don't have the money yet, don't have the resources. Well, I can just get really hot.
There's worse theories. There are worse theories. What about the effects of sexlessness in marriage?
Ooh, I can tell you, when I was in research, I would interview some men who would not.
Okay. Two dumb people. Quite dumb. So handsome. Wow. That's a nice, handsome fox. My goodness.
Warning, this content is... All right, first question I got lined up today is from Brian L from the school anabolic bodybuilding members community. Brian asks, how do you track and log your workouts? Can you give an example of how you plan progression and apply progressive overload? I don't know that you can specifically plan progression. I think that's where you get in trouble as a bodybuilder. It's not like, say, a power lifter where they are programming out a 1 rep max goal and they know that they need to do certain lifts. They need to hit a 3 rep and all that good stuff. Powerlifters are fantastic at programming things out. So we can't go about it in that sort of way with bodybuilding. Now, I think the basics is just to track what you're doing. Use some sort of progression app. Handwrite it in a logbook the old-fashioned way like we used to do back in the day. A lot of guys I see at the gym still handwrite things down. I use a Google Sheet. That's what I do at this point. I track things in Google Sheets. Really the goal with progressive overload, it's pretty simple. It's sort of a foolproof way earlier on in your journey when you're a beginner and intermediate lifter is first and foremost, this is the most important thing for hypertrophy. You need to control your form. You need to pick exercises that are going to maximize. And last but not least, from the class clown, Joshua Perry. Josh asks, if I get my lateral raises up to 100-pound dumbbells, do you think I can fight the Avengers? No, probably.
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today I will analyze the case of Daniel Marsh. First I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the crime, then offer my analysis. Daniel William Marsh was...
I got a 1-day streaming ban. I found out the dumb way that YouTube does not allow you to show firearms on live streams. So I was just reacting to somebody shooting guns on stream. My stream got taken down. They banned me for 24 hours from live streaming. And I had no idea how long the ban was going to be at the time. When I looked up the community guidelines, it said it could be permanent. So I was kind of nervous about that. But luckily, it was only 24 hours.
He was born on May 14, 1997, and lived in Davis, California. This is 15 miles west of Sacramento. He was raised by his father, Bill, and his mother, Sherry. On July 4, 2007, Daniel's mother left his father. She was having an affair with Daniel's former kindergarten teacher, who was also a woman. After this, Daniel started fantasizing about killing his mother's lover, wanting to strangle her. Later, this expanded into a desire to become a serial killer. Daniel wanted to torture and murder people. In 2008, when his parents divorced, Daniel went back and forth between their homes. He was diagnosed with adjustment disorder with depressed mood. In 2009, Daniel saved his father's life during a heart attack by performing CPR and won an award from the Red Cross. People were positive that Daniel was going to grow up to achieve great things.
I noticed Cody Pink shut up entirely about Iran. You can't find any post about Iran in the last several days. Why do you think that is?
China may be pressuring Iran to make a deal with the U.S. Because I think they realize that if Iran is not going to capitulate to U.S. demands, they're that much more likely to have a complete regime change and then have a democratic, liberal government elected that's not going to play nice with China, but they are going to play nice with the U.S. And China's not going to be able to get oil supply from Iran and all that crap. So that's very likely why, and they're told to shut up about it.
For the people in Cuba who have had to survive and thrive without so little resources. You see how the people take care of each other on the boat. We see how people take care of each other on the ground in Cuba and Palestine. Why is international solidarity so important in this moment?
the same system that creates exploitation, oppression, destruction of nature, which is the capitalist system in it.
He doesn't sound Cuban. Yeah, that guy doesn't sound Cuban. I wonder if they just found some South American guy to, like, make it seem as though this is a Cuban dude.
Hi, I'm just back from Cuba late last night and here in Congress already with a group of 10 people walking the halls trying to push our members of Congress to support the War Powers Resolution that says Trump does not have the right to invade Cuba and a Cuba Trade Act. It's called AS3. A lot of you join us in pushing.
I hate Code Pink so much. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
First porn I watched was just naked girls' butts, and then I started watching anal and other butt stuff like ass eating, and then I got into like BDSM and stuff like women getting tied down and forced fucked. Or women farting on a dude's face is hot too.
Man of culture. That's very nice. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. I'm just gonna listen to a message from Pat. Just give me a minute. Okay.
In May 2010, Daniel received mental health counseling. The psychotherapist said that Daniel was nervous, did not like other people, had anger problems, and was experiencing nightmares. When Daniel was 14 years old, his father kicked him out of his home because Daniel repeatedly came home intoxicated on alcohol and marijuana. After this, Daniel lived with his mother all the time. She was not aware that he was using substances. In November 2011, Daniel was treated for an eating disorder. His weight was only 93 pounds. The violent fantasies that Daniel had intensified, and he started killing cats. After one incident where he strangled a cat, a friend asked him why. Daniel replied, "Well, I just wanted to do it. I hated that cat." In December 2012, the police paid a visit to Daniel's school after he informed a school counselor about his homicidal fantasies. He was involuntarily hospitalized for a short time. In January 2013, Daniel told a school counselor that he was thinking about killing his classmates. When asked if he would act on his thoughts, he said, quote, "I have full confidence that I could hurt these people," unquote. This response led to another visit from the police. However, this time, they determined that Daniel was not a danger to anyone. Not long after this, Daniel graphically described to a school counselor how he wanted to torture and mutilate people. He said the dark fantasies he described only scratched the surface of his thoughts, and he had stopped resisting them. The school counselor did not report this disturbing revelation because Daniel did not express intent to follow through, and he never identified any victims. Over the next few months, Daniel continued to experience homicidal ideation. He would frequently think about murdering people. His interest in...
It's funny how you can see this coming from a mile away, and then nobody does anything.
Becoming a serial killer persisted, and included learning about Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, and other notorious serial killers. One of Daniel's fantasies involved killing his classmates in the schoolyard. In art class, Daniel created violent drawings which contained a high level of graphic detail and depicted torture. And he spoke to his friends about torturing and killing random people. There was no significant fear of consequences. Daniel told his friends that if he was arrested for murder, he could invoke the insanity defense and escape responsibility. Now moving to the timeline of the crime. On April 14, 2013, relatives of an 87-year-old lawyer named Oliver Northrop and his 76-year-old wife, Claudia Maupin, became concerned for the couple's well-being after Oliver missed a singing performance. The relatives visited the couple's condominium in Davis, California, and noticed that a window screen had been cut. The police were notified. When they searched the condominium, they found Oliver and Claudia dead in the master bedroom. Oliver had been stabbed 61 times, and his wife had been stabbed 67 times. Their bodies had been mutilated post-mortem. Investigators determined that the murders took place during the early morning hours of April 14. No evidence pointing to the perpetrator was found at the scene of the double murder. No video surveillance, no DNA.
You can react to firearm videos, but if you are reacting to a video while physically holding or handling a real gun yourself, your stream could be shut down. It could have been your fake gun you showed while watching gun videos.
They specifically mentioned a timestamp 1 hour into the live stream. I think like it was exactly 59 minutes something seconds. But because the stream was taken down, I can't go back and review and see what, like, if that was the thing. It was a toy gun too. It wasn't a gun. Like, it looked so fake.
There was this girl I used to watch where she would like dress in a Pikachu outfit and then like was all gassy and stuff and would fart a lot. I don't know if it was fake or for real, but it was super hot. Do you ever wish you could sniff through a screen?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it'd be great. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. This is AI. Streaming yourself reacting to gun videos generally out on YouTube, but it is a minefield because of strict recent updated policies. Primary rule you must follow is that YouTube does not allow live streams that show someone holding, handling, or transporting a firearm. Yeah, it says that show someone. So that doesn't mean the person streaming has to be doing it. If you're reacting to a video while physically holding or handling a real gun yourself, stream could be shut down. But that's the part of the actual policy. This is something the AI thing added, and they link to Reddit posts. But when you read the actual policy, YouTube does not allow live streams that show someone holding, handling, or transporting a firearm. It doesn't specify that you have to be the one doing it. When it says show, that could also be reacting to a video with somebody holding a firearm. And I didn't handle a firearm. It was a toy. So... Also, it says educational context. YouTube may make exceptions for content with clear education. When I was handling it, it was educational. It was showing proper, safe handling. So, you know, I have no idea. I'm not going to risk it. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
Fingerprints, no footprints, nothing at all. The couple did not have any enemies, and nothing was missing from their home. There was concern that the crime would transform into a cold case. Investigators did not know where to look next. This concern was alleviated after the police received a tip. One of Daniel's friends said that Daniel had confessed to him. On June 17, 2013, Daniel Marsh was questioned by the police. After over 3 hours of being interviewed, he finally confessed to murdering Oliver and Claudia. Here's what he said. On the night of April 14, 2013, Daniel had enough of resisting his homicidal thoughts and decided he would transform his fantasies into a reality. To avoid being caught for the crime he was about to commit, he made preparations. For example, he put tape on the bottom of his shoes so any footprints he left could not be matched to them. He put on gloves to avoid leaving fingerprints and DNA, and he dressed in all black clothing and wore a black face mask. This made him harder to detect at night. When Daniel left his house in search of victims, he was carrying a 6-inch knife. He roamed throughout the streets of Davis looking for a residence that had an open door or an open window. After checking 40 or 50 homes, he stumbled upon an open window in the condominium where Oliver and Claudia lived. Daniel cut the window screen and entered. He stood in the living room until the sound of snoring directed him to the master bedroom. There he found the couple asleep. Daniel watched them for about 10 minutes, thinking about how he would commit the murders. He was trembling, nervous, excited, and exhilarated. He said, quote, "I was actually going to do it. I was there. It was finally happening," unquote. As he was watching, Claudia woke up, saw him, and started screaming. Daniel stabbed her in the torso as she screamed for help and begged him to stop. Her screams only motivated him to intensify his attack. When Oliver woke up, Daniel stabbed him repeatedly as well. Even after both victims were dead, he continued stabbing them, saying, "It just felt right." Daniel then extensively mutilated the bodies, which included removing their internal organs. He placed a glass into Oliver's abdominal cavity and a...
I archive your streams and the only thing going on at the 59-minute mark is you watching the Lord Miles video. So yeah, YouTube is just retarded.
That's the one where he was shooting guns in Afghanistan, right? Lord Miles is the Afghanistan guy? Yeah. So I was right. It was the Afghanistan video. So yeah, it had nothing to do with me holding the toy gun. So YouTube is just, like, actually fucking insane. Thanks for the donation, OnWeb.
Cell phone into Claudius. Daniel said he did this to blank with the investigators. Committing the double murder gave Daniel a feeling of pure happiness that lasted for weeks. He said, "I'm not going to lie, it felt amazing." He indicated it was better than sex and said it was the most exhilarating, enjoyable feeling I've ever felt. As satisfying as it was, the positive feeling after the double murder was not permanent. Daniel needed to kill again in order to recapture the feeling. He wandered the streets of Davis carrying a baseball bat looking for additional victims, but he never found any. The baseball bat was selected to prevent the police from connecting the stabbing murder to the new murder he wanted to commit. Daniel directed the police to his mother's garage, where they found the knife he used to kill his victims.
Ever since I was young boy I was obsessed with women's butts and buttholes. I used to want romance, but over time it changed. Now I just want to sniff butt. Imagine if you were in heaven and it was just a bunch of naked chicks shoving their ass in your face.
Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
As well as the bloody clothing he wore during the homicidal attack. He was placed under arrest and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. At his trial, which started on September 2, 2014, Daniel's defense team claimed he was not guilty by reason of insanity. They argued that his mental health issues prevented him from understanding the difference between right and wrong. On September 26, 2014, Daniel Marsh was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder. 4 days later, the jury found that Daniel was not insane when he killed his victims. Daniel Marsh was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 52 years. Despite this sentence, under California law, he will be eligible for parole after serving 25 years. This is due to his age when he committed the crime. He could be out of prison at the age of 42, which would give him plenty of time to resume his homicidal career. Now moving to my analysis. Here are my thoughts on a few areas that stood out to me in this case. Item number 1. Mental health professionals who assessed Daniel had different opinions about his condition. One clinician believed that Daniel was a psychopath, noting that he scored 35.8 out of 40 on the psychopathy checklist. This checklist contains symptoms of primary and secondary psychopathy. A score of 30 is considered the cutoff to be labeled as psychopathic. Another clinician looked at this case quite differently, claiming there was no evidence that Daniel had antisocial behavior. This clinician believed that Daniel had bipolar disorder. When looking at the available evidence, it is reasonable to believe that Daniel possessed pronounced psychopathic traits. He was self-centered, cold, callous, impulsive, irresponsible, reckless, manipulative, excitement-seeking, grandiose, remorseless, and had shallow affect. The vast majority of people who are psychopathic never go on to be a serial killer. However, there is reason to believe that Daniel was well on his way toward that goal. For example, Daniel had frequent and vivid fantasies about murdering multiple people. He enjoyed torturing and killing animals. He liked to set fires. One fire even involved a response by the fire department. And when he was 14 years old, he attended the Davis Police Academy for Youth. Many serial killers maintain dreams of being in law enforcement. Item number 2, like many thrill or hedonistic killers, Daniel described experiencing an intense euphoria after the killing. This feeling of joy had a surprising result. After the murders, Daniel was named Student of the Month at his high school. The officials believed that Daniel's behavior had improved dramatically. I'm going to operate under the assumption that these school officials did not know about the murder part. If they did, they may want to revisit the award criteria. The temporary component of the post-homicidal
quote from Google: the policy specifically targets the live handling of real firearms by the person streaming. You can react to videos featuring guns, but you cannot have a real firearm in your physical presence, holding or handling it, while the streaming.
Either you're looking at a source that isn't the official YouTube community guidelines and it's inaccurate, or YouTube accidentally took down the video and it was like a false positive. But wait, that's the appeal. Yeah, wait, appeal rejected. Where was it? Let me see if it was in the email. They specifically gave me a timestamp. Where is it? Oh yeah, I can't look it up. It said specifically 59 minutes into the video, and at 59 minutes I was just reacting to another YouTuber. So if you read the policy as it's actually stated in YouTube's TOS, it says you cannot show someone handling a firearm. So that wording doesn't suggest, if they said you can't, if what they meant was you cannot handle a firearm on stream, then they would say that. They would say you cannot handle, transport, use a firearm during a live stream. But they specifically say show. So show would mean you doing it or somebody else doing it, or you reacting to a video of somebody doing it. Thanks for the donation, though, 3. I think, like, just read the actual TOS from YouTube. Because, again, if that's what they meant by it, they would have said it.
Joy became evident quickly. During the month after the murder, May 2013, Daniel was expelled for carrying a knife on campus. Daniel would have needed a steady supply of murders in order to keep his mood up, which again supports this idea that he was well on his way to becoming a serial killer. Item number 3. In May 2018, just over 5 years after the double murder, Daniel Marsh gave a TED Talk through some type of bizarre program at the prison. Here is a summary. Daniel had a troubled childhood, which involved mistreatment and loneliness. He claimed that he had been the victim of assaults of a sexual nature perpetrated by 2 offenders, who he does not name. He only said that he loved and trusted them. It's worth noting that Daniel has never identified these 2 mysterious and possibly non-existent people. Daniel became trapped in a downward spiral.
This guy is just a manipulative psycho.
His hurt turned to anger, and he felt an uncontrollable rage that grew stronger with each passing day. Daniel hated the people who harmed him and eventually hated all of humanity. Only after his...
Bullshit. He was killing cats. It wasn't humanity he had a problem with. He's just a vicious, horrible person.
Incarceration, did he realize that he needed a human connection? Daniel indicated he was resilient, loyal, kind-hearted, friendly, intelligent, and resourceful.
Yeah, that's why he wanted to kill everybody.
He came to understand that there were no evil people in this world, only damaged people. At the end,
that is complete and utter nonsense.
Of his talk, Daniel received a round of...
Very convenient for somebody who's trying to look for sympathy to think that.
What I'm reading from. It would be retarded because you can't react to any cops in any videos then. I think what ended up happening is retarded. I thought you had real gun or something.
It's not under their firearms policy, it's under their live streaming policy. They have a separate policy for firearms when it comes to videos versus live streaming. Let me see if I can find the... Wait, let me see if I can find the thing. Okay, that was removed. Where's the... Okay, let me see. So this is the actual community guidelines on YouTube for live streaming. Wait, fuck, whoops. So, community guideline restrictions. Your channel gets a community guideline strike or live stream was taken down under our policies. We don't allow live streams that show someone holding, handling, or transporting a firearm. Channels not in compliance with YouTube's firearms policy will have the violate live stream removed and may permanently or temporarily lose their ability to live stream. That's the exact wording when it comes to firearms. We do not allow live streams that show someone. Doesn't say we do not allow live streams where you hold, handle, or transport a firearm. It just says show. So show would imply also reacting to videos. So that's what their policy says, and if you look at the timestamp in the fucking live stream where they took my video down and they said that was the offending incident, it was just me reacting to a video. Thanks for the donation, though, 3.
A vigorous applause, although the audience members were not told why Daniel was in prison. The objective of this prison program that facilitated the TED Talk was not clear. If their mission was to expose how manipulative Daniel was, then they succeeded. Item number 4, there are mental health clinicians out there who have suggested that Daniel should be released from prison, including at least one who assessed him. Daniel actually threatened to murder this clinician during their first interview, so the first impression was less than
that person has to be an idiot.
Ideal. For the most part, there are primarily 2 factors behind this idea that Daniel should get a second chance. He suffered from mental illness, and he was too young to be thrown away by society. People who support Daniel argue that he has changed a lot since his incarceration, and he would never kill again. This is an interesting theory, but it is important to remember how psychopathy expresses through the lifetime. If Daniel really is psychopathic, then he will learn to manipulate more effectively as he grows older. It is possible that he is remorseful, or maybe he just adapted to his circumstances. Daniel knows what society wants to hear, and he is willing to say it to gain his freedom. Another possibility here is that Daniel is truly remorseful, but he would still kill again if he had the chance. A person can be remorseful and motivated to commit murder at the same time, especially if they are a thrill or hedonistic killer. People like this.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. All right, there we go. Oh. Oh. Where's my kitty? What's my kitty up to? Oh. My chest has been itchy lately.
Hi.
Hey, Pat. How's it going, sweetie?
I can't hear you.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
So my microphone is ticked. Speakers are ticked. Oh, wait.
You sure you got the right ones?
Oh. Yeah, I changed it.
There we go. How you doing, sweetie?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good, just tired. I've been streaming for 7 hours, 22 minutes. And,
Oh, wow.
I had one of those like weed gummies a while ago. They tend to also make me tired and knocked out.
Oh, yeah. Are we streaming now or is this not
Yeah.
live?
Yeah, we're streaming now.
Oh, we are. Oh, cool. I think my sister had some of those. They were like medically prescribed ones somehow. And she says they're pretty strong, but they're
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, it's totally illegal here.
Illegal or legal?
No, legal. Yeah, you can.
Oh, it is
like
legal.
the government controls it, and you can just buy it.
Yeah, well, we have retarded laws in Australia, so
Very.
it's generally not legal.
We have some pretty
It's a bit of a funny
retarded.
state.
We have some pretty retarded laws here that are getting more retarded when it comes to guns, unfortunately.
Yeah. It used to be better. I think you need
Yeah.
better leadership that Trudeau, whatever his name
Machine guns used to be legal in Canada, I think, back in the 80s. They only banned them in the 80s when everyone started to become gay.
is. So most of the problem is handguns, right? That's like most of the
That's what most crimes are committed.
violence.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
so I don't
like,
know why these other ones are regulated so much.
it goes bang, 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 rather than bang, bang, bang. You know.
Pistols are the coolest though, so yeah, I don't know.
They're also really expensive too. So, you know, some like these people who commit mass shootings are usually like fucktards that are broke. Otherwise, they wouldn't be committing mass shootings. So, when they're that expensive, like, why the fuck would you even bother? I also have a cat.
Gum.
See him? This is Gum
Hi,
Gum.
sweetheart.
He's Gum Gum. He's a good Gum Gum.
Hello.
Mwah.
He's so
really
big.
He's really big. Look at him.
Oh, he's such a cute cat.
He's a good
Is he
boy.
still eating Isaac's bread?
Yes, he is, of course. He loves bread. Cats love bread. Oh, so how was work today?
It was good. Just because it's only tiring because the seminars are back to back. So I have a 2-hour seminar and then like 5 minutes to get to my next class. And then I'm kind of being bombarded by students who won't ask me questions during the seminar. They'll only ask me after when I'm trying to head out. But yeah, it was good. We covered like conflicts of interest when you're representing a client and you're trying to take on another matter, but there might be a conflict there, like what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to not do it, but yeah, there's situations where you can. So
Do you ever have to cover Better Call Saul type of stuff? Like,
yeah,
yeah.
that's exactly what it's about, like how to avoid becoming Saul Goodman, basically. Because like
Well,
there's so
I
much
mean,
scope.
But I mean, if you're good at being Saul Goodman, you kind of want to learn how to be Saul Goodman, you know? So like, do people ask questions like, okay, if I have a client that's doing illegal shit, but I want his money, and how do I help him launder stuff? Like, do you get questions like that?
Not serious ones. Like I get people
Yeah.
joking about Saul Goodman and wanting to be like him, but I don't think any of the kids do. Like they're very like on the ball with that. But like we talk about Better Call Saul and like those movies and stuff, but I don't think anyone seriously wants to be like they're all pretty responsible at the
Right.
school I'm at. But yeah, we're definitely covering situations that lead to that. So for example, today we covered that lawyer X person. So she was like giving away her client's secrets to the police and acting as an informant as well as a criminal defender. So she was like definitely breaching her duties there because you're meant to represent your client,
Yeah.
not like just do what you feel is right and give away your client's secrets to like the police.
Right.
So that those type of situations we're interested in avoiding.
You think avoiding female lawyers would be a good way to avoid having that problem?
Not necessarily. Like Johnny Depp had a really good female lawyer, and like
Yeah, true.
I've seen some really good female lawyers.
Well, he
Yeah,
wasn't
but some of
committing
them
any
are kind
crimes, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
I feel
But,
like I have a feeling I feel like more women would do that.
like
rat
act
out to the cops their own
unethically.
client.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we actually looked at studies, and they already answered that they were more likely to act in a way that was unprofessional, but like they found ethical. So
Right.
that kind of indicated that they would be more likely to do something like this. Yeah, I think they're just like more emotional. So
All right.
on
Avoid
average,
female lawyers.
what are you doing with me then?
Well, I mean, you know, you can only know if you know. So if you had to choose between the crop of male or female lawyers, you're probably better off, statistically speaking, with a man.
Probably. I mean, there's exceptional individuals everywhere, but on average, depending on what traits you want.
Yeah.
But that's not to say there's no great female lawyers.
Yeah. Let's see. Somebody donated $2. What would you say to this argument?
You are so mean for.
Oh, it's some. I guess I can share the screen. I don't know if I have to turn on the stupid.
Oh, I can see something. I can see a.
Yeah, you can see the thing, but share sound. There we go.
For stealing the bees' honey. At least that's what people keep saying. It must seem like they do all this hard work and then we just take it away. But there's more to this story. In nature, bees often build their hives in hollow trees. There, they have safety, privacy, and room to grow. Once they outgrow their space, they split up by swarming. In nature, bees tend to have to fight off many pests, diseases, and infestations. Their tree has a capped amount of space, and old comb will sit, get really dark, and become unusable. As a beekeeper, I can help to prevent and treat many of these issues. I assist in pest management and prevention. I remove old comb that is unusable and likely to foster future diseases. And lastly, I can expand or contract their living space. If they need more room to grow, I can allow them to do so. But if they're overburdened, I can shrink their home and make it more manageable. Through this process, they can build massive hives with so much excess honey that they'll never go through it all. I can then take those honey frames and give them to another hive if they're struggling and in need of more food, or I can harvest them for myself. It all comes down to working with the bees, not just stealing. And of course, beekeepers only ever take excess. We are always mindful to leave ample food reserves for the bees.
I think there's a lot wrong with that. One, they're a selectively bred species. They're not the bees that they use for honey, they're not wild. So it's not like you're rescuing wild bees and then putting them in your safe beehive. You're just selectively breeding bees into existence to work for you for honey. So there's that exploitative aspect to it. It's kind of like, you know, slave owners back in the day would say, oh, well, we're helping the slaves. We're bringing them from Africa where they'd be treated like shit, and then we're bringing them here where they have a better quality of life. And to some extent, there is a valid argument to that, but if you're like literally forcing black people to have sex to like have children so that they can like work in your cornfield, you can't make that argument. So it's kind of that analogy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like, don't they clip the wings of the bees in every?
They clip the
like,
queen's wings so the queen can't fly away.
Yes, if he's doing that, I don't. How would
And
that be ethical?
again, you could make the argument it's in greater service to the interest of these bees. But again, the problem is you're breeding them into existence. So you're not rescuing any bees. It's kind of like saying, oh, well, cows in the wild, you know, they die from starvation or exposure or predators, but there aren't any cows in the wild, and you bred those cows into existence. So it's like fundamentally exploitative in that way.
Yeah, it kind of depends on like your.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say quickly, it depends on like your personal philosophy as well, what you consider a good life. Like, I'm really into individual flourishing. So, like, if you approach things from not just like your basic needs are met, but what does this individual need to flourish? Like, it gets rid of a lot of these, oh, like my bees are happy, and even though they get killed, or even though I clip their wings, like, short of like animal sanctuaries where I think animals are really flourishing, I don't really feel the need to support, like, yeah, these like quasi enslavement places.
Yeah.
Even though they're slightly better than the wild or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and on top of that, they do kill the male bee to inseminate the queen bee. I know they do that. And
so all these practices are being left out, and he's just showing us like the best parts. That's a bit dishonest if he's doing those other things.
Yeah, and the thing he's talking about with leaving reserve honey for the bees, that's not always true. I know there are a lot of beekeepers that just take all the honey, then they'll give the bees sugar water. So that's.
But say if he had like a bee sanctuary and it was like an actual sanctuary where the needs of the bees came first, then that's fine. I don't think that was that though.
Yeah. On top of that, like, I do know there is problems with honey production and competition with natural native pollinators, so you may be making life worse for wild animals.
Yeah.
That said, the only counter argument I could like think of is their bees. Like, it may not be a substantive enough level of sentience for you to care necessarily. I don't know to what extent they can really feel pleasure or pain or whatever, like they are insects. They do
I think
seem
out of all the
sentient,
insects
though.
they seem to be the most sentient.
Yeah, or at least one of. Like, I've noticed with certain bugs, they do seem to be a lot more cognizant. Like, here in this area, there's a lot of firebugs. They're basically these beetles with like red speckles on them. They're really small and they look like they have small heads, but they seem to be very aware of you.
Some insects are like more sentient than others. I don't know if I'm necessarily against like bringing things into existence though. Like, it depends on what the environment is going to be.
Yeah.
And how what the approach is. Like, I'm not inherently against creation of life.
Yeah, and what else was I gonna say? I'm high and tired. It's hard to think.
Yeah, sorry I was so late.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, and I mean, I know there is industrial utility to using bees to pollinate. We don't actually need bees to pollinate food. You can do it by hand, and they have actually had to do that in China. It's just that it's more costly. Like, you're talking about human labor at that point. So
yeah, and expensive.
So I don't know, like the weight of industrial utility, how much it helps humans flourish, what cost it has to the actual bees themselves, can all be kind of calculated into some, equation you're using to determine whether or not it's ethical. I would say you're probably better off avoiding buying honey because you don't need honey for the industrial utility of bees pollinating. You can just leave the honey alone to the bees. So I don't know.
There probably is like some health benefits to honey though, and like
probably not
like the
overall.
Mediterranean diet. Really?
It fucks your teeth up like nothing else.
Depending on what you're eating.
Yeah, like I know the
Hadza.
The Hadza hunter-gatherer tribe, they, like, I think as much as like 60% of their diet can be honey. They have the most fucked teeth you've ever seen. So yeah, if you're eating a lot of honey, and you're not brushing, yeah, that'll fucking ruin your teeth like you can't believe.
But like a normal amount, like you're having like honey on top. something once a month.
Honey's great. I wish there was like a good kind of vegan replacement for honey because it's fucking amazing.
I really like maple syrup, but it's so expensive here. It's like a
Yeah.
tiny bottle for like $12 now.
There's
It's
a
delicious.
there's a 24/7 grocery store that had these massive, huge jugs of honey not honey, maple syrup. I don't know who the hell's buying that, but yeah, you can get huge like 20-pound fucking jugs of honey here, or not honey, maple
We're
syrup.
considering doing that. It might be like cheaper overall to get just the massive bulk one from one of those like honest to goodness or something, one of those
Yeah,
bulk places.
there's also maple butter. You can heat up maple syrup and stir it, and it creates like this. It turns basically kind of into honey consistency.
Maple butter.
Yeah, and it's just maple syrup. It's not mixed with
Yeah.
anything else.
How does it get that texture?
It's the crystallization from heating it to a certain
Oh,
temperature.
okay.
So you heat it to a certain
Yeah, like
temperature, it
caramel.
begins to crystallize, but you mix it really quick to break up the crystals, and then it turns into like a butter.
Looks like ice cream.
Yeah, tastes really good. I used to really like getting rice cakes and putting peanut butter and honey on it. That is just incredible.
Yeah, I had peanut butter and honey when I was not vegan.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like
Yeah.
cinnamon on top.
Yeah, I've seen some honey replacements that taste good, but it's not honey, you know?
Yeah. I've had like rice honey. Wasn't very nice. Maybe I'm just getting the wrong vegan honeys.
I know there's rice syrup.
Yeah, maybe that's the one I had.
Yeah, I've used rice syrup for making like a pecan pie one time.
You know, the first vegan cheese I ever made was a recipe of yours. It was like
Oh, yeah?
mozzarella, like 2017.
That was good.
Yeah.
That was
That was
actually
the first
really
vegan
good.
cheese I ever had.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it tastes just like cheese. I was so impressed.
Yeah, it looks just
So I
like cheese.
I had no idea you
tastes
could do
like
that.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that was like back in the day.
Yeah. And gummy is very gummy. See this?
Gummy.
I like eating gummies
How
with
old
gummy.
is he?
I think he's about 2 years old now. Yeah,
so
maybe
young.
2 years and a little bit, like 3 months, maybe 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's big. I think he's finally done growing, but he's very big.
You might still be growing. You wake up one day, it's got a tiger in your house.
Maybe. I like big kitties. It's fun cuddling
Yeah.
with big kitties. It's a good
love
cuddle
cats.
buddy.
I love predators.
Look at his paws.
Hello.
Look at his toes. I can hold his
He's
toes.
just the cutest cat.
He's very sweet. He does
He's
bite
super
though.
chill.
Gotta be careful.
Does he do zoomies?
Yeah, he does do zoomies. And sometimes he likes knocking stuff over when he does zoomies. Yeah, there he
Yeah,
goes. He likes
That's
biting.
cat life.
Dandelion
today?
syrup is good and honey-like, but it makes you shit. Huh. I never heard of that.
Dandelion syrup.
Yeah, I
Isn't that
never
a
heard
flower?
of that.
What's that flower that's...
Yeah, well, it's
That
like a
rabbit-
weed. I like the dandelion flowers because then when they sprout seeds, you can blow on them.
Yeah.
I remember
used to
when
do
I
that
was a
when I was little.
kid, I picked up one of those dandelion weeds, blew on it, and then the seeds went over everywhere. And then there's some like fucking retarded whack job who was like obsessed with keeping weeds off his lawn, saying, "Don't blow on it! Oh my god, you're spreading weeds!" Imagine being
cares?
that gay.
That's a very specific memory.
Yeah. I have some weird ones.
Never been yelled
There's
at
some-
for blowing a dandelion.
There were some weird whack jobs in my neighborhood. I remember I was walking home with a friend of mine, and we're on the sidewalk, and, you know, like, there's driveways that cross the sidewalk. We're walking, some dude pulls in super fucking quick into his house, almost hits us, and I was like, okay, that was weird. I don't know if he saw us or something. We keep walking, and then I just turn around to, like, see what the guy was doing. And then he yells at me, "You have a problem, nigger?" And he's this like 70-year-old dude. And I'm like, what the fuck is your issue? And he starts screaming and yelling, "Get the fuck out of here, you fucking niggers." And his wife was like screaming at him, "Don't stop, just come back to the house." And he's like 70. I think I was like still in my teens, so like I could have kicked his ass. I don't know what the fuck his problem was.
B9? It's probably crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
It's funny how that word is like everyone says it now, and literally 3 years ago you just would never ever hear it. It's just like said ironically. It's said in the normal way.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you make it too big of a deal, suddenly not a big problem. Uh-oh. What happened to your camera?
Oh, it just does that sometimes. I just have to put it on again. Sorry. I don't know why. I've fixed the setting where it's not meant to automatically switch off, but it still does that. Yeah, I remember that vegan teacher wrote that poem.
Yeah.
Do you remember with the doll and it spelt out
Yeah.
the N-word? And everyone thought that was the biggest deal ever at the time. And now everyone's just like N-word, N-word, N-word.
She set the trend.
She's a trendsetter.
She's got crazy numbers on her live streams. Have you seen?
Yeah, I know. And her,
Holy crap.
I've just heard her TikToks. Like, she's like a superstar wherever
Yeah.
she is. And, yeah. She is like famous. I really like her, Katie.
Yeah, she's great. Yeah.
Yeah, she's cool.
I don't know if she moved back to Canada yet. I think she might have. I told her when the weather gets better, I'll meet up with her.
Yeah. Yeah, we've done a few live streams together and we talk every now and then. She's pretty intense. Like, she says some strange things, but I think she's really nice.
I'm surprised she's able to keep her cool with so many retards. I'd be telling
They're
people
all like
to like
13-year-olds,
off
but-
themselves left and right. I don't care if they're
They're like
13.
13-year-old dropkicks. I know, but
Yeah.
like a lot of them don't even know what they're saying. They're just like following their friends who are making fun of her or something.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd be able
yeah.
to restrain myself. I'd be like, "You want to fight me in a cage?" and all this shit to like 13-year-old kids.
13-year-old.
Yeah.
Whoa. No. They'll show up and start crying or something.
Yeah. I could probably chuck a 13-year-old pretty far.
I don't know. Some of
Especially
them,
if I grab them
people
by their
athletic.
ankles and like swing. I could throw them pretty far.
I'm surprised at how athletic some guys are so young. Like, because the people I'm teaching are about 19 or 20, but some of them look like, I don't know, 30-year-old bodybuilders. Like, it's crazy because a lot of them are like playing semi-pro football or some semi-pro basketball. And they're like 17 or 18. Maybe not 17, like 18 turning 19.
Oh yeah, and steroid use is crazy among teenagers right now too, so.
Yeah, well, I don't try, obviously, but yeah. But it's impressive.
I should have taken steroids when I was, well, I probably should have waited till I was about 23. That's when I stopped growing.
So yeah, you can, is the whole thing like you can start taking them once you've reached your full height or something?
I don't know. Well, there's certain steroids that don't seem to impact height, like oxandrolone.
Okay.
But testosterone might. I don't know if there's any really good data on it, but there's biological plausibility that it could stunt growth. I've known some
Yeah.
people who've taken testosterone from their mid-teens, and they still grew pretty tall, like over 6 feet.
And nothing happens if you stop taking them, is that right?
Well, you'll have temporary like shutdown. Like your body will have to start making its own testosterone. If you're younger, you tend to bounce back a lot easier, but the longer you take them, the older you are. It might be permanently suppressed.
So what happens like if it's suppressed?
Well, you'd have to go back on steroids.
And if you don't?
You'll just have permanent suppression if you have that.
But like what's suppression? Like what do you mean? Like what actually happens?
You won't
Does your
produce
body
enough
shut down?
testosterone.
So you just be like normal?
No, you'll be worse than normal.
Oh, okay. So you have some health problems.
Yeah. Like it's just your testicles don't work properly anymore. So you'd have to go on permanent hormone replacement.
Yeah. So you're better off just keep on taking them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like quite, because I'd never thought about this before, but I was quite convinced by your argument about like it just makes you stronger. There's not much downside and all these retarded substances are already
Yeah. You just stay on.
legal. Not
Yeah.
the ones that make you stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah, for men. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're gonna go on testosterone, just stay on. There's no reason to come off. Yeah, but steroids are great. There's a few people in my chat that hopped on because I said it was a good idea, and they really like it too.
Mm. Yeah.
Let's see. A donated $2. Have you tried stuff like this? I don't know if this is even healthy. Probably not. This is the Chalk Zero sugar-free honey substitute, honey equivalent, keto, vegan friendly. Keto. Ingredients: soluble corn fiber, resistant dextrin, honey flavor, beta carotene, monk fruit extract, natural caramel color. There's nothing in the ingredients that seem bad.
Carotene.
Yeah, seems fine. That's interesting. Especially since it's like low calorie. I'll look and see if that's on like Canadian Amazon or something. That looks cool. Try that. I'd like a good honey substitute. Thanks for the donation though, A. Let me see.
I don't mind maple syrup. It's just really liquidy. It doesn't spread like
Pat,
how honey
answer
does.
this.
Yeah.
Come shit tranny bum
Kinda
bum
more
ass
like a
spoop gum come
sugar
shit tranny
replacement.
bum bum ass spoop gum come shit tranny bum bum ass spoop gum come shit tranny bum
Okay,
bum ass.
Non-Wib is asking you to answer this. Cum shit tranny bum bum ass poop gum cum. Shit tranny bum bum ass poop gum cum 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 shit tranny. How do you
I'm
respond?
not sure there's a question there. I don't understand the question.
I don't either. You might want to check your grammar, but thanks for the donation, Non-Wib. Will you visit Australia to see Pat and Vegan Booty? I don't know about Vegan Booty, but yes, Pat for sure.
Vegan booty Tash
Yeah.
Peterson.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, she's in Perth. That's right. That's where she causes ruckus stuff. But she's got some
Yeah.
weird ass political views.
Oh boy. I didn't know how...
She's a base activist.
Yeah, I don't know how... I didn't know she was that bad, but when she posted the pro-Palestine stuff, I gave her an earful. Then she got mad at me, then her stupid fucking boyfriend and I got into a little argument, and then he said the video wasn't AI, and then I said, yeah, it was, and then he said, no, it wasn't, and then the next morning, he literally admitted it was. Like, they're fucking stupid.
Jack seems alright. I really like Tash. I think she's just a bit confused with political stuff, and she won't engage with arguments from the other side. I was actually thinking of just messaging her and being like, hey, you've got some pretty opinionated views on politics. Do you want to debate or discuss some of them? Particularly this like anti-colonial.
So I've offered to debate them. They don't. They're just
Yeah,
thick-headed.
so that's kind of like, I don't mind different views, but you shouldn't be evasive, and you should be able to defend them if you're putting such strong views out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because she's otherwise like, yeah, I think she's really cool, and I like her aggressive activism and everything. It's just like,
Yeah, if it wasn't for the stupid lefty commie bullshit. Yeah.
well, not just that, but her approach to it, and like not debating about it. Because you can kind of be leftist without being woke. Like if you're, you know what I mean? Like not every...
You can be left-wing, but not
and
be
still, like,
retarded.
not be woke, even though most woke people are left. All woke people are left. Well, actually, not really. You got the woke right now, so...
Yeah. Yeah, I think Rafaela, she's probably the most based, or one of the most based activists. Like, she's very similar to Vegan Booty. She did some of the disruptive stuff. I've seen her do a lot of...
on Facebook.
Yeah, I've seen her do a lot of debates and shit. She's a really good debater. Really smart. She got a medical degree. She kind of says, well, idiots are doctors too, but I think she kind of sells herself short. She is really smart. And
So she's a doctor?
Yeah, she's a medical doctor. She
Okay, I
went
didn't know
through
that.
residency and everything. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some of her vids on Facebook. I like her style as well.
Yeah. Yeah, she's based. Yeah, and she's a bit more right wing.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
That's good. We're getting a bit more variety in our movement because I
Yeah.
feel like 5 or 10 years ago it was just the whole thing was left wing, but now that the culture's changing, getting more normies in
Yeah.
and more right wing people.
Yeah, I don't think she's like right
I don't
wing,
actually
right
care. I just don't want
wing,
our movement
but
to be completely
just like
crazy.
more kind of center, like not lefty kind of thing.
Yeah, but I feel like even if you're like that, you're labeled right wing because I don't
Yeah.
actually think my views are right wing. They're just normal.
Yeah,
But,
these days.
now
Yeah.
it's like just become right wing.
Yeah.
Like free speech is right wing. Yeah. Or
Yeah.
like guns.
Yeah.
Because like 10 years ago, liberal left people supported guns, like in America and Canada. But that was just a normal basic right.
There seem like I know there's a big uptick in pro 2A, Second Amendment stuff among certain LGBTQ people, and it tends to be the ones that aren't like crazy, weird, wokey left retards. It's just the like, yeah, guns are good because then I can defend myself against nut job type people.
Yeah, they're learning the hard way.
Yeah. See, Callus donated $2. Nice to meet you, Pat. What's your ethnicity, if you don't mind me asking?
So I was born in the Republic of Seychelles, which is a random island kind of near Madagascar, but not really. It's like in the Indian Ocean. But my family background's Malaysian.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My family background's Malaysian. I was born in an island somewhere that I've never been back to.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like colonized by the French, but there was no one there when they colonized it. So I'm kind of nothing. Yeah.
I'd like to colonize the Penguin Island that Trump tariffed.
Did he?
I'd like to live around.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right.
There was literally an island that was only inhabited by penguins. No humans live there, and he tariffed it. What did the penguins do to you?
It doesn't impact their everyday life.
Yeah.
It's so cute. I like those islands where there's just like rabbits or
Yeah.
I don't know how good their life is though. There's probably problems there if there's not any
Yeah.
human intervention.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's been like glamorized or not.
Yeah, I know there's Cat Island in Japan.
Cats would probably be a bit better just because they're more independent and can kind of look after themselves a bit.
People do go there to feed them. So I don't know
Okay.
how much food they have there.
Mm.
Yeah. They're very tame because they know people bring them food, so you can get swarmed by cats.
Cats are awesome.
Yeah, I really love kitties. Kitties are my favorite. And this is my favorite kitty. How are your bun buns doing?
They're good.
Just being
Kind of
rabbits.
sleeping at the moment. Yeah, not doing much of anything.
Doing rabbit stuff.
It's a very one-sided relationship.
Yeah.
It's not like a cat or a dog. And Clover's kind of an asshole, but whatever. She's getting better. She's not as bad as she was when she was 2, and she just go around biting my sister. Just hated my sister. But she's always really liked me, so yeah, I took the dominant like caretaker role
Mm-hmm.
because she hated my sister.
Quad Stomp asks, does Pat like anime?
Yes, I do like anime.
Yeah, we've been
And Richard and
watching
I have-
Sailor Moon. Yeah, we watched The Disastrous Life of Psyche K last time. You liked that one, eh?
Yeah, that was hilarious. That was so
Yeah.
funny. I really
Yeah, we
liked
gotta
Psyche
watch.
K.
We gotta watch Prison School too. You'd really like that one.
Oh yeah.
I want you to read manga. You got to read Chainsaw Man. I think you'd love it.
Yeah, I will. Is it free or do I have to buy like subscribe? to
Yeah, it's
something?
free. You can read it online.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can in my because I don't have classes next week, so I have a bit of time. Even though I'll be marking papers, but it's a bit more flexible. I really like funny, smart dialogue. That's like I don't like movies where no one's talking and it's all like looks and aesthetic. Like I like, hearing people speak. So I really like Psyche K for that reason because the script is really funny and quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
that's what I
there's
like.
just like there's a lot of realism with the characters with how like silly they are and the way they think.
Yeah, like that one that you like that she thinks she's really perfect because she's beautiful and she's like, but I'm also
Yeah.
beautiful inside and I'm
Yeah.
completely perfect. Like the self-awareness.
Yeah, it's bizarre. She's like not a good person, but she wants to be a good person, and she tries her absolute best to be a good person, even though she thinks terrible things. It's funny.
And I'll say I think a lot of women think that way.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think they pull it off as well as that character, though.
Yeah, it's kind of a parody, I think.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know, maybe a little bit.
Let's see. Non-Wib says donated $3 and says, Pat, your window's open. The mosquitoes are going to get inside. Look out. The mosquitoes and bed bugs and lice and mice and rice are going to get in. Look out. The mosquitoes and men are going to get in. Don't turn around.
There's no mosquitoes and no men. When it's a buggy day, the windows are shut. Today's not a buggy day.
Okay.
In Australia, you get a feel for it. What's going to
Okay.
be a buggy day and what's not. Yeah.
Weird. Yeah, here there's a fuck ton of mosquitoes in my area. Just retarded.
Really? Isn't it too cold for bugs?
No, when it warms up, the bugs come. And this is a really bad area for mosquitoes. It's pretty annoying. And there's somebody doxing me in my chat. Thank you. Tell your mom to come over. I'll give her a good beating.
What?
No, I'm telling the guy who's doxing me in chat to tell his mom to come over so I can give her a beating. You can come over for that too, though.
Good for now.
Yeah. Oh. Look at this handsome man. Look how handsome. You see
He's
this?
so massive.
He's so
He's
big.
like you.
Yeah, he's so big. Gummy mogs me.
He looks pretty big even next to you, so he must
Yeah,
be really big.
he is really
When I
big.
carry him, it's probably going to be like carrying a dog.
Yeah.
A medium-sized dog.
Or a big, fat baby. Big baby hippopotamus.
Oh, what a cutie.
Yeah. He's really sweet. Let's see. Got another donation. Give me a second.
VG, fuck you. It's not fair how you are already in another relationship while I'm still a kissless virgin at 25. At least I still have hentai and my Zootopia porn comics, I guess. You
I was
are
thinking about whether to read it out or not.
Well, no, it's audio. I was letting it play. So Ben
okay.
Boy donated $3. Says, VG, fuck you. It's not fair how you are already in another relationship while I'm still a kissless virgin at 25. At least I still have hentai in my Zootopia porn comics, I guess. True. What else do you need when you got Zootopia porn?
I can't relate.
Well, I sent you some stuff. That was pretty close. B-stars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. We have to watch that soon as well.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. I think you'd like B-stars.
Yeah, and the movie Equilibrium. I
Yeah.
think that'll be fun to watch together.
Yeah.
If you like dystopian and like a single powerful individual smashing the
Yeah, I do.
establishment. Yeah.
Have you seen the Fallout show?
What is it, a TV show?
Yeah, it's on Amazon Prime.
The Fallout.
You'd
No, but
probably
it's got
like
that
that.
girl. Okay. Bolstered by new friendships forged under sudden and tragic circumstances, high school student Beta begins to reinvent herself while reevaluating her relationships with her view of the world. I'm sure it's much more exciting than that.
No, that's not it. It's
Oh.
that's what you find when you look up Fallout.
I'm reading like
Amazon Prime. It's the post-apocalyptic, like nuclear war thing. It's based on the video game
I'm reading
series.
about The Fallout, which is like some crappy movie.
No,
with
it's not
Guillermo
the
Ortega.
Fallout. It's
Oh,
literally
Fallout,
Fallout.
American series. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Is an American post-apocalyptic drama television series created by Graham Wagner, based on the role-playing video game franchise.
Yeah, you'd probably like
Society
that one.
collapsed following a nuclear holocaust. Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Reminds me
it's
of
pretty cool
Oppenheimer.
and funny.
Apparently, Peaky Blinders is really good as well. My sister keeps telling me to watch it.
Yeah.
Yep. With what's his face? Poppy.
Yeah.
Cillian Murphy.
Yeah. I think it's I kept seeing you know those memes where it's like oh, remember when men were men, and they have images of that guy from Peaky Blinders, but he's like this really skinny fucking twink and he's kind of effeminate. Just thought that was weird.
I think like there is a nice masculinity of the 1920s where men kind of look that way, but then they invented the atomic bomb. Like it's a nice contrast, and they're really mild-mannered and stuff. And then they defeated the Nazis. Like I kind of like it for that period.
Yeah.
Nice contrast,
Oppenheimer was a massive fucking pussy. You know
he invented the A-bomb.
Yeah, he was a fucking bitch. He was whining like a little girl, like, we shouldn't have used the bomb. Yeah.
Bro, he just killed like whatever it was, 50,000
Yeah, they
people.
fucking deserved it.
Lucky. They did.
It was fucking Japan. They committed Pearl Harbor. They were worse than the Nazis. Imperial Japan may have even been worse than the fucking Nazis. They committed fucking Pearl Harbor. And this little bitch is whining about the fucking atomic bomb. His fucking bombs killed less people than the fire bombings in Tokyo. What the fuck is he complaining about?
I actually thought it was a very reasonable response. Like, I liked how he didn't lose his mind. He didn't go insane. He's like, hey, this is tough. And then in the end, he gets some award, and he's like, oh, yeah, it's kind of all good.
Yeah, he's
like...
a pussy. Just a cowardly pussy.
What?
Yeah, he is. You know, the president wouldn't even talk to him after he made the bomb. Because he was bitching to the fucking president. Like, we shouldn't have done this. And he was like, get the fuck out of my office. Don't ever come back here.
Yeah, I remember that scene.
Yeah.
I think it would be a lot on your conscience.
No. Not mine.
Because you would have killed, well, maybe not yours, but you would have killed like children and innocent people.
They were warned to get the fuck out if they're that fucking stupid to stay there. Yeah, they had at least a week warning. I think it may have been 2 weeks before they dropped the bomb. So get the fuck out.
Some of them probably couldn't. I really like Oppenheimer's character.
You can leave.
I think it shows he's a really good person, because that's what it is to be a good person. Like, you have to do terrible things and then you feel bad about it and then you kind of get over it. Like, it's very reasonable. Like, it's a very human story. Not gonna be like, yeah, awesome, I did this, and like, you're a psycho if you feel great after that. Like,
feel fucking amazing. With my fucking mind, I created the most fucking awesome mass destructive device ever fucking made by human beings. With my own fucking mind and ideas and imagination, I can fucking obliterate hundreds of thousands of fucking people from the planet. I'd feel fucking amazing. I just did it to defeat one of the most fucking evil, horrible, imperial, fascist regimes on the fucking planet. I'd feel fucking fantastic after bombing Japan.
They had those scenes where they celebrated that. And they were like really powerful scenes in the film. And then they had the other side where he's like dealing with like the emotional side of it. But like, if he was celebrating it all the way, if he was celebrating it all the way, he wouldn't have been a good person. Like, you wouldn't feel great about it all the time.
Like, give me a fucking break. That's some pussy shit. Yeah, if I made the nuclear bomb and it was used to defeat Japan, my mind is so fucking powerful. I can fucking destroy cities. I can fucking annihilate my enemies. Nobody can fucking withstand just the power of my own fucking mind. I'd feel amazing. Oppenheimer's a bitch.
No, he's a legend. That's how history sees him. And that's why Cillian Murphy won the Oscar and why the movie did so well. He's an interesting character.
He's a useful fucking pussy. That's what he is.
Gotta agree to disagree.
Apparently that movie was... I never saw it because everyone was telling me it was very boring and repetitive. Like, the movie was like 3 hours something when it really could have literally been half that. So I didn't bother even watching it.
I like watching it when I'm working, but I only like watching the first 2 hours because then it gets all like depressing. But I like watching the scenes where like he's kind of getting made fun of because he's a theorist, but like so am I, and they're like really glamorized like ideas and stuff and like how he thinks and how he is. And then when it gets too depressing, I kind of tune out. But it's nice to have one when you're kind of like in the zone, the aesthetic of like the 20s.
How could that story be depressing?
It's depressing when they're showing all like the people blowing up and stuff. I don't want to see that.
Well,
'Cause I
one,
don't
it's
enjoy it.
Imperial Japan. They're fucking horrible. And two, they were told to fucking leave. Like, I think they're I know for
I don't want to see people blowing up on the screen and be like, yeah, that's awesome.
well, I know I know for a fact they were given at least a week to leave, if not 2 weeks. I can't remember that, but
How is that like
an entire week. By the way, there were dropped pamphlets all over the city saying, we're going to unleash the most devastating fucking attack the world has ever seen with a new weapon.
I'm thinking of when I see images.
Here.
I'm not thinking of they had a week.
They already firebombed Tokyo and killed like 300,000 people. Let's stay here.
That's not going to make me want to watch that scene. So I watched the first 2 hours.
Look,
like
as
the
far as I'm
dark
concerned, that's one of the greatest eugenics experiments ever fucking conducted. Dumbasses stayed. See ya. Like, I don't know. I think we think differently about that.
It's not that we think different. I know what you're saying, but I just think, like, statistically speaking, there would have been some people who couldn't leave for whatever reason. Like, maybe they were too old or they didn't have enough money or something. Like, there's got to be those people in that situation.
You don't need money to walk.
For maybe not money, but some other situation where they couldn't leave. So I still.
They could leave.
Well, you don't know that. You don't know every single person.
Well, guess
Hiroshima
what?
and Nagasaki.
Guess what? If I had heard they had already killed, hundreds of thousands of people from the fire bombings in Tokyo, and then you have the United States, the most powerful military force on the fucking planet, saying we're going to unleash the most devastating weapon that's newly developed that the world has never seen. If they're already able to do that with fire. Yeah, I'd get my ass out of there. I don't think I'd be able to come up with enough excuses for myself.
But there's like children and stuff that didn't know retards and stuff.
Yeah, well,
Like,
I mean,
there's
it's
gonna be some
Japan.
people
They're
that couldn't
pretty
get out
much
of
all
it.
good at math. Like, retarded for a fucking Asian is still pretty smart. Think you can put 2 and 2 together.
Some of the Asians see here that something's happening with them. That's smart.
Well, I mean, again, you're talking about Imperial Japan. This is old school. If you had a retarded kid, they'd probably just be dead.
So you're making a claim that like every single person had the opportunity to get out of there, and there was no one person that like couldn't.
Just
get out
about,
of
like, unless they're literally being held at gunpoint. Yeah.
I think some people would have been stuck there for some reason that we don't know of. I don't
Nah.
think anyone would intentionally just like, yeah, let's get
Look,
blown
you're
apart.
given at least a week. No, you could figure some way to leave. You could figure out some way to leave.
Well, we don't know that.
Yeah, we do. Like the best case you could possibly make is maybe like a few hundred out of the tens of thousands that got killed. So no, the reason
did
there's mass
people
devastation like
not
that is because they're
leave
stupid.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki when the A bomb dropped. Some lacked specific information about the atomic bomb and were warned by authorities not to trust American leaflets and had nowhere safe to go. Warnings were vague, and after years of conventional air raids, citizens were accustomed to staying put, unaware that a single weapon could destroy a city.
Yeah, that sounds like some retard cope. Again, you can put 2 and
it's
2
like
together.
AI has pulled like all the reasoning in the world that people have given.
Again, that's
I think
weak
that sounds
reasoning.
reasonable.
That's really weak reasoning. So again, the Japanese would understand the U.S. is the most powerful military force on the planet. They defeated the Germans by then.
The Japanese in the military, not like everyday normies. Like,
Oh,
look at the
everyday
average person
normies would
today,
know.
like-
A lot of these military defeats were obvious and apparent to the public, like the sinking of the Yamato. They were
ambiguous
told
warnings.
They were
Leaflets
told
weren't
they were told by the Japanese government that the Yamato is the largest, most powerful, most awesome fucking weapon we've ever created. It's unsinkable, undefeatable. the U.S. obliterated the fucking Yamato. So that was their like amazing miracle wonder weapon. So the Japanese public knew at that point that the U.S. military was fucking serious. They had already defeated the German military. The Japanese public also knew they were horribly losing the war. They had massive fucking fuel shortages. That's why they were using the kamikaze attacks against the U.S. Navy. It's because they literally didn't have enough fuel to make a return flight back.
So familiarity with air raids, the US had already destroyed 66 Japanese cities using conventional firebombing, so civilians were accustomed to enduring attacks. They're like in survival mode.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Again, what you're telling me is they're retarded. So
maybe,
like, okay, again, absolutely devastating fucking attacks already from just conventional weapons, conventional explosives that the U.S. had. They've already sunk the Yamato, their huge fucking insane warship. They completely destroyed the Japanese in every fucking battle. They already wiped out the German military. And then now they're saying they have this new wonder weapon that they're going to use that's going to be absolutely massive and devastating, and we're going to strike these particular cities. They were dumb if they stayed there. Like, this is just cope.
Me not feeling bad for them though. Like, I still feel bad when retards die, even though they were stupid. So it doesn't put me in a position where I want to see that footage or watch that part of the movie.
Okay, well, I mean, you can say that, but I mean, they're tards still, you know?
Yeah, we're not disagreeing on that point though.
I mean, you can feel bad for tards, but like, you also have to consider they're tards.
Yeah, of course. That's not my claim.
I mean, you can feel it just flip-flops for me, because it's like, well, they can't help it, they're retarded, but then on the other hand, it's like, they're retarded. You know what I'm saying?
I just don't want to watch that part. I don't want to watch that part in the movie. I like the first 2 hours. That was what I was saying, when they're like figuring out all the mental shit and working out how to do the bomb in the Manhattan Project.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ben Boy donated $2. That's cool and all, but does Pat know that Destiny is a woman's name?
Destiny is a woman's name.
Yeah, that's what he says. That is kind of seem like strippers, prostitutes, I guess, named Destiny.
I think Destiny's a really cool name, and I like how he's like got that name for himself. Even though I'm not that crazy about him, but I always thought he had a cool name. Doesn't strike me as particularly feminine, although he does, but the name doesn't.
Destiny is kind of a feminine name.
Destiny. Oh, I guess a little bit. Not its meaning though. Like,
I wouldn't name a male child Destiny.
Destiny.
Definitely more of a female name. But thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. It's kind of like a gay joke that he always makes about Destiny.
I don't know. Very bi.
The what?
Oh, he just seems a bit bisexual, but I don't
Well,
know
he
anything
is.
about him. So,
like, he's literally sucked dick and the videos got leaked.
Okay, well then, there you go.
Yeah.
I like his views on Israel. He had a good bit with Nick Fuentes where, like, I think this is one of the strongest critiques on Nick. Of like there's heaps, but he says that Nick's America first, but he's like inherently un-American because he wants to overthrow like constitutional norms with a Catholic dictatorship.
Yeah,
And there's nothing more un-American than that. When I saw that clip, I was like, oh, okay, I can see why people watch this guy. But yeah, he says a bunch of other retarded shit that I wouldn't agree with.
Yeah, like women should have the same rights as like women in Afghanistan.
What?
Yeah, he said that. He said American women should have the same rights as women in Afghanistan.
Isn't he a liberal?
No, Nick Fuentes.
Oh, Nick. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Destiny. I'm like, what? Yeah. Yeah, he says.
Yeah, Destiny
like,
wouldn't say that.
Things. Yeah. But he's very funny. Not to be taken too seriously.
I mean, he is serious, though. Like, he is actually a horrible fucking person.
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't take him seriously, but he is serious about what he's saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of evil people kind of use humor and stuff to, like, warm themselves up to the public. They talk about that in a bit in scholarship, like fascism and like comedy to like kind of sedate the public. And you're like, oh, he's not so bad. He's just like making some jokes. And then they get in power. You're like, oh, we're fucked.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crypto-fascism. A lot of the right wing just kind of cloak it in jokes, but you know, those who know, and I think they also do that because it like normalizes like, racism's funny, but they kind of want a culture where they're very lax with, you know, calling out racist because it just gives them a bit more space to breathe and say the things they want. It's just part of their strategy.
Like Nick, those guys.
Yeah. Let's see. Ben.
Racism is funny, but I can't take it too far.
Yeah. Ben asks, Pat, how do you feel about Richard being a domestic abuser? I don't think I've ever done that unless, you know, they like being abused in a particular way. But I don't think that would fall under the legal category of domestic abuse.
I don't find that joke very funny, and I don't think that's a good thing to say about someone. And he's not a domestic abuser, so.
No. I'm nice.
Yeah. You're amazing.
You're amazing.
You're amazing.
You're amazing. And I love you, baby.
I love you.
We love each other.
Okay, let's not make your stream gay just because I'm here.
Well, it's okay to be gay as long as it's with a girl. Normalize being gay for girls.
I like Top Gun.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard Top Gun, the first movie's gay and boring. That's coming from a gay dude. That was yourmoviesucks.org who said that.
Top Gun's awesome. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
It's a bit homoerotic, you know, but I don't know, fighter pilots, cool scenes, good 80s music. I don't know what he's talking about.
Dudes kissing.
Tom Cruise. Well, they didn't kiss. There's just like tension, and it's obviously catering to like a certain fan base. But there's something for the women as well, so there's something for everyone.
Right. Yeah, Pat's kind of into Yahweh.
Not.
Yeah, you are.
What?
Yeah, she kind of likes little
I don't
gay.
even know what that means until you like told me.
Yeah. She only likes
Weirdo.
things mildly gay. Not like, you know, dick and ass gay, but just,
Ew.
you know.
Can we not be so explicit?
Yeah.
It's gross.
Just, you know, like trying to see if you're into kissing dudes gay. That's as far as she takes it.
I don't know what he's talking about. This
Yeah.
is slander. Slander. After I defended your domestic abuse claim.
Well, I like gay shit as long as it's with girls. Nothing wrong with a little bit of girl on girl. My ex was best friends with Your Movie Sucks. I've met him a few times. He's pretty chill. Seems like an insane fucking dork on camera. The one thing that made me realize how nuts that guy was he was trying to fucking argue gay people should be able to donate blood because it's not a big deal if they give somebody an HIV infection.
I don't know who we're talking about.
Yourmoviesucks.org. He's a YouTuber who reviews movies.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That
And
is
he said
fucking crazy.
What did he say?
He said it's not a big deal for... He said gay people should be able to donate blood because it's not a big deal if they give somebody an HIV infection.
Oh, okay. Well, it is a big deal.
That's fucking nuts.
Is he gay? What's the story?
Yeah, he is gay. Yeah. He's also a furry.
Straight.
A lot of gay furries.
Pat, it's not too late to back.
I'm just gonna skip the audio for the donations and read them out because then Pat can't hear. Ben Boy donated $3. Pat, it's not too late to back out now. He has a huge ego. His arrogance is his weakness. UURR 777777 Durian Rider UURR. Well, she knows about my ego, and she doesn't have a problem with that. In fact, she might have a preference for it. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Fuck you. Like I can make up my own mind. I don't know. Do you find comments like that really patronizing? It's like they've already decided for you. It's like, oh, you'll find out one day. It's like, fuck off.
Mm-hmm. Well, to be
Yeah, I don't know.
fair, a lot of women know how to choose them, so.
Yeah, but I haven't had any really bad choices.
Yeah.
Like, to be honest. I
Yeah.
haven't had many relationships, so and the ones I've had have been like good, so yeah, I'm pretty comfortable.
So you're a good pick. Or you're a good picker.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I'm selective, so that's been good.
Can't say the same for myself, given my track record, but hopefully I've learned my lesson.
Yeah.
But we'll try to avoid talking about that from now on.
I don't mind. I just think from your perspective and what's happening, it's probably smart to not.
Not what?
Talk about it.
Yeah.
Publicly. But like that's not.
We're past it.
Yeah.
We're at a point where it no longer is relevant. Because I'm with you. And I love you.
Yeah. I'm not going to tolerate like attacks on your character and stuff. It's so
Yeah.
annoying.
I
hate how people think they have the right view. Sorry.
I need Pat and I need cat. Cat and Pat. I'm going to pet the cat and I'm going to pet Pat.
You're a weirdo. Not really.
I'm a pet petter and I'm a cat petter. I was going to say cat catter. I'm a cat petter and I'm a pat petter. It's because I like cat and I like pet. So I pet Pat and I pet cat. I have a pet cat that I pet and I pet Pat because she's my pet too. Pet
You're
Pat
a
and
poet.
pet cat.
It's weird. That's weird.
He's a really calm, laid back in person. He just has some weird autism takes. He's dating a big black dude, and I walked in on him taking his BBC at a con. Really?
Who's he talking about?
The yourmoviesucks.org guy.
Oh, okay. Well, I have not heard of these people.
Oh, are you a furry too? Is that how you know him? Because his profile is like a furry thing. That's weird.
I only ever know these weirdos because of you, like Frank Tufano. Now your movie sucks.
Yeah.
They're mentally ill. I don't know how much exposure I want to these people.
Oh, Frank's gone totally nuts.
He's obviously not well. Like, why is he still filming?
Yeah.
Why? Like, yeah, I don't know. He's not.
Yeah,
a well
apparently
guy.
he's $350,000 in credit card debt. He's getting sued by
Wow.
American Express.
Okay. He kind of seems like when I see him talk on your streams, like it's not really a big deal. Like something mildly annoying is happening. His whole
Yeah.
life isn't like unraveling. It's strange.
I don't know.
That's how he knows something.
I don't know if it's like his drug habits that let him stay kind of calm like that, because there's a lot of indications that he's an alcoholic. He seems to be obsessed with his liver health for some reason, and he said he had liver problems. So it lines up with alcohol consumption. Every time he's gone out to a restaurant, like he gets like 3 or 4 drinks.
Yeah.
He said it's normal to drink a bottle of wine a night, which is crazy.
Wow.
And I know he was also doing kratom. So I don't know. I don't know if he was like saucing himself up.
I don't like alcohol that much.
I don't drink at
Like
all.
one of my- at all. I
Yeah.
have like a handful a year. I don't know. One on Christmas, one on my birthday. But if someone said you could never do it, I'd be like, okay. I don't
Yeah.
care. Yeah, it's not a big deal.
Nicotine and energy drinks are fucking awesome. I like that combo.
I did more energy drinks during law school because I had to. But now I don't like the crash and I don't like the way I feel in the morning.
I don't
But I can see
crash
why
on
they're
them.
like you don't
Yeah,
at
no.
all. Like Red Bull and Monster and stuff.
Yeah, no.
And mother, that's another one I used to have.
A
Mother.
lot of the time I have two at once. I don't have a crash. I don't get jitters. Don't feel like a heart rate increase. Like I've also checked my blood pressure, like on and off them. My blood pressure.
Oh, okay. That's all right.
I'm like resistant to
Yeah.
blood pressure increases, it seems. So
Yeah.
yeah, I've been fine on them.
Yeah. I like coffee in the morning or matcha. I really
Yeah.
like this ingredient, matcha. It's like, I can't say it, but it's the main
Yes,
thing that
there.
makes you focus. Matcha ingredient. I'm going to tell you though. L and then dash C and then, have you heard of that? It's caffeine and L. C and then,
L-C?
so it's L dash THE and then ANINE. Almost looks like anime, but it's anine. I think that's what makes me really
L-C-theanine.
focus.
You mean L-theanine?
Yeah, that thing. I think that's what makes it really, because it doesn't taste good. It makes me feel really good. It's not the taste, it's the feeling.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I like in
Works
the morning.
as an anxiolytic and anxiety reducer by promoting relaxation, reducing stress-related symptoms, enhancing alpha brainwave activity. It may increase levels of GABA, serotonin, dopamine in the brain. Okay.
Whatever, it's good. Whatever it does, it's good.
I know testosterone does that. It's GABAminergic and
Does it?
dopaminergic, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Riley Reed. He said, yes there, yes again, yes. Ben Boy donated $2, and no, Pat, I wasn't joking about the domestic abuse thing. You think I'm joking? Well, don't say I didn't warn you. If you aren't careful, you'll end up redacted on the Burgess files. Don't think so, dude, but...
I didn't think he was joking though. That's not how I responded. So that tells me he's an idiot.
Yeah.
Like I literally didn't respond like he was joking.
Yeah. I'm this person. Just ask my cat. I pet my cat. I'm nice to my cat. And be nice to Pat by petting Pat. Just like I pet my cat. Cat
And most
gets
people are
pets
kind
and
of shit.
Pat gets
So
pets.
why would I listen to them?
Yeah.
Most people are not nice people. Most people aren't vegan. That's like a big
Yeah.
telling sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A donated $2, Pat. If all the weird YouTubers are being introduced by VG, wait until VG introduces you to Code Pink Lady and the Iranian Professor. You've seen them, right? Me react to Code Pink. And
Is Code Pink that weird anti-Trump whatever group? I don't know.
they're anti-Trump. They're literally a communist organization. The woman who runs it, her husband is this, I think he's a billionaire. Sold one of his like companies, and then he literally moved to China. He works directly with the CCP, and they just spread communist fucking propaganda everywhere. They're the biggest fucking cunts. I hate them.
Yeah, sounds like they need to be eliminated.
Yeah, and there's that dipshit Iranian professor guy who's always on Pierce, and he has a smug face. Hope he gets like captured by like the new government that takes over once they have a transition to like a democratic leadership, and he's like just put to death preferably, but you know, just lifetime imprisonment would be fine. That guy's a piece of shit.
Yeah, most of that regime needs to go. Do you think they'll achieve that? I hope so.
I don't see how they couldn't at this point. They're killing off all the IRGC leadership.
Yeah.
The country hates them. So I don't see how they couldn't at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want it to happen.
Yeah. Hopefully something like that happens in North Korea eventually. Like hopefully all the dominoes just fall with all these like horrible dictators.
I'm Facebook friends with this woman, Melissa Chen, and her partner or husband is Winston Marshall. Have you heard of this person? He used to be in Mumford & Sons, but now he's like a anti-woke kind of podcaster.
No.
And she used to help sneak people out of North Korea. So I know
Yeah.
it's possible. Yeah, and there's like tunnels and stuff that, you know, it's hard to do, but she was kind of like assisting in that. And so some people do get out and defect to South Korea and other places. But yeah, it'd be good to see a full on revolution. I don't know. Like a lot of the people there seem to support him, and they're probably just like brainwashed.
Yeah. There was a guy who was a North Korean defector. He said when he was a kid, like the propaganda they had was like he has magic powers. He's like one of the smartest people on earth. Like he made all these discoveries. Like they tell you about the supreme leader there. Kim Jong-un,
Yeah.
Kim Jong-il and stuff. And he believed
I
it
remember
because he was like a
reading-
dumbass kid,
Yeah. Like they're all like I remember reading a like 7-year-old girl or 7, 9, 10, whatever, drowned trying to save a photo of him because it was
Yeah.
like floating away and she like drowned trying to save it. It's just so insane. I can't
Yeah.
comprehend.
It's crazy how that place exists. People are fucking monkeys. Just nuts how like something like that can exist. Just shows you how fucking stupid people are.
I wish America would just go there and take over.
Yeah.
We should bring back some aspects of like colonization.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way countries got good is like when after they were colonized
Yeah.
by Westerners. So
Yeah. We need good old-fashioned racist white colonialism again.
doesn't have to be white, but just people with Western values.
Yeah.
Well, the historic seems to be white people, but heaps of like women benefited from colonization because,
Yeah.
like for example, have you heard of this practice sati? In some Indian men used to burn like women alive, and then the British were like, nah, stopped it.
No.
And then now, like critical race studies at university interpret that as like, they didn't really care about the women, the white dudes. They wanted to just show up like dark-skinned men or something retarded. It's like I'm pretty sure they just didn't want the women burned alive. That's proven by the fact they weren't burning white women alive.
Oh, they weren't actually trying to help the women. They just wanted to like act as if they were better than the fucking brown dudes. Like, wow. That is a low opinion of white dudes. Really low. He's not actually trying to stop you from being burnt alive. He doesn't care. He just wants to like make it seem as though he's superior to someone else. Wow.
Yeah, it's so bad. Like the hatred against it's the combination of Western and white, like because you
Yeah.
don't see the hatred against like Russians, and they're white. There's white dudes there, and like Japan, for example, and they're kind of Western, but they're not white. So it's like
Yeah.
this real hatred of Western white dudes.
That's like
Yeah.
if you saw somebody choking to death and you give them the Heimlich maneuver. You know, he didn't actually try to save you. He just wanted to grab your tits. Like,
Yeah,
holy
they
crap.
hate them so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real jealousy thing going on, or insecurity. I don't know, but
Holy
it's so
crap,
apparent.
like-
I just feel sorry for them.
No shit, dudes don't want to go to fucking college. All the fucking women there are being told, oh, yeah, he actually is fine with you getting burnt alive and raped and murdered. You know, he just doesn't do it to you because, like, you know, he wouldn't look as cool.
Yeah, low opinion, as you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. They've like brainwashed liberal women. They painted this idea that like white dudes are inherently racist, like racist, sexist, whatever, and they've convinced like minorities as well. So it's like everyone against them, and there's like no scholarships for them, no like benefits or anything. They're actually disadvantaged, like especially if they're in the humanities and not in STEM.
Yeah.
Although less and less are they coming to, humanities.
Ugh. Why the hell does anybody take that horseshit seriously? Like, again, people are fucking chimpanzees.
Yeah, well, it's the feminization thing that we talk about and the common infiltration.
Yeah.
So now we've got too many idiots in positions where they're not even positions of power, just positions of like cultural, intellectual influence, which can be
Like, that is power, you know, to be able to change people's minds. I just can't imagine listening to that and, like, giving a fuck what any of them would have to say. It's like, oh, really? Well, you're a dumb bitch, so what the fuck do I care what you think? How is that hard?
Well, they're thinking that. They just don't say it.
Yeah, hopefully, most of them.
Yeah, a lot of normies, I think, are wise to the nonsense.
Yeah.
Especially like the young men coming up now are way more conservative than... Like the women are kind of staying the same, if not getting worse. But the young men coming up are like... I don't know. Men are just inherently more rational, so they can spot nonsense quicker.
Skrillex asks, is Pat a lawyer?
I'm an admitted lawyer. Yep.
What does that mean?
It means I'm admitted to the role, but I'm not currently practicing.
Okay.
Because I'm doing my doctorate. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So she's
But
a
I can get
lawyer.
my practicing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a terminology thing. But technically speaking, yes, I'm a lawyer.
So you can perform
not
surgeries?
Not quite.
Like open heart surgery? Brain surgery?
I'll be like Dr. Death. Did you ever see that Netflix series?
No. What is it?
Based on a true story, Dr. Death.
Oh, is that the
It's like this
woman?
doctor. No. It's Josh Jackson. You know Josh Jackson, the actor? He was in Dawson's Creek. He played Pacey. Anyway, he plays Dr. Death. In real life, there was this doctor who was like super, like almost like a genius, but also a little bit crazy. And he like botched all these surgeries, and it was super unclear whether he did it on purpose or whether he was a psychopath or whether he was just like, he thought he was really good. It's such a strange, Alan Baldwin's in it. Alec Baldwin.
I might watch that.
Guy that shot someone. Yeah. It's really
Alec
gruesome
Baldwin.
in some parts. Yeah,
He's an
he
asshole.
plays a lawyer actually. Is he?
Yeah, he's a fucking
Isn't he vegan?
asshole. Yeah, he is. He's a fucking asshole.
Oh, what do you mean?
Have you seen the phone call with his daughter?
No.
Oh man, what a dick.
I don't know about judging someone on one. Is it just the phone call or something else?
With how he talked to his, I think his daughter was like 9 or 10 years old at the time or something like that. He wanted to have like phone calls with her or something at a certain time while he was on like a filming set. And apparently she wouldn't like pick up the phone or something when she was supposed to, or she was out. He left a voice message. You nasty little shit. Like, you fucking embarrassed me in front of everyone because you're a nasty fucking pig. And like, I think he said something about his, like, her mother, his like ex-wife or something, or like too. It's like, what the fuck?
How old was the daughter? Like 9?
Yeah, I think she was pretty young, like not even teens. So
wow, okay. Yeah. I didn't
that
know
was
that.
yeah, and
Sounds
he's a massive
crazy.
anti-gun cuck, which is hilarious because he ended up fucking shooting and
shot
killing
someone,
somebody.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I remember because it was the same time that Kyle Rittenhouse case was happening and people were making memes like, I'd rather
Yeah.
Kyle Rittenhouse handle my guns than
Yeah.
Alec Baldwin. Yeah. I didn't know that about him. That sounds, nuts.
Sounds like if VG had a kid, I definitely would not treat my kid like that. I've never treated my pets like that. Does Pat know about the Islamic preacher Zakir Naik? He lives in Malaysia. Is that
no.
Is that dipshit who like argued with people against veganism? I think that's the guy he's talking about.
I haven't seen it. It sounds stupid.
Yeah.
He sounds stupid.
Oh yeah, he's a dumbass. He had a hissy fit on an airplane because he wouldn't get off his phone. You mean the Islamic preacher guy? Holy fuck. I should probably get to bed. It's like 3:30. Been
Yeah, go to
streaming
sleep.
for 8 hours, 40 minutes now. I'm fucking zonked.
Okay. I'll pop off. This is fun though.
Yeah, should do it
And,
again
I
sometimes.
like talking to your peeps. Yeah, just message me and I'll can put a couple hours away.
Yeah, but I love you, baby.
I love you.
Hope you enjoy the
And
rest
I'll
of your day. Time is it there?
It's 6:30.
okay.
I'm probably just gonna do some class prep and then go to bed early.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, love
Bye,
you,
everyone.
sweetie. I'll talk to you tomorrow night. We'll watch, B-Stars and stuff.
Okay. Sounds fun.
All
Love
right.
you. Bye.
Nighty-night. Love you.
Bye.
All right. And here I am. Oh boy, I'm tired. Gummy's tired too. Gummy and I need to get to bed. Bedtime for me. Bedtime for Gum Gum. I'm tired and Gummy's tired. This is my Gum Gum here. He has the most beautiful cat head. Oh my god, the back of his head is just so fucking beautiful. Oh, I could stare at the back of his head all day. Oh, it's so cat-like. That is amazing. All right. Well, hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I will be on tomorrow at some point, sometime, so I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams, you fucking assholes. I'm just joking, you're not assholes. You're good. So sweet dreams, everybody.